I'm ready to get this show on the road. The Olympics are fun, everything, yeah, good time, good for us, yeah. I'm ready for the Avs to be back. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, so we got a chance for you guys to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Avalanche game. I'll explain the details here in about 20 minutes when you get your first keyword. But with all of that in mind, it's something that, to me, it's the same question we asked about the Nuggets when they came back from the All-Star break. It's a matter of what does this team need to accomplish post-Olympic break that would satisfy and appease any of the doubt that might be in there. The interesting thing with the Avalanche, and Nelly, I'm going to ask you a question. We're in the honesty tree, the trust tree.
What's the question?
Do you feel like, because I do, Avalanche fans have a panic meter that is hit very quickly? Like more than a usual fan base.
Are you talking about just historically they tend to hit the panic button sooner?
They just feel like if things could be going great for 4 straight weeks and they could have 2 bad games and then it feels like the sky is falling. I don't want to say spoiled, but a little bit spoiled in that sense.
I guess I could see that, and maybe it's because of the history, the recent history, the past 5 or 6 years, the amount of times that the Avs have been the favorites to win the Cup, and then something weird has happened, and
Fair.
they've tripped and fallen flat on their face, whether it was the weird offsides call on Gabe Landeskog in 2019, or back-to-back years of Val Nichushkin doing whatever the hell he did,
Yes.
or getting bounced by Matt Duchene in double overtime against the Stars. I mean, there's just so much. We're trauma dumping is what Avalanche territory is doing, Brett.
Well, and I only say that for this reason. There's 27 games left. The Avs currently sit comfortably in first place in the entire NHL. For those who need a refresher, because it's been 3 weeks, they have 83 points on the season. That is 5 up on Minnesota with 3 games in hand. That is 6 points up on Dallas with 2 games in hand. And no one else in the Western Conference is remotely close to what the Avs are doing. 37-9-9 on the year. They ran into a little bit of a snag late. Remember, they were on historic pace up until the last couple of weeks before the Olympic break came around. And in that stretch, they went from 31-2-7 to 37-9-9. So, had a few games where they stumbled. We're dealing with injuries, and I think dealing with seasonal fatigue is what I'd call it. They could see that Olympic break coming. They had a lot of guys who were going to participate in it, and I think they were just kind of jonesing to get there. They're still a very, very good team. And to me, their details are simpler, much simpler than what we were talking about with the Nuggets. You keep pace and you stay healthy are the most important things. But I think it's one thing. You know, there was a clip from Bednar, I think it was the last week that we talked to him before the break. And we'll talk to him again tomorrow. Where he said in regards to the power play, he wants this Olympic break to happen, guys to come back, and they don't think about the power play of what happened previous to that break again. That they use that as a total reset in how they go about their business. It does you no good to think about what happened previously to that. And I think it's the absolute right approach. I am now treating the Avalanche power play as not something that's happened over the course of 82 games. It's what's going to happen in the final 27. This needs to be a total reset from here, and here's what I would want. I don't need the number one power play unit in the league. I don't need, 26%. Edmonton's clipping along at 31.4% on the power play. Don't need that. You know what I need? I need like 20. Just give me 20. 20 would put you middle of the pack, and you combine that with what you do 5-on-5 and how you dominate people in every other way. It's more than enough to win a Stanley Cup. But it just can't be league worst. So outside the obvious of continue to win games and avoid injury, having a power play that from this point on clips along at like 20% is all I need. And it's a huge difference between that and where they're at right now, which is 15. And I hope one of the things that I was crossing my fingers and toes about as they headed into this Olympic break was, first of all, no injuries, but second of all, if they go and participate for their respective countries, most of these guys are going to be on the power play unit because they're the most talented guys on their teams. And they did. Can you take some of the confidence and swagger they might have had? Because a lot of those guys had a ton of success on the power play for their countries. Can you bring that back? Can you take, I don't know if it's like some sort of schematic X's and O's detail, or if it's just
schematically.
Or if it's just an overall mindset of like Marty Nachos in the way that he played for Czechia. You could argue one of the best players in the entire Olympics with how he played. He was remarkable for his country. He was playing really good hockey for the Avs too. But just to say, like, can you take that and push that back with the Avalanche who start tomorrow? And let's be honest, guys, tomorrow might be sort of a mash unit game. Been already kind of floated the idea that those guys might not play who came back from the Olympics on Wednesday. Now, it's different, I think, for, the Canadian and U.S. players. Guys like Landeskog have been practicing for a minute. But I don't know who's going to be in to play tomorrow. Maybe McKinnon and McCarr and Brock Nelson and those guys get the day off. Maybe. But bottom line is, can you take some of the confidence that they have built in playing in the Olympics and throw it back in here? But I think that's the key. Use this as a reset. Don't think about what happened previously and now. Try and clip along that power play at about 20%, because if they do that and that continues throughout the postseason, I really don't see how this team loses in a 7-game series. No one is better than what the Avs are. But the one detail that can get them beat is them not being disciplined and losing on special teams, because it happened last year. And this team this year is better because you were getting way more production from people than you were last season when you kind of threw that roster together. Brock Nelson, I think, is the prime example, and it's somebody that I highlighted all offseason as give him time to build some chemistry and start to understand how to play with his line mates. And I think you could see a different version of what we got last year, and Brock Nelson has been nothing short of amazing for the Avs this season. I mean, he's somebody especially, like each month he's been getting better and better and better. But he's on pace right now through 55 games. He's almost a point-a-game player. Like he very easily could finish with 75 to 80. Which out of a second-line center, we haven't seen numbers like that since Kadri was here. So that's the hope. as we move forward. Again, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So each hour on the 20s, a keyword for you to text in and get you a chance to get in the building for an Avs game coming up here, and I'll tell you exactly which one at 6:20. By the way, speaking of hockey, the thing that I was concerned about was guys getting hurt. Did you see that our old buddy Mikko Rantanen is on the IR for Dallas after suffering a lower body injury in that final game that Finland played? I am so happy that, not that he's hurt, I'm so happy that that didn't happen to any of our guys. The last thing that I wanted was this season to get derailed by some sort of injury that happened in some non-Avalanche event. As much fun as it was, and I think they should do this every 4 years, I do kind of hold my breath when I see guys get hit, and that's the exact reason why. You lose a player of that caliber, changes a lot of things about what you can do. We just went through a stretch of games without Gabe Landeskog and Devon Taves, and it didn't go very well. So I'm glad that the Avs came out of there relatively unscathed. I know there's some sort of feeling about McKinnon and if he's totally right. I don't know if that was sickness or injury or what people were talking about, but he's obviously good enough to play, so I'm not overly concerned. You know, Brock Nelson had the full cage. I don't know what's going on with him, but obviously he was good enough to play. So it seems as if you've escaped pretty healthy coming out of that. That all starts back up on Wednesday. Again, your first keyword coming your way in just a few minutes. There is something that everybody's kind of looking for when it comes to this offseason and Broncos needs. And there's certain names that we've kind of picked out free agency-wise because it's really hard when you pick 30th in the draft to have your eye on one singular guy because, first of all, so much can shake out in front of you. That can make it really difficult for your guy to fall to you. Second of all, you get to 30th. I mean, we talk to Jeff Legwold about this all the time. This is Combine Week. This is when all the rumors are going to be coming out. But Legwold says this to us every year. When the draft rolls around, in a typical draft, there's around 20 guys that they have first-round grades on. And if you're not picking in the top 20, there's a good chance that one of those guys you have a first-round grade on is not going to fall to you beyond that. The Broncos are picking 30th. So it's hard to kind of like forecast who's going to be there and is the guy even really worthy of a first-round pick. Well, that's when you start to look at free agency and guys that might be available for trade. A lot of names of guys that have been thrown out there that don't seem as available as they used to. And I'll explain that in just a second. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. Again, it's Ticket Tuesday and a chance for you to win some tickets to see an Avs game coming up in just a few minutes. That first keyword coming your way. Stick around. It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving you a chance to see Chicago on Saturday. And this hour's keyword is loop. So text loop. Loop. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's also a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza, just $10. And you can order at papamurphys.com. But one more time, that keyword is loop. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So, with the Olympics finally over, season's now starting to ramp back up for the Avs and Nuggets. I do want to take a moment and talk about the Broncos.
Broncos country, let's ride.
God, it's been so long.
Broncos country, let's ride.
You know what? It's almost like it's amazing. What term do the kids use? The glow up that the Broncos have had over the last 2 years? Or is that's probably old now? People don't say that anymore, do they?
Glow up? I think so.
That's still a thing that people say? So a glow up is like you take a picture of you in high school and then a picture of you now, and you're supposed to be much better looking. That was the Broncos from just 3 years ago. Had a mighty, mighty glow up. And here's the thing, man. To do it in that short of a time frame, and it's not just that. It's you do it and you escape not just bad football or bad organizational failure. Because that was the one thing that stuck out the most to me, was the reason as to why the Broncos were in such a bad place. It wasn't just bad. Teams have been bad before. It was embarrassing. Weekly. Nelly, you just jumped on Twitter every single day, and it was somebody making fun of something Russell Wilson did. Or it was some sort of meme that came out about the Broncos and Russell Wilson. Or it was Nathaniel Hackett's face on there. It was the crowd chanting, counting down the play clock for the team. My personal favorite, they're leaving the game from Kirk Herbstreit before overtime started. People are like, I've had enough. I'm gone.
My all-time favorite memory of the Russell Wilson era. Nothing will ever top him getting roasted in real time by Patrick Starr.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
That being made fun of by a kicker, Justin Tucker, on an airplane. Like,
hey, say what you will about Russ. I think he turned out a little better than Justin Tucker did. So, Ravens flock, let's fly. Why don't you take that L on the way out, Justin?
As we've said before, Russell Wilson he's corny and might seem a little bit fake, but he's not an assaulter, allegedly, like Justin Tucker's been accused of. Anyway, here's the point. The Broncos are now in a place where being competitive is not the goal. It's expected. And when you're expected to be competitive, things about how you go about business change, because they have to. You know, there's moments that you strike and you capitalize. That applies in life. Hey, I wasn't in the financial position to go out and buy a house, but now I'm there and it's fiscally responsible for me to do it. Like, I think when you have competitive, just say football teams, but all sports teams, when you have competitive teams, you have almost a responsibility to be as aggressive as possible now. Doesn't mean mortgaging a future. It doesn't mean not thinking ahead, but you do have to think a lot in the short term. And I think in the case of the Broncos, they are so uniquely fitted to find immediate help because of the positions they're looking for. people are way more willing to trade a wide receiver or a running back than they are a left tackle. And the great thing about how they've built their team is the main cogs, the keys that you need for success are there. Stout in the trenches, built up a great secondary, have a great pass rush, have a quarterback that you trust. Now it's time for the fun. And so you look around and you say, well, who's going to be available? It sounds like, one sort of under the radar thing was Kyle Pitts. I've always Kyle Pitts is very interesting to me. Because if you play fantasy football, Kyle Pitts has been like a joke. Every year he's been in the league, he's this gigantic human being who was drafted really early. I think he was 4th overall. And just never really could put it together. And that could have been playing for bad teams. It could have been playing for bad quarterbacks. But last year, it felt like it finally sort of clicked. He had almost a 90-catch season, 900 yards, 5 touchdowns, and looked like he was going to be maybe available. And the Atlanta Falcons franchise tagged him. The other names that have been thrown out there. George Pickens. All the reports out of Dallas seem to be that George Pickens isn't going to go anywhere. That they're either going to sign him to an extension or tag him as well. And for me, that's somebody I go, fine. Please keep that. Because out of all the guys out there, Pickens, I think, concerns me the most. Just as far as attitude and willingness to be a team guy. We talked about this with Legwell last week. Sean Payton has made such a priority of making sure the locker room is all pulling in the same direction. And I think it's part of the reason why he did not like Russell Wilson. Not that the locker room was necessarily divided, although it certainly felt that way at times. I mean, we remember Mike Purcell going after Russell Wilson on the sideline. It was more about Russell Wilson and his little amenities that he had that were different from the team does not make a locker room feel equal. And that, I think, was most of the issue. Bo Nix feels like very blue-collar company man. Yeah, I know this picture gets a lot of run of Melvin Gordon looking at Russell Wilson weird on the sideline. I know everybody uses that photo. You very easily could look at Melvin Gordon the same way for not holding on to the football. Like Melvin Gordon had troubles of his own that were also very annoying to Sean Payton. But the point is, you have to make sure that somebody who comes in is going to be a fit within the locker room. I don't think that screams George Pickens. And I also don't think that screams A.J. Brown. The funny thing is A.J. Brown, I think, is going to be more likely available than George Pickens will be. Here's the quote from Nick Sirianni yesterday. Yeah, my expectation is he wants to be here. And obviously you want good players like that in your building. As Howie said, it's hard to get good players in this league, and A.J. is a great player, and A.J. is a good teammate, and A.J. is a good person. Does he want to be here? Yes. Do I want him to be here? Yes. Will A.J. be here next season? I think we're still in a spot where I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out going into the season. I'm thinking I'm going to be his head coach next season, but you can't guarantee anything past tomorrow. The weird thing about AJ Green, goodness. I would love to have prime AJ Green. That'd be fun. If you're an AJ followed by your last name being a color, usually a pretty good wideout. I want AJ Blue next. But the thing about AJ Brown is I don't think, first of all, when you request a trade from a team for essentially like a year straight plus, and it hasn't been fixed, it's never going to be. One. Number two, I don't want somebody whose team was having success and he was unhappy. That's an immediate red flag. You guys ever dated somebody where, like, you accomplished something and they're almost kind of like, ugh? Like, they aren't happy for you. They're more concerned about themselves. Or if you're having a bad day, they have to one-up your bad day with how bad their day was. And it's like, can I just tell you I had a rough day without you trying to, like, oh, yeah, well, that on top of my dog died today. And it's like, all right, get it. I don't want people like that around me. I think they are black holes of fun and black holes of productivity. And we can trace literally the game that the Broncos played against the Eagles. The Eagles were, at that time, I think 4-0. Can't remember if it was week 3 or week 4 or week 5. But I think they were 4-0 heading into that game against Denver. And A.J. Brown was complaining, despite the team being unbeaten. And they made it in their game plan to target him and get him the football. They only ran Saquon Barkley 6 times in that game, and they ended up losing. A game that they never should have lost because they were trying to acquiesce to his demands. I don't want somebody like that around my roster. Now, if you got a roster full of renegades, then maybe it's different, but this team is not built that way. So the people that we have sort of put these big highlights on because it seems like they might be available and they're talented players, it can't be the only thing that you're looking for. So on the wide receiver front, there's really not a ton out there that is really, really intriguing. I mean, I threw out the name Alec Pierce, and I know he's going to cost a pretty penny, but here's the thing. You got the money, and you got 3 years left until you have to pay Bo Nix big money. I'm willing to make the big swings. And for a guy who's 6'3", whose average yards per catch is over 20 yards, that's a big play threat that is really hard to find. And if there's one area where the Broncos are really lacking in the pass game, it is the big play threat because they try a lot. They try and push the ball downfield. They try these deep throws to Troy Franklin, and for whatever reason, it just never really works out. I'll take somebody like that. Another guy on that list, by the way, someone I think could really, really improve your tight end room, because not only, is this guy a big body, I don't think he's had the full opportunity to really show what his abilities are because he's always been like the second guy in command. Isaiah Likely, who's always been the backup to Mark Andrews in Baltimore, is entering free agency. Now, I don't know if Baltimore is going to let him go or not, but if they do, I'm making a lot of phone calls. 6'4", 250 pounds. He's dealt with some injury problems, but he's 26. And he's really somebody that I think could be an immediate help. You know, it's funny. 2 guys that you acquired in the offseason. In J.K. Dobbins and Evan Ingram. 2 guys we were pretty excited about. I think one of them lived up to the billing, which is J.K. Dobbins. It was just his problem was health, which has been his entire career, really. Ingram, like, I'm
trying to find a goddamn joker.
I think I'm out. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I know people try and talk about, do they feature the tight end within the offense? And I just think that Evan Ingram just doesn't. He doesn't have the size that I would like in a linebacker. He's shorter and smaller than most of the wideouts on the team. And so if that's the case, then you need to be able to do some things in the open field. And I don't know if he's still got that gear anymore. And somebody like Isaiah Likely could easily fit the billing of prototypical, big, sizey, huge target that you could get to on third downs. You know, and the running back thing is interesting because you have Breece Hall, who is, I think, number one with a bullet in most Broncos fans' minds. I would take Breece Hall over Kenneth Walker, because Kenneth Walker has injury issues that he's dealt with for a lot of his career too. But the running back market is pretty slim pickings after that. You know, Travis Etienne is coming up in free agency. Another sort of intriguing option, as he's been in Jacksonville and like been successful and then not successful and then successful again. Like, had a pretty good year this last year. His rookie year was amazing. His middle two weren't. And they actually went into the season thinking that Etienne was not going to be the guy that was going to get the bulk of the carries. If you remember, the guy that everybody had their eyes on was somebody that they drafted last year. And it was somebody that Schefter told us at the end of the preseason, keep an eye on who? Nelly, wasn't your team named after this guy? What's his first name? Bashal Tootin or something like that?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because I ended up with him on my team due to the auto draft, so I made my team name Boot 210 Boogie.
And then Etienne played so well that he kept the bulk of the carries his way. So I don't know what the thoughts are on him. He's been somebody, like, to his credit, he's been healthy. He's got some speed. He's dynamic. Like, he's also 27, but he's only missed 2 games in his career.
You hold your head up, all right?
So just a few names that I think the Broncos could be looking for during the course of this offseason, and maybe some different places that they could look. 303-504-0925. One last reminder, that keyword for this hour is loop. Like a loop song. I don't know. I'm trying to think, how often do I use the word loop? There you go. Oh, do I love a good roller coaster tycoon sound. The amount of hours I spent building amusement parks with unfinished roller coasters only to open them and have people fly off. I had very, very bad reviews on Yelp, I'm sure. But loop in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right. W boo boo B, baby. Whatever happened to Petey Pablo? He had people taking their shirts off, twisting it around their head, and spinning it like a helicopter. And then he had this song, Freak a Leak, and I don't know what happened to Petey Pablo afterwards.
More importantly, what happened to that trope at the beginning of a song where you would act like someone was calling in and requesting the song that you were doing?
It's really good, though. I like it.
Oh, yeah. Remember T-Pain used to do Nappy Boy Radio?
Yeah, he did.
It was a whole thing. Yeah.
I love the I'm going to do the fake call-in as the intro to my song. Look, we used to be creative on intros to songs. There was that. There was like some songs would have full conversations before the thing actually started.
The voicemail intro, that was a good one.
Jason Derulo would sing his name.
Do you remember the era of hip-hop where you had to have a small child or a baby say the rapper's name for some reason?
Yeah.
Like, Hurricane Chris.
Yeah.
Why do we have babies in the studio?
Oh, which one was the Will Smith? Was it Wild Wild West that Jaden was just talking?
Yeah, he's going, I got a full album, I got a bunch of songs I can play.
Wow, wow, what?
Really? Oh, I thought we already did that one.
Wow, wow, what?
I got some other songs I could do.
Whatever happened? You know what? I'm going to have baby Jamal Kale's going to start recording intros for me. That's what we're going to start doing. And she's just going to say the thing she likes. She's going to say, like, Elsa. And I'm going to be like, yeah, that's fine. However you want to bring me into this this segment, honey. Petey Pablo aside, there's something that happened yesterday. Petey Pablo is on J. Cole's new album and raps about waving the shirt like a helicopter. Wow, he's going back to the oldie but goodie. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Something that happened yesterday, and I got a real problem with this. You guys know this about me by now. This time of year, despite the fact that the team's probably going to suck, I get my baseball itching on. I think that I love spring training. If you guys have never been to spring training before in Arizona or in Florida, it's really fun. It's cheap tickets. Go to the park, watch some guys play some baseball for a little bit. Like, it's a lot of fun. I love spring training. It's that spring hopes eternal and all of that. But it's a chance just to watch and see your team if they've developed or not in some form or fashion. And yesterday, scrolling across Twitter, and I see just this absolute tank from a Rocky. Turns out it's a walk-off homer yesterday. Who really cares about the wins and losses of spring training? But I was like, who was this dude who just rocked the baseball 470 feet? That's what it was, 468 for a walk-off winner. And it's this giant human being. And I'm in tune with a lot of the Rockies. Now, I'm not totally aware of their farm system guys and prospects. But the Rockies just sent out walk-off winner. And I was like, well, who is it? So I go and I read the comments. Turns out this massive individual that dropped a 468-foot tank is Zach Veen. And Nelly, when I tell you the amount of shock, because I still can't get used to the idea of the skinny beanpole last year being a guy that's got 18 biceps on his arms, is now somebody that is that thick and large. I still am trying to process that. But if it helps him hit 470-foot nuke shots, then I'm all in. And it's one of the most physically remarkable turnarounds I've ever seen.
According to MLB.com, he has put on 40 pounds.
43.
Yes, that he was, I guess last year he was struggling with some eating issues. He couldn't maintain a good enough diet to get to the size he needed to. And so now He's 240 pounds, man.
Well,
That's crazy.
He said earlier this offseason that he attributed that to getting sober. Now, I don't know what sober is, if it was alcohol, if it was weed or whatever. But he said once he stopped doing that, it was easier for him to put on muscle. But to have that sort of change in that short amount of time is wild. I know it's possible that people can do it. It's incredibly hard. And like when people talk about actors who, I mean, I think Christian Bale is one of the most extreme cases. Or no, like here's a good one. Tobey Maguire, when he did Spider-Man, he had to bulk up for Spider-Man. And then he did Seabiscuit, so he had to be a jockey, and he had to drop all that muscle and weight. And then he did another Spider-Man and had to put it back on. And I think Christian Bale, I can't remember what sequence it was.
The Machinist was the one where he ate like an apple and drank a cup of coffee a day, and that was it.
Yeah, but was that in between Batmans?
That was before Batman Begins.
Right. I thought he had some role. Now I gotta look it up. Because he is known for the extreme body changing stuff. And yeah, The Machinist was about somebody who was an insomniac that had just couldn't eat. And he got to literally skin and bones. It's horrifying to actually look at. I can't watch the movie because of it. But then he had to bulk up when he was playing Batman. And then American Hustle, he gained a whole bunch of weight. And Vice, when he played Dick Cheney, he gained a whole bunch of weight. But, it was the Fighter. Remember when he was the really skinny, drug-addicted brother of Mark Wahlberg? So that was before The Dark Knight Rises. And to lose that weight only to tack it back on is crazy, and you probably need the help of something else. That's how those guys get in that shape. I don't know how Zach Veen did it, but God bless you. Keep hitting tanks, because that's what I need. Dude, it's amazing. Like the guys who do that. You know, when Matthew McConaughey has always relied on his looks, became super skinny for Dallas Buyers Club. And you're like, whoa. Like intensely skinny. Where it kind of changed the way he looked forever after that, actually. It's like his face got jaunt or something.
Well, and he got really skinny for Dallas Buyers Club, and then you could still see it in Wolf of Wall Street. So he's pretty...
You could still see it in True Detective, too, when he was
right.
He was kind of buff again, but...
Still, though, yeah, it took him a while to get back to a more normal size.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people undergo these transformations. So shout out Zach Veen just ripping the cover off the baseball down there in Arizona.
Good for him. Yeah, if he's going to hit nuke shots like that, then I'm all in. By the way, baseball, I saw Spencer at DNVR tweet this out yesterday, and he's so right about this. I know that, when we grew up playing sports, I'm 36. But in my era, if you weren't at your kid's game, you couldn't watch the game. Now, I'm blown away. You can watch a 7-year-old baseball game on the internet somehow. Do you know that, Nelly? They have this site that is recording all of these youth sports games that if parents can't go, they can watch it from wherever they're at. And I can't find anywhere to watch a Rocky spring training game is criminal. It's like when the Masters is on and it's not on TV anywhere and you're like, what are we doing? How are you not airing your product? I want to be able to watch Rockies baseball in spring training every time it's on. And I'm being denied that, and that's not fair. So shame on you, MLB. Somebody trying to consume your product can't even consume your product. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery, free pickup. The same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com and the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia did the same thing. He's never going to get that credit, though, because it's a comedy, and it's a real shame. Because he went from 50 pounds overweight to super ripped in the span of like 1 year. Real shame. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Don't even start the program.
Why?
Don't even start the show.
Why?
Because before we start the program, and I hate to, yeah, thanks, Nelly. I hate to bust you up in the early morning hours.
What? What did I do now?
How dare you? And Steve, I think you can back me up on this. Steve, are we boys or are we not boys?
Yeah, we're boys.
Okay.
That's what's up.
Back me up. How dare you even remotely reference Christian Bale trying to make a point on this program? For a guy,
Oh, good
Yeah.
for you.
for a guy who so blatantly, and I would add flippantly busted up your partner.
I think that you're projecting here. I actually think they were trying to be nice.
You're thinking Christian Bale was being nice to me. I think he was being a jerk.
He said, "Oh, don't shatter his dreams." That's all he said.
He looks nothing like Matt Damon.
No, he didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He did say that.
Matt Damon said, if he thinks he looks like me, then let him think that. And then he said, don't shatter his dreams.
So, God bless Vic for doing this.
Bale's a great actor. You can't deny it.
He's a great actor. But if you think back to it, believe me, I've studied the film. It's like the Zapruder film.
Uh-huh.
The day I got smoked.
The day you got busted up by two A-list actors in Hollywood?
Yeah, correct. He goes, he was fluffing like Matt Damon. I never said I looked like Matt Damon.
Hang on. Can I say something that I think might be controversial?
Sure.
Because I know that everybody loves his Batman movies, and I do too. And I'm not a big comic book movie guy, but those ones I really enjoy.
I didn't mean to
The Dark Knight,
derail
really
things
good. No,
right
no,
away.
it's
just that
fine.
You I'm listening to the appetizer hour, and I'm steaming in my car, doing 85 down the freeway, steaming that you're actually using Bale as a reference.
Well, let me just say something. Because
Hey, by the way, Matt Damon can get bent.
let me just say something, because look, it's sort of this weird part on the calendar where like we didn't have a game last night, won't have one tonight. Still a lot to talk about. I want to get to the Avs in a second and expectations for these last 27 games. But while we're here, the controversial thing I'm about to say, very cinephile take, I think, is The Prestige is, I think, his best movie. I don't know if you've ever seen The Prestige. It is like top-notch, unbelievable stuff. It's him, it's Hugh Jackman. They're two magicians way back in the day that are going head-to-head with each other very, very aggressively.
That sounds pretty good. I've never seen that.
It's, Moj, you would love the movie.
I like Hugh Jackman. Which is why I'm so jealous that my wife saw him in the matinee on Broadway in The Music Man. I'm like, there's no way that Hugh Jackman is going to do a show on a Tuesday night and then come back and do the matinee on Wednesday. He's going to have an understudy do it.
Yes, he did.
No, he did it. Like, he was the dude.
Don't shatter his dreams.
Okay, you know what, Bale?
See, that's all he said.
No, he didn't. Before that,
Do you
do you
have the
have
whole
that? Do you
clip,
have the
Nelly?
thing, Nelly?
Fellas, I want to start with something. I do a radio show every morning with a gentleman who claims he looks exactly like Matt
Okay, stop right there.
Damon.
Stop right there. Stop. I never said I look like Matt Damon.
It doesn't matter.
I
That's the way you
said-
have to ask the question.
I said I'm better looking than Matt Damon.
Well, I mean, that's even worse almost.
Well, you be the judge out there, people. Look at my, hold on. Let me look at the camera this morning.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I think most people are choosing, I don't know, the movie star.
Rob.
Come on, Moj, give us a look.
Yeah, I think that, I think The Martian wins this one. I think Jason Bourne is the winner.
Yeah, you're
All right,
probably
so
right.
cut that off. Let me hear this full clip again. Let me hear the full clip of this again. Go ahead.
Does this man look like Matt Damon?
If he wants to think so, just let him say.
Okay, stop right there.
That's all he said.
No, he goes, there's more. If he wants to think so, let him think it.
Yeah.
Now, that's flippant.
What do you mean?
No, that's just being an sweep, okay?
All right, keep going.
Just tell him you said yes.
So, yes.
Look anything like Matt Damon.
See, right there.
Oh, he did say.
I told you.
didn't even hear that. All right, hang on. Go back. Let me hear that. It's very subtle.
If you want Matt Damon, really?
Does this man look like Matt Damon?
If he wants to think so, just let him say.
you know what?
Just tell him you said yes.
So, yes.
Look anything like Matt Damon.
That's just so condescending.
He doesn't look anything like Matt Damon.
It's just so condescending. Anyway.
I'm never the one to judge.
Is that an insult or not?
Listen, I would never say that.
Don't shatter his dreams. Right?
I love that. I love that clip.
Oh, it does shout out his dreams.
I mean, Nelly, how great is that clip, though? It's amazing.
Oh, that's incredible.
You know what's funny is that back in the day, Matt Damon and I sort of swam in the same, like we knew the same. I never met him or anything like that, but we sort of swam in the same circles back in the day.
What?
Yeah, it's a lot. That's like over 20 years ago. I know. It sounds. I know it sounds absolutely.
It sounds like a lie. Is what it sounds like.
It's through the hockey world. It's just through the hockey world. It's just a weird deal. I never met the guy, and then he. Let's just okay.
You know what Vic needs to do next time? He needs to interview Idris Elba and say the same thing.
Right.
My radio partner that he looks just like you.
By the way, I love that guy.
Oh, he's great.
I think he's phenomenal. Anyway, so now that you've heard that and you've heard the entire context,
I like him even more.
Now, do you regret?
No, I like him even more.
Let's go.
It's improved.
Let's roll.
So Moj, the Avs are back from the Olympic break. Now, we don't know if guys who played in the gold medal game, being McKinnon, Makar, Taves, Nelson, if they're going to be playing tomorrow or not. Bednar has already hinted at the idea.
Well, if he hints at the idea, would you not think that they're probably leaning that way?
Probably.
Okay.
Because, I mean, look, Bednar's I think everybody who listens to him on this program every Wednesday can tell you. And of all the hockey coaches in the world, he is pretty honest and truthful with us. He will tell us things that I think most coaches won't. He'll go into details and specifics that most coaches won't. But he's still a hockey coach.
Correct.
He's going to play his cards pretty close to the vest. Is it vest or chest? What is it?
Both.
Vest.
You wear a vest on your chest.
He's going to do that. But if he's going to volunteer, these guys might not play. My guess is they're not going to play. That would be my guess. So they'll miss Wednesday. Whatever. I'm more interested in what you feel like the next. Yeah, I know. Getting beat up on the text line, aren't you?
I probably deserve. This is my favorite, 9173. Moser's face looks like pulled pork. Okay. I deserve that. All right, we move on.
Don't shatter his dreams.
Okay, move on.
The final 27 games of the regular season. We did this with the Nuggets when they were coming back from the All-Star break. What is the thing you want to see most? And I think here's the two obvious ones we can get out of the way. Just as a refresher for those who forgot because of this 3-week break, the Avs are number 1 in the league with a bullet. They have 83 points. The next closest team in the West is Minnesota at 78, but you have 3 games in hand on them.
So what I always do, and for those of you out there, if you're the second place team or the third place team and you're trying to catch the number 1 team and they have games in hand, I always pretend, but that's why this game on Thursday, the back-to-back, is going to be so important. And Jerry Bednar knows that because that's a 4-point game.
Yep.
You always pretend that the team that has the games in hand has won all those games. So we're going to call that 6 points. So pretend if you're the Minnesota Wild, the way your mentality has to be is you have to pretend that you
are 5 points back, you're 11 points back.
That is correct. That's the way. If you're the pursuing team, that is the way you must look at the standings.
Dallas is at 77 points, and the Fs have 2 games in hand on Dallas.
So it's the same thing. 11 points.
10, but yes, essentially the same.
Close, yeah.
So here's how I look at it. The obvious is this: keep pace. Keep first place in the West. Do all that. The other is obvious. Try and stay healthy. Here's the big thing. And, Nelly, maybe you can go back and find this. I think it was the last time that we talked to Bednar before the break. We'll talk to him again tomorrow. We asked him about the power play. And he said, we need to treat this Olympic break as a total reset, where I don't want guys thinking at all about what the power play was before this break. That this is something brand new.
That's what he said before the break.
And I think that is absolutely the proper way to do it. The Avs are dead last in the league in power play percentage. They're at 15.1. Here's what I would like in the last 27 games and into the postseason. I don't need them to be Edmonton, who's clipping along at 31%. I don't need them to be a team at 26%. You know what I want out of them, Moj? 20.
Sure.
They get me 20, that puts them somewhere like 17th, 18th in the league, middle of the pack. If they add that on top of how dominant they already are 5-on-5, I don't see any way that that's stoppable for anybody.
Agreed. Let's do this, though. Let's, as of right this second, we're starting anew. Throw out all the stats of the power play before the Olympic break.
I'm in.
We're going to start keeping our own track right now. Nelly, you're the mathematician around here.
I am?
Yeah, well, you're better than both of us. And Vic's not here today, and he's a terrible mathematician. So please, let's keep track of the Avs power play from this point on. Now, again, assuming that guys are going to miss tomorrow night in Utah.
Yeah.
Because they're getting that little extra rest. Your body, when you... I've explained it before, I'll explain it again. When I go to Europe, easy to get on track. You know what you do? No matter what time you get to Europe during the day, you stay up as late as you can. 10, 11 o'clock, whatever, midnight maybe. When you wake up the next day, you're right on their time. No problem. But it's when you come home where you're completely jacked. And you're jacked for a couple, 3, 4, 5 days.
Yeah.
Because your biorhythms are trying to get back. You know, you're going to sleep at 6 p.m., you're waking up at 3 a.m., that kind of thing. You're like, you try to stay up, but you're dying. It's a totally different thing. So they're going to be off a little bit. That game Thursday is hugely important. Now, I don't know. I would assume that all the guys who played in the gold medal game will not play. So I'm going to go with the Avs 3 stars from Team Canada and Brock Nelson from Team USA. I'm going to assume they're not going to play. Unless they go to the coach and say, I don't care what you say. I'm getting to Utah, and I'm going to be in the lineup, period. I don't know how they're going to handle it. I'll find out today when we get to the airplane and beyond.
Yep.
But either way, you cannot come out of this break sputtering. You've got to come out. The guys who did not go need to be good. And by the way, you still have 2 of the best goalies in the league right now.
Mm-hmm.
You have the best tandem.
Yep.
Save percentage-wise, GAA-wise, they can help out a lot. You'll probably play, I guess, Vejmelka you'll probably see. So get your butts to the rink and play your hearts out. And so we'll see what the power play looks like.
I have this hope, and we can continue this on the other side, but I have this hope that, look, most of the guys who participated in these Olympics were part of the number 1 power play units for their respective countries, most of them. And a lot of them had success in doing that.
So it's everybody but Brock and Kivy, I think.
Yes, I think so. Because Marty Nachos, he was one of the best players in the entire Olympics.
And I think Taser got some time, just not with the top unit.
Yes, that is true. But they had success during that, and I think maybe there's an opportunity that they could bring some of that back. That maybe it's not an X's and O's thing or a schematic thing, but it's just a straight-up confidence thing, which I think they were kind of lacking. It's the same thing we were talking about the Nuggets, late-game situations. Is it as much like a scheme deal as much as it is just confidence and swagger? And they were missing a lot of that throughout the course of this year, and I think it could be different. It could be different now that they've returned from this, and a lot of those guys had some success. So hopefully that could be on display. I want to continue that in just a little bit, though. Yeah.
I've been doing hockey with the Avs for a long time in various roles. And every time there's a break like this, whether it's Olympics or, the bye week, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I've seen teams come back and they are right out of the gates, blam, awesome. And I've seen teams come back where I go, I don't know where you went, all of you.
Never go there again.
You are banned from that place forever.
Well,
because they come back and they are a wreck.
Let's hope
and I mean, not physically or mentally, but they're just completely out of sync.
Yeah. So I do want to get back to this in just a couple of minutes, along with it's another Ticket Tuesday. So we got another keyword for you in 5 minutes. Stick around.
Look at me, reading glasses. I'm wearing these reading glasses like an elderly person. If you wear glasses, contacts, now you need reading glasses or bifocals just to see menus, to text, or to read commercials. You should consider refractive lens exchange from my buddy Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision. If you'd like to learn about this life-changing procedure, join Dr. Cutarelli for his free live RLE webinar tomorrow at noon. Perfect opportunity to meet the doc, have him answer all your questions about Cutarelli Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK or EVO-ICL? Who's a good candidate? Why no cataracts after RLE? Dr. Cutarelli, Colorado's most experienced. He's got over 90,000 vision correction procedures. So join his free live webinar February 25th at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Tuesday morning. Vic Lombardi out yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He'll be back on Thursday after the Nuggets take on the Boston Celtics coming up on Wednesday night at Ball Arena. Big game for the Nuggets as well. We'll get to more of that as we roll on here. We got another keyword coming your way. Brett Kane was predisposed during the break, talking to somebody about something, and we have a keyword coming up here. I know that.
Keyword for this hour, and a chance to get in the building. Ticket Tuesday. Chance to see Chicago on Saturday. The keyword is mile. Like a mile high. Mile. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
What was the keyword in the 6 o'clock hour, which is now dead?
Loop.
Okay, it's all Chicago stuff then. Okay.
So mile in your first and last name. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10. You can order at papamurphys.com. One more time. The keyword is mile. Yes.
Last night I'm skimming around the TV looking for sports. There's nothing on that I want to watch, really. Actually, I watched some women's college basketball to start out. Watched that for about a half.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I'm out of this. I got things to do. I put a headboard on a bed. That was pretty big.
Very cool.
But I scanned around and this whole video golf thing was on.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama versus what, LA or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
It's where these guys playing, all the PGA Tour pros on a Monday, they play in the stadium with fake grass and big screen and all that crap. I cannot get into that whatsoever. I simply cannot get into the fake golf. Like, I can't get into the simulator, man. If I'm drinking beers with the boys and you and I are playing on the sim, that's one thing. Watching PGA Tour pros banging into a sim, I can't do it.
I found it's a decent background noise thing to have. Because usually those are on at like 3 o'clock.
If you're washing your dog.
Washing?
Giving the dog a bath and you have the PGA sim crap on the background.
Just, whatever.
Whatever.
Cooking?
Well,
something like
listen,
that?
Whatever.
It's on at like 3 o'clock, though. What else am I going to be watching?
Far be it from me to judge your viewing habits, I should say. But it just doesn't do anything for me.
By the way, you'd be proud of me because I've only watched this show in bits and pieces, and now I'm going all the way through. I'm on episode 7 of Band of Brothers, watching your show.
Love you, man. Thank you.
I'm watching it just all the way through. It actually, I'm going to be honest, it started a little slower than I would have wanted. It's picked up, though.
Day of Days was slow?
No, they had moments where it was. Here's the thing about movies like that, shows, whatever. I think it's very good. Don't look at me that way. I think it's very good. There's a lot of a little too much talky back and forth.
Jesus God.
Too much talky. That's all. I almost would rather hear the actual guys before every episode where they're previewing what's coming.
It's pretty powerful, isn't it?
I want more of that. As opposed to the actors chit-chatting with each other in between stuff.
You and I will talk off air because people don't want to hear us talk about Band of Brothers, but we'll talk off air.
I'm just saying that's been my take. So it's a wonderful show.
I will clue you into more stuff as we go along. Go ahead.
So continuing this, I've seen a lot of people throw this out there, and actually, let's save this for a little bit later when it comes to the Avs because I do think. There's something to be said for motivation for what either you did or did not accomplish in the Olympics. I don't think it's going to go as far as a lot of people are kind of conjuring up in their head. So we'll get back to that in a little bit.
It's a different beast. It's something that's totally different. I guess the idea would be that these guys are going to be animals. We'll get to that coming up.
To the Broncos offseason, there is a question I have, and they're in a very unique position. And me and Nelly were just kicking this around in the appetizer, and it's really fascinating to think about. Think about where the Broncos were 3 years ago as opposed to right now.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Like that version of the Broncos.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Tell you what's funny about that. I was just in my head. For some reason, I've gotten back on Game of Thrones. Started to kind of rewatch it from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Just at times, whatever, episodes and whatnot. But the music, the Game of Thrones music, and it takes me back to what? Death by Inches.
Well, here's the thing, though, Moj. It's one thing for a team to be bad, and the Broncos had, they had a very tough thing to climb out of, and it makes it even more remarkable where they're at now. They had organizational failure. It wasn't just a bad coach or bad quarterback play or bad this or bad that. They had kind of everything that you needed to make your team successful was all wrong. And they've gotten that fixed in a hurry. But they weren't just bad. they were embarrassing. Like, it was embarrassing to be a Broncos fan at that time because you were getting clowned every time you watched a TV show, you jumped on the internet.
Well, after every game, what was the skit that Vic did? It was death by inches. Do you recall that? And in those days, and again, that's why it all reminds, and Marty would do death by it. All of that, dude, is so far gone out the window.
But what
it is gone.
But what I'm telling you, Moser, is the death by inches thing was like problems and things that went wrong during a game. What I'm talking about is crowd counting down the play clock to the offense when they're on the field because they can't get a snap off. Crowd leaving before overtime of a football game to where Herb Street's going, they're leaving the game, like whispering it into the microphone. It's Russell Wilson, every time you jumped on Twitter, was getting clowned by every NFL fan base that existed. That level of embarrassment was different. And now you are in such a unique position where everything that you need to build a successful franchise is there. You've done the hard lifting. You've done the foundational work. You have a good ownership, front office, head coach. You have great trench play. You have a quarterback that you believe in. You have a secondary that can cover. You have pass rushers who can get after the quarterback. You have all of the main details that make successful football teams. And the things that you're missing are, quite honestly, the easy things to fix. I'm not saying it's super easy to go out and find a great running back or to find a great wide receiver, but it's easier than finding a corner. It's easier than finding a left tackle. It's easier than finding a quarterback. And so I think it's now time for them to be hyper-aggressive. It's to take the big swings on guys like that. It's to do what Howie Roseman does in Philly. Howie Roseman will take a shot on every single talented player that exists. Why? Because they're in the Super Bowl talks now.
Agreed. With that comes getting in a screaming match with your coach on the sideline during a playoff game.
Look, you can still be diligent on who you go after.
Okay, well, you say swing at the right guys too. Okay,
I'm talking about just swing at talented. I've been on the record, Moj. I want no part of George Pickens. I want no part of A.J. Brown. But if we're talking about big name, big talent wide receivers, then yes.
I completely agree. But we've talked to Jeff Legwold about this. And one of the first things he said even last week was the Broncos really like their room. They really like that locker room fit. They like the chemistry. They like the interaction. Everybody feels really good about where they are as a team, right? Man, I don't want to screw that up because all it takes is one or two brain-damaged people to come in and sort of throw a wrench into the gears. I don't want that, but I don't disagree with you. They need help offensively. In fact, I was reading Jeff's article about the running game. I'm sure you read it as well on ESPN.com. And Payton immediately after the AFC title game said, look, there'll be an important study and with urgency regarding the rushing attack. Now, part of it, again, is mitigated by the fact that Dobbins got hurt and couldn't play anymore.
How about this?
And you had to go with your rookie second-round pick as your starting running back, and then Jaleel. You see what I'm getting at. So you were hamstrung in that regard. You were hampered by that injury. But even before that, I think despite what the numbers say, optically, I think you wanted it to look better and more effective. That's my opinion on it.
I'll tell you this much. If I could wave a magic wand and say J.K. Dobbins is healthy for the entire season, running back is no longer the first or second priority of my offseason. But I can't do that. And so it has to be.
Well, you can't pretend he's going to stay healthy because it's now a couple of years in a row where he's not been.
Straight up production-wise, I would argue that your two biggest offseason acquisitions offensively last year were J.K. Dobbins and Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram played in 16 games last year. Dobbins played in 11. The 11 games of production from J.K. Dobbins superseded the 16 of production of Evan Ingram. And I don't think people have talked about it as much. I would put a big premium on a tight end this offseason. Like
draft?
draft, there's a guy that I really like that's going to be available. I don't think he's gotten the full opportunity to truly spread his wings either because he's had a guy in front of him. Isaiah Likely out of Baltimore is a free agent. He's always been behind Mark Andrews. Oh, he's been productive, but he just doesn't have the same level of production because he's got a guy that's ahead of him that's an all-pro.
He's still a pretty young guy as
26.
Well. I thought he was 25. Maybe 26.
He's 26.
Or he'll be 26.
He's 6'4", 250 pounds. That's a tight end. And I do think size has become an issue for Evan Ingram because as he's gotten older, I don't think he's as explosive. But I want a big-bodied target at tight end and somebody who's big enough where he can throw some blocks in there too.
Oh, okay. Are you looking for some production or are you looking for special? Because I don't think Isaiah Likely's special.
I think he could be.
Well, you hope he could be. You don't know. Nobody knows. He's been buried behind Andrews. He's a former 4th-round pick. He's a big old dude. Don't get me wrong. He is. Maybe he just needs the right environment to thrive. You might be totally correct, Brett, but I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket.
I'm just saying I think you have to go out and get somebody. I can't. I am way more willing, despite injury, to run it back with J.K. Dobbins than I am to run it back with Evan Ingram. I'm kind of done with Ingram, to be honest. I don't see the value there. And so I think that getting a tight end, and yes, maybe it's an insurance policy. A lot of people talked about the kid out of Oregon, that Kenyon Sadiq. Huge tight end out of Oregon. Fine. Totally cool with it. But this needs to be, for the first time under Sean Payton, a offseason that's been dedicated to finding weapons. Has to.
I agree. I completely agree. Are we going to not ever even worry about the Bo Nix broken ankle or messed up ankle or whatever the heck it is? Are we not going to worry about that, or are we going to worry about that since, and again, the way things finished, there are still major questions, Brett, that you seemingly want to gloss over. Like when Sean Payton says, well, it was predisposed, and Nix comes out and goes, what is he talking about, predisposed? It's totally different, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it was a contradiction between player and coach. I didn't like that. I'd like them to be on the same page. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but nonetheless, your starting quarterback blew up his ankle on a non-contact.
I would say I'm not concerned just because Bo Nix has been, really healthy. I know he's had ankle issues, but he started a whole bunch of games in college, didn't miss a whole lot. He's missed one game, I think, for the Broncos, right? Which is just the AFC Championship game in 2 years.
Right.
It's not like he's missed huge bulks of seasons.
Agreed.
So I'm not overly concerned with the injury stuff that he has.
Okay. Beyond that.
But beyond that, Moj, what I was going to say was, what are you going to do?
Well, you're gonna try to write him. That's what you're gonna do. I mean, I'm just saying it's something to think about.
Sure.
Beside that point, let's put that to the side. What in the holy snot? And we're gonna find out perhaps this week. What are Jeff Legwold's first 4 questions to Sean Payton to the Combine? The first 4 questions all revolve around the same topic. Who is calling plays?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Who is going to call the plays for the Denver Broncos offense? Davis Webb was sought after by other teams, reportedly.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he turned down things or teams turned him down ultimately or whatever. But he came back to the Denver Broncos as the offensive coordinator. Joe Lombardi got axed. So what's his job exactly? Is he just a helper? Oh, look at you, Mr. Helper. Thank you for your input on this offense. I'll take that under consideration. Or is it, all right, dude, look, I'm in my 60s. I got run on the top of my play sheet, running the ball. I could have made a better play call here. Take over, kid. Hey, you're the wonder kid. You're the wonder kid. I mean, what are we doing offensively? Seriously, Brett, that's not any small thing where you go, well, it'll work itself out. No, man, this is a big deal, especially since Bo Nix and apparently others on that offense said, get Davis Webb back no matter what.
Yeah.
And if they're all in the Webb camp, how do you not turn things over to him, right?
Well, here's what I think is going to happen. And by the way,
he's never done that before, so it's a pretty big ask.
Here's what I think is going to happen. I think that this season's going to start with Sean Payton calling plays. And if the beginning of this season, the first 4 to 6 weeks, looks similar to the last 2, where the offense is just not in a rhythm and they'll have a couple of good drives followed by 4 bad drives, I think he gives it up then. I do think he's more willing to do that now than he has been at any point in his career. And I know that because the reports that came out before Joe Brady was promoted to head coach of the Buffalo Bills was he wanted to go get Joe Brady to be the OC, and he would have considered letting go of play calling.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, he would consider. There's one thing to consider it. I mean, think of all the things. Hang on a second. Here's you. I'm going to be Brett Kane for a second.
Okay.
And your lovely wife says, would you consider on this Masters Sunday not teeing it up with Casey and Dave and the boys and Ryan and the boys at 8 a.m. and then, having like 5 IPAs, having them drive you home and then sit on the couch all afternoon and watch the end of the Masters with more IPAs? Would you consider that? And you might say to your lovely wife, I will take that under consideration.
Yeah.
What are you doing on a Masters Sunday?
I'm watching the Masters.
Well, you're probably playing golf in the morning. The leaders aren't even teeing off yet, right? You're probably going to...
Sounds like a pretty good plan.
You're going to... Hey, Dave, Case, right, what's up? Yes, B. Well, I know I'm not making the tee time, so make the tee time and I'll be there.
Yeah.
You're hitting the course, maybe even 8:30, but you boys, because it's Masters Sunday, you're already popping pops, right?
Mm-hmm.
By hole 2, everybody's got a pop open.
Yeah.
Then
it's actually before we get to the first tee.
Okay, then they're driving you home. They're going to pour you into the front door. You're going to go onto the couch. Say, honey, I know you got Jamal Kale and Baby Boval. I got this on the tee. I'll tell you what, I'll keep you updated on the leaderboard. And that's your... So you can take things under consideration, but do you act upon the consideration? If Sean Payton... Listen, man, this is what I'm getting at.
You think that he's not telling the truth here?
No. I'm not saying he's not telling the truth. What I'm saying is that...
It's going to be very hard for him to actually do it.
Well, dude, he's always been in charge of everything. He's not a micromanager, but I think he likes things the way he likes things. And he is set in his ways. And by the way, does anybody think that Sean Payton's a better play caller than Sean Payton?
No.
So if you think...
His exact quote was, I'm very good at that.
So, to Vic Lombardi.
Yeah.
So, if he thinks he's a terrific play caller, and nobody loves his playbook more than Sean Payton, and that's the only thing he's done his entire career, then you think it's going to be... I'll tell you what. I will take that under consideration.
I do.
Who do you think I am? I am.
Listen,
Brett. Listen, he may be at that point in his life where he says, you know what, it's probably the prudent thing to do at this point. But I think it's going to be a major decision for him, and going to be one where he's on the sideline doing this. If something is called he doesn't like and it doesn't work, he's going to have that.
But he recognized
to take back over.
I get all that. He also recognized and admitted as much when the season was over that he didn't do a very good job at times calling plays, which maybe it's a revelation. You don't want to say that the game has passed you by, but maybe fresh ideas aren't the worst thing. Anyway, get back to this a little bit later.
Hold on. Zach types in. Moser's planning out Brett Sunday, and it's going to get him in trouble. Zach, what I planned out for Brett on the Masters Sunday is exactly what it is.
No, I don't think I've ever played in the morning on Sunday, but I'd like to.
Okay. The Master Sunday that I laid out for you, would that be your ideal?
That sounds like an ideal Sunday.
Okay, so that being said, if your wife goes to you the night before Saturday, listen, honey, just can you
Hang on 1 second, Moser. Let me just get this out real
Please.
quick. The key word for this hour again is mile. So text mile in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Would you consider not getting silly with the boys and then, maybe helping me with that dishwasher project when you get home from the course? Would you consider that?
See, this is one of those where I could do this. I could give her the old suds bucket. Trust me. I go out there in the morning. I might be in a better mood with a couple of drinks in me by the time I get home, which makes me not as frustrated.
Reverse psychology.
Not as frustrated working on this thing.
Right.
So we can get that done. I'll have it on the background. See, you got to be able to compromise here. My life, I got a 3.5-year-old. It's all about compromise. Eat the last 2 bites of this and you can have a popsicle. That's all life is now. I've become an expert.
Dude, your wife is tough.
Like, Moser, here's a compromise. You shut up and then we'll go to break.
Sounds good. Your wife is tough.
Nailed it. Back after this. That is the sound of Tulatero. You guys know Tulatero by now. It's a lottery app, and it's the favorite lottery app of many, playing all your favorite games. Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. And with that, we have a special offer here. If you download the Tulatero app this week and use the code MAGIC, $5 to play in your first lottery game is what you get. It's $5. It's this week if you use that code MAGIC. So download that Tulatero app and participate, because tonight, Mega Millions, $438 million is up for grabs. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use that code MAGIC and get $5 to play in your first lottery game. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. You know what I saw yesterday? And it took me like a good few seconds to really start to understand it. So, scrolling through Twitter, and the Rockies put out this tweet. It was like walk-off bomb or something like that. They didn't say who it was. And I just see this giant behemoth of a human being up at the plate who tanks one 470 feet for the game winner. And I'm like, who is this guy? Like, I know a lot of the Rockies. Like, Moser, I think you know this about me. Keep up with the Rocks. I know a lot of guys on their roster. More than I would say most in this town. I don't know a lot of their prospects and farm system guys. So I was like, who the heck was that guy? Ball was nuked. And I forgot Zach Veen is 43 pounds heavier than he was last year. And I go, oh, it's him. Unrecognizable, dude.
What cracks me up is that they still have him listed at 6'3" and 190. This guy looks like he could, like, if you had like a semi out in the lot.
Nelly, pull up the video behind us, by the way.
This guy could do an Oklahoma drill with a semi.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just gigantic. And win. He's just gigantic.
You ever see that terrible movie with Will Smith called Hancock? Where he's like the drunk superhero.
Yeah, I didn't watch that, no.
It's a terrible movie. You don't have to watch it, but there's a scene in there where he's trying to save this car from being hit by this oncoming train, and he stands in front of the train, and the train just stops. He gets his shoulder. He gets all bashed in. I think that's Zach Veen now. Because Zach Veen, when I tell you, Zach Veen doesn't look like the same human being. So if you see this video behind me, just look at the legs of the man at the plate right now and tell me how that's the same guy who weighed,
the little mustache is gone.
$185 last year. But he just rips this ball. Again, 468 feet for the walk-off homer. It's all the way up, like 3/4 up on the batter's eye.
What cracks me up is the White Sox guy with
really
the glove.
wanted that baseball.
He goes, dude, he's looking into the sky.
Look at him. Look at him, dude.
Yeah, he's a stud.
That is an entirely different human being that we are staring at.
Now, that said, so far in spring training, how many at-bats has he had in spring training? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
He's hitting a $118.
Okay.
With one dong. Now, that was a great dong. I'll admit it, dude. That dong went to the moon and back.
That's not he hit 118 last year, Moj. That's not spring training stats.
Oh, you mean
that's
all last year?
Last year, yeah, in the 12 games that he was up. I don't know what he's hitting in spring training. But it's exciting that a prospect seems to be progressing.
He's 1 for 6 so far in spring training.
There you go.
1 for 6. Which is, Nelly, do your math.
69, dudes.
It's sub 200. So
okay, so
but it's 6 at bats. I mean, whatever.
It's a small. Well, his only hit was that bomb.
What if he was 4 for 6? Would you think he's like amazing now, or what?
Yeah, I would.
6 at bats. You're gonna be okay. Point is,
okay.
Guy, if he's out here hitting 468-foot shots now, we take it. We take it and we run. Because all I want is a baseball team that is taking advantage of the thin air at Coors Field and hitting nukes. Okay,
dude, you're so going back to 1997.
Did it not work?
I had so much fun. See, the times have changed, man. We're almost, oh my God, we're almost 30 years removed from that. That's scary. Look at my face.
Yeah.
Look at the 10 pounds of meat on my face. Would somebody say, what did they call me, pulled pork face?
Pulled pork face, yeah.
I saw Andres Galarraga. I saw Big Cat one time hit a home run to dead center. Dude, it was a line drive to dead center.
Yep.
And when I say it was a line drive, bro, like I think the center fielder, if he was tall enough, could have jumped up and caught it. Like It was a line drive to dead center. And I'm like, I am so here for this. I want all of it.
By the way, you're wrong again. He's 2 for 6 in spring training.
Are you sure?
So he's hitting 333.
Okay, good.
How could you be so sure?
You're no longer allowed to look up stats.
I told you I'm terrible at stats. It's only 6 bets though. Wouldn't worry about it.
I was trying to tell you.
I see. So when they work in your favor.
No, I only said that to point out you being wrong again. He's hitting a $118 in spring training. No, never mind. He's 1 for 6. No, never mind.
I guess my point is, what do you want me to do with this information? Other than the fact that you and I will go to the ballpark, we'll have a couple coldies and a dog, no salad, and we'll watch Zach Veen go 1 for 5 with a dong.
Yeah, I just want to marvel at how big he is for a second. That's all it was.
That's fine.
I'll tell you something else that actually pisses me off is that I know that I'm the nerd here. I'm the guy who likes preseason stuff. I like preseason football, and I love spring training baseball. The other ones I could do without. And I have no use for NBA preseason. NHL preseason's a joke. Don't need that either.
You want to go to spring training, don't you?
I love spring training. I've been there once in my life, and I had a great time.
I've been there on multiple occasions. And it's a very enjoyable experience.
It is. It's a lot of fun.
Although the thing is now for Arizona and for Florida, well, maybe for Florida it's always been that way. But Arizona now, dude, it's like going to the regular ballpark. I mean, it's packed.
Oh, I know. And people really jack up those Airbnb prices.
Yeah, you can't get a hotel room unless you feel like you're going to Vegas or.
See, but here's my beef.
It's insane. I mean, it used to be, hey man, you could go down there. I would go down there. I was lucky enough to be down there, Brett, when the Avs would play the Coyotes.
Yeah.
And so then we'd have a day off, and I'd go to spring training games, right? Because the ballpark for the Dodgers and the White Sox was not far away from where we stayed to play the Coyotes. And it was great.
Sorry, see this commercial? I don't know what this contraption is. These guys are standing on this thing, and it's making their legs and body jiggle. I'm trying to figure out the purpose to this thing. Sorry. I'm listening, but I was distracted. How am I not going to be distracted by this, Moj?
You want to get your stinger up. Gotta get your stinger up.
It's like an auto torquer that they just sent out. Here's my beef, though. Here's my problem. I like spring training. And Spence from DNVR pointed this out. You can go online and watch a 7-year-old's baseball game right now. It's crazy. Like, all these youth sports are, like, available to be watched on the internet.
Kyle Keefe's daughter, Quincy, is a fantastic softball player.
How old is she?
She thinks she's a freshman.
Okay.
And maybe going to be a sophomore, but she's a really good player.
Yeah.
And she's a catcher, bombs, but she's just really, really good. But he can watch the games. Now, they're not video, but he can get it's almost like the game cast.
Yep.
He can get game, and there's also video. It depends on the day, I guess.
But they have a lot of video of youth games
absolutely,
now.
But he can also just do game cast. At bat, number 4, Keefe, and you're like, whoa.
You know what I can't watch anywhere? Rocky Spring Training.
I know.
What the hell's going on? Why can't I, in the middle of the day, I think nothing would be better, especially for the job that we have, Moj. I'm home at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I got nothing else to watch. I'm rewatching shows I've already seen before. I just want to turn on one of my TVs, Rocky Spring Training. Can't find it anywhere. Doesn't exist.
Let me tell you why. Because their RSN went out of business.
Whose?
The Rockies.
No, but that applies to like a whole bunch of people. Spring training.
but the Rockies used to have some.
They don't air, even when they had the.
They used to air some spring. Not
That's
everyone.
That's my thing. No,
but
some.
They'd air plenty. I used to watch Rocky Spring Training on TV.
It was on occasionally. I should be able to watch that. Like, they should put spring training out for free. Just on the internet somewhere, MLB TV or something like that. Like, I should be able to watch whatever game I want to watch.
Here's what costs money. Oh, by the way, you just saw, how did you see Zach Veen's home run?
Well, I saw it on Twitter yesterday.
Right. Well, how did you see it?
There's obviously cameras there.
Well, exactly. So
what are they broadcasting to?
It's going somewhere, but here's the thing. Camera people cost money. Directors cost money.
They're already on video. I don't need the 8 different people tight shot on the pitcher's face.
So you want just a wide shot from the press box?
The old 22 view. I don't care. Yes. That's what they do for minor league games. They have that one camera that's like in the press box and that whatever. That's good enough.
Somebody said they're on TV today. So there you go. By the way, there's a Colorado Rockies channel on TV. We know. And you know what it says? See you in April.
Yeah.
I mean,
on DirecTV, they have the little abbreviated things for the channels. It's Call Rock.
Yeah. And when you click on it, what happens?
It gives you a blank screen.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
A blank screen. Now, again, I'm just saying that these things cost money. The Rockies broadcast now, I believe, is owned by Major League Baseball.
Yes, that's true.
And so if you think baseball is going to put in any extra bread,
it's already recorded.
Well,
I watched him hit a home run on something.
This guy says
this isn't Minority Report.
Most of the games are free on MLB TV.
Not true. Not true. Like the Rockies were the free game of the day a few days ago, but not all of them.
Let me round out this conversation by saying, if you want to spend your days watching Rocky spring training on television, then by all means go ahead. I'm going to put a headboard on a bed.
Wouldn't you love to have that in the background?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I wouldn't hate it, but I don't need it.
Well, needs a very.
They lost 119 games, bro.
I know. I got to see how they're going to get better.
Jesus God.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Guys, you want to feel like you used to feel back in the day. Maybe get up there a little bit. You want to get back to feeling younger, looking better, so on and so forth. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you with that. Now, look, you know that I had low testosterone, got treated for it, still doing that at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, but they've got body composition programs right now combined with the low T treatments that are awesome for you. And most men notice real improvements right away. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, other things as well. They've got 4 targeted body composition plans right now that are killer, featuring GH peptides, NAD pluses, GLP-1s, PDA, much, much more. All designed to boost that energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. When you combine everything, it works, and it's going to be fantastic. In just a few weeks, you're going to feel that energy return. The brain fog is going to go away. Sleep will improve. Everything is going to be better. You're going to like it. So do yourself a favor. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. See all that they can do for you. Not just the low T treatment, not just the ED treatments, but the really focused body composition programs. It's going to really, really help you. Most men wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that. Don't go another year without getting on this. The number again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You know what I realized, by the way, after the U.S. wins gold? I expected some Canadian fans to be salty. I didn't know it was as salty as they're being.
Soft.
It does feel kind of soft. And I have some sort of concern with Canadian sports. And maybe they just don't react the same way that we do. Do Canadian teams talk trash, Moj? Because it feels like they don't know what sports trash talk is. They're taking everything very, very seriously and literally.
I guess what they have, Vic always says it on this program. There's hate.
And there's sports hate.
And there's sports hate.
Which is all in good fun.
Now, a lot of Canadian teams like to sports hate on the Toronto Maple Leafs in their fan base. Basically, it's the Leafs against the world.
Yeah.
It's kind of what it is. You won't get too many Vancouver fans popping, Habs fans or Sens fans or anything like that. But everybody loves to pop Toronto. But the Canadian way of doing it is different than the American way of doing it.
Which is how?
I explain.
Pitter patter, let's get at her.
It's not quite as vociferous and cutting. I explained to you yesterday that I learned over the weekend, Sunday night specifically, that somehow college football fans, specifically Big Ten and SEC fans, discovered Canadian Twitter. And it was a bloodbath.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that the Canadian fans were ready for the psychological influx of pain that they felt. Okay? So maybe it compounded after that and so on. Look, I don't want to get into it, Brett, because I've got to go to Canada. I know a lot of Canadians. I'm friends with a lot of Canadians. Some things are better left unsaid.
If the Canadians have a problem with the trash talk that is coming from the American side. I'll say this to you. I despise the Green Bay Packers. And I have said into this microphone before that if the stadium was empty and there would be no sort of surrounding punishment, I would be fine with a drone strike on Lambeau Field.
Okay. That's
multiple.
Multiple.
I would, if you could turn Lambeau into rubble, I would be on board. Now, again, no injuries to anybody.
Right.
No damage to the surrounding area. I know you're in the middle of a neighborhood.
Just the facade.
Just if I could target it to just that structure.
The brick facade.
Yes. And just eliminate that on the ground that it stands, I'd be okay with it.
Right.
So is our trash talk really that bad to you, Canada? Because that's how I feel about a state in this country.
Specifically a town, but
a town.
A whole state. Now, you got some good...
Wisconsin can kind of piss off altogether, too.
I've been to Wisconsin many times. I've seen
They are wonderful people. They really are. They're very nice people in Wisconsin.
I've seen some great concerts in Wisconsin, believe it or not.
They root for like the worst, grossest team that exists in sports. It's a bummer for you. I hate it for you.
Oh, man. Look, man, I have Canadian friends. I got to travel to Canada still.
I'm just saying, able to take a little bit of trash talk, man. Goodness gracious. You lost.
Okay.
And here's the part that actually makes me upset about this. If they won, which they should have, we would have taken a ton of trash talk on their side and been like, yeah.
I guess I have a different perspective, and maybe you do and Vic does and Nelly does as well. Because let me explain to the listening audience out there. And I think that those of you who have been around long enough, you probably realize this. If it came the other way, if Canada had won and they were blasting us,
Yeah.
On this program, the things that are said to us by you people, and by you people, I mean you people out there. Some guy just chimed in with 10 pounds of meat to my face already this morning. Friggin' Loretta. Bad attitude, Loretta.
Don't shatter his dreams.
I had this gal, Jeanette, text in earlier in the program and say, you look like Matt Damon's dad. And I'm like, look, Jeanette, he's as old as I am. She's like, yeah, well, gene pool or something like that. Something smarmy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now maybe somebody else, that would hurt their feelings a little bit, right?
But how are they just incapable of understanding that when you lose a game like that in a game that you were supposed to win, you're going to catch a whole bunch of flack? Like, how is that not just a widely sports understood thing?
I think
the favorite loses.
It hurts. I guess it would be like
to a rival.
If we lost, I don't know, Brett. It really is pain. The gold medal in hockey for them on both the men's and the women's side meant everything. It means everything. And when that doesn't happen, it's compounded. Okay?
Yeah, take it.
Because it's not just your team lost the Super Bowl, it's a national pride thing. So it's compounded and it hurts maybe even more. That being said, it's sports, it's not life. And I guess I'm not going to get geopolitical and everything else and everything that's been going on because I don't.
Geopolitical mean?
Well, not only between us and Canada, but the world and so on and so forth and the relationships. I don't want to get into any of that crap. It's beyond me.
And for Canada, though, you said it's sports, it's not life. Not for those Maple Leaf sucking hosers. Hockey is life.
Well, you know
That's all they got.
They woke up today and went and ate their beaver tail and had their Tim Hortons, okay? The sun came up in Toronto. All right? So, look, man, it's
Stop being wimps, okay? Take it. Just take it. This is what happens.
Soft.
Boy, there are a lot of
Take that L on the way out.
There are a lot of our listeners nailing Canada right now.
Well, and it's only going to make it worse. If you start to complain about the trash talk that you're getting, you're only going to get more.
I will say this. When we were in Ottawa, how long ago, Nelly, were we in Ottawa? A month ago? Something like that? When were we in Ottawa? Help me out, dude.
I will take a look. And you say we as if I was there.
The Avs, sorry. The Avs were in Ottawa.
Let's see, January 28th.
Okay, January 28th, we're in Ottawa. And it just, I don't care about, I'm not going to get into politics and all that kind of thing. But they did boo our anthem. Some people booed our anthem. It was very, very audible inside the arena. And I'm in my booth, being respectful, listening. It burned me up. I'm going to be honest about it. It burned me up.
Yeah, I think that's rude to do to any country if their anthem's on just to boo their anthem. I don't like that either.
I also thought about this. How about this? Okay, Canada. I mean, this is me being petty now. Who's the pettiest person on this program?
Vic.
By a mile.
Yeah.
Let me go full Vic. I thought to myself, okay, let's say we did this. Let's say we broke up the National Hockey League. Canada, you keep your teams and we'll keep all our teams down here in the States. I think we'd be just fine.
You mean like just if the NHL had no Canadian teams in it?
It's split up.
No, I think you need them. Because here's one of my favorite things.
Hold on. We got 25 teams in the States.
Yeah.
They got 7.
Yeah.
You start your own league up there.
No, we don't need to do that.
Okay. Well, but you see, this is me being petty. Like if you want to boo, I look. Sports is different. I don't know, man. I don't want to get into it.
It's just, look, man, it's very simple. You lose a game in which you're favored and you lose to a rival, you're going to get trash talk and you're going to have to eat it. It's happened many times
obviously
in my life.
It goes beyond that for Canadians, obviously.
Yes, they want to take it that direction. It should be just about the hockey. If that's what they volunteer to do, then that's on them.
Well, that's because Connor Hellebuck put a very steep tariff on goals, baby.
Okay.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations. Now watch this drive.
I thought this was America.
Got another keyword coming your way in just a few minutes.
When Hellebuck goes back to play... When Hellebuck goes back to play for Winnipeg, I mean, is he going to be received okay?
Oh, sure. I think so. Look.
When Austin Matthews goes back to Toronto, I've seen people online saying, well, you know what? He plays for that team and he did this, and I can't support him ever again. I mean,
I keep forgetting. We need to, I have something on that about the guys going back to their teams after winning or losing.
Oh, Johnny Mitchell. Oh, boy, Johnny Mitchell.
Was he torn up?
Oh, he is torn up. Now, do we love John Mitchell?
I do again now. I didn't a few days ago.
But you were mad at him? Oh, yeah, you got mad at him for what?
Actively rooting against the country he lives in.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That was before I left for Spain, I think.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. That's where I threatened to hog tie him and roll him over the border.
Okay. Johnny, I love you very much. Let me read what he texted me. And this is going to go right. Brett, get your guns ready. Get it blazing. This loss hurts more because Canada played so well and deserved to win. It's the one thing. It'd be one thing if Team USA outplayed Canada and won the game, so it stings even more.
Okay.
Now, he's not wrong. Canada was by far the better team. I fully admit that.
There's plenty of teams that have lost despite being better and playing better. What Canada, see, this is a problem that I have with a direction that Canadians are taking that game. I don't disagree with what McKinnon said afterwards about who was the better team. Canada was better. Here's the problem. You guys messed up the opportunities you were given. That's not luck anymore. McKinnon missed a wide open net. Hellebuck made a save on Devon Taves that had a wide open net. You had a minute and a half of a 5-on-3 with Celebrini, McKinnon, McDavid, and McCarr on the ice. You didn't score.
Dude,
but
I can't.
Nothing.
So you can say,
lose.
You can say, like, who is the better team? Yeah, you guys are better, but you didn't capitalize on any opportunities. That's not great.
That's true. I look back.
You know what the U.S. did? They had one real opportunity for the last second and third period in overtime.
We'll call it 45 minutes.
For 45 minutes, they had one opportunity. Jack Hughes took it. So you tell me, like, I get it. You played better overall. You also, prime opportunities to win, you choked. No other way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know who didn't choke? Hellebuck didn't. He didn't choke. Jack Hughes did not choke.
In the grand scheme of things, I'll lay it out like this. In the grand scheme of things, when I go to Canada and talk to my hockey peeps, they're all going to be totally fine with it. They're going to be totally cool. Because they understand the sports aspect of it.
Yes.
That's neat.
We got another Avs.
And everybody take your geopolitical stuff on every side and whatever, man.
Another Ticket Tuesday
Talking
keyword
sports and
coming up
stuff
in
and
just
whatnot.
a second. Stick around.
God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
Have you been thinking about a mountain property, a great mountain place? Maybe you're looking at second home investment property. Maybe you want to move up to the mountains. There's one person you need to talk to, and there's one person that knows that better than anybody else, and it's Anastasia Bell. Here's her telephone number, 970-968-7646. Imagine this. Imagine waking up in Breckenridge at a ski chalet. Private mountain living meets world-class skiing. Ski in, ski out. Exclusive. She's got that, and she's got a lot more ready to go for you. These are incredible getaway properties, incredible second homes, incredible everything. And she's been dealing with discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time, and she can help you too, whether it's buying or selling. She is the answer. Now's the perfect time and opportunity. That's why you need the best, someone who can handle such an important deal. So that number again, 970-968-7646. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge. She knows the mountains like nobody's business. When you're ready, and you're ready for a mountain property, think of Anastasia Bell.
Oh, yeah. NSYNC, Moj. The kind of band you love. It's a Ticket Tuesday. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday, and this hour's keyword is lake. So text lake in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10. You can order at papamurphys.com, but one more time, that keyword is lake.
I was by a Papa Murphy's.
Papa's good, man. I like it.
I was by a Papa Murphy's that was not open yet. And I'm like, you know what? I'd like to get a pizza to take home right now. They weren't open yet.
Who's your favorite Papa?
Smurf?
Papa Smurf?
No, I don't know. That's the only one I know.
Oh, see, this is a total Lindahl, Kreckman and Lindahl bit, isn't it?
We're doing a Papa draft. Papa Bear.
Andy, your favorite Papas.
Papa Bear. And then Andy would go, "Now, Nate, his porridge is too hot." Papa Bear had the big bed, though, Andy.
Gotta tell you, Andy, I'm a big fan of Big Papa Pump.
Hey, at 8:45, we're doing the
Scott Steiner.
That's great. 8:45, we're doing the
Oh, by the way.
Oh, by the way. I've got a couple oh, by the ways for you today.
Okay, good.
And it has to deal with football and some ideas that I think are pretty dang good.
Okay, we'll get to that in 20 minutes. I just thought about something. We've played it on the show before, but anytime I hear the name Scott Steiner, I got to hear him doing math. Nelly, look up Scott Steiner math and play the video once you get it.
Oh, it's been in drunk takes before. We've played this.
I know.
I got to float
hear
around
it again.
somewhere. Yeah,
I want to hear it again.
I'm thinking of Scott Sterling, who takes the soccer ball to the face.
Scott Steiner was Big Papa Pump from the WCW days. He had biceps on biceps, wild-looking human being, just roided to the max.
Speaking of, I'm watching ESPN yesterday, and they get a wrestler on to talk about the upcoming big match.
Yeah, ESPN's all in on that WWE.
But I'm like, listen, if wrestling is your thing, that's fine. It's not my thing. If that's your thing, that's fine, but it's not real. And I'm like, what? They spent an entire segment talking to this wrestler guy about some elimination challenge, and I'm like, this is all for the money. It has to be only for money.
That's another thing that
and I guess for the eyeballs, but I'm not. I mean,
that's another thing I don't understand. Like I just showed you during the break, Moser. There's this guy who made this full mural out of dice. I forget what's the plural. But it was of this tiger. It was unreal.
Actually, it was a jaguar.
Jaguar, whatever.
Did it have spots or stripes?
Well, considering
it had spots,
dots everywhere on die.
Okay, that's not a tiger, bro.
But he made that, and I said to Moser, I go, this is more impressive than anything Picasso's ever done. And I don't understand. This is where I don't get art. I don't understand what makes art beautiful and what makes it not beautiful. What that guy does with an entire wall of dice that looks like a perfect jaguar.
Land the plane, Brett.
Picasso's overrated. That's landing the plane. Entirely overrated.
Wait, we went from wrestling to Picasso's overrated.
Yes.
Don't ever give me crap ever again about some guy said, "Hey, Moj, I went on something in the first segment of the show today."
Yeah, but mine took 20 seconds to get there. Yours takes
Felt
a minute
like
and a half.
8 minutes.
Let's hear Big Papa Pump do math.
See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at sacrifice, you got a 33 and a third chance of winning. But I got a 66 and 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice.
I would never not laugh at that. It's amazing.
This right here, this is the best part.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning.
For chance.
All right, now I get the wrestling people. Out of me.
Moj, you can't tell me that is not hilarious.
That's hilarious.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning.
It is. It's funny. It's funny.
I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
What that's really doing is hurting me. This is from Mike. Says, sorry, Moj, it's real, but it's scripted. They get legit injuries. Last night on Raw, female wrestler
those
won
guys get
unconscious.
messed up.
Yeah, they really do, and they have major injuries. I completely agree, but the outcome is pre-decided. It's not like Buster Douglas can go in there and knock out Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? It should stop with the fake blank. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not fake. It's scripted.
All right.
There's a difference, and I apologize if I don't get the nuance of it. It's just not my thing. I like the outcomes to be decided for real.
Maybe all those texters should tell you to cry them a lake, and then when they text the word lake,
they got a chance to win.
God, here we go. Yeah.
Tickets to against Chicago. Moj, the Nuggets, who play tomorrow, and we have a double dipperoo tomorrow.
Double dipperoo.
They have obviously a clutch defensive problem, but Christian Brown mentioned something that I think makes a huge difference. Bigger issue to me, especially late in the game. And here's what's funny. The Nuggets seem to have a turnover issue. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And we're sure about that.
No.
Because they're third in the league in turnovers per game.
Hang on a second, Brett.
The only teams that turn the ball over less are OKC and Boston. But their problem is when the turnovers happen. That's their issue.
That is exactly right. People talk to me about face-offs. Hey, Moj, what about face-offs? Face-off this, face-off that, face-off. And I say, hey, man, I don't necessarily want to get into face-off percentage, although the Avs are pretty
man, it's
decent.
a decent movie. You don't got to yell at me about it.
Right. But it's where...
Thank you, Nelly.
It's where and when you win your faceoffs. Like if there's a huge defensive zone faceoff and you need to get that puck and you need to clear the zone. Man, that's gigantic.
Yeah.
Or you're down by 1 and you've got a minute and a half left. You've got a 6-on-5 and you got an offensive zone faceoff to win that baby, keep it in the zone and pound the net. Big, big, big. I'll give you the example on the turnovers. Because overall, Brett, you're correct. The number of turnovers is fine.
It's better than fine. It's really good, actually.
Last game, Golden State, you're tied at 109. Dude makes a 3. Poindexter. What's his name? Boschman.
Scott Podsednik.
Scott Podsednik makes a 3. You immediately turn the ball over. You're down 3, you turn it over. That was Joker. Got stripped by Horford. Same dude comes down and makes a floater. Now you're down 5. You inbound the ball, you bring it up. What does Christian Brown do? He throws a bad pass and turns it over.
Yeah.
And now the game is over. You were tied at 109 with 6 minutes to go in the game.
Yep.
Immediately you're down 5, and this is where that confidence is so fleeting, Brett. It's so fleeting. Because when they had those 2 turnovers and got down by 5, I mean, it was more than that. Obviously, it became 7. So, do you think the Nuggets thought the game was over? What did they behave like?
I don't want to say they quit, but they didn't have the proper amount of jam.
No,
after
okay,
that.
let's put it this way. They didn't quit, but they were freaked out.
Yes.
Is that fair?
They were shell-shocked.
Yes. Which is very un-Nugget-like. They were shell-shocked. Those 2 turnovers.
I think Doris Burke actually said that as it was happening.
She did?
She's like, the Nuggets just looked shocked at what just happened in the last couple of minutes.
She's absolutely correct, because that's exactly what they looked like. And the game was over. It was those 2 turnovers in the fourth quarter. Now, you can go back and say, well, they had 11 turnovers in the entire game. But those 2 turnovers, and by the way, that's when Golden State went on a run to tie the game at 109.
Yep.
They were on a 20-2 run through that whole sequence. That's when they were shell-shocked. But it's those 2 turnovers that the game is over. The game is, and you still have maybe 4:53 to go, but the game is over.
So
it's done. And that's what he's talking about.
Here's the quote from Christian Brown. I think we've just got to take care of the ball. I think a lot of it this year, just not holding our spots, not being tough enough down the stretch, and that's all on us. I've talked about how I think we had seen where the game was tied, and then we turned the ball over 3 times, and that's what it felt like, and they scored every time, so it's hard to win games when you do that.
He's 1,000% correct.
Because here's the thing. Turnovers we always think of as like missed opportunities offensively. Turnovers are points the other way. That's the problem. And the Nuggets' biggest issue is finding ways to get stops in crunch time. Well, guess what? When you turn the ball over and it's a 2-on-1 going the other way, you're giving up 2 points automatically.
If you're throwing it away and a guy, let's say a guy's guarding somebody in the wing, and you try to find him and he tips it out to midcourt, right? And then he's off and running first.
Yeah.
And he's got a trailer with him, or he just goes in for a tomahawk power dunk. You're like, ugh. How many times have you turned it over in the low block, though, and you're getting back on defense, and in my head I'm going, oh, please miss. I mean, please don't let this cost him. Please get a stop. Because you're like, these are critical moments in the game where the Nuggets used to handle that. They used to be the better team. They knew how to handle it. They handled it with plenty of aplomb, but now it's like they expect things to go wrong. And it's bizarre to me.
The U.S. won the gold medal because of a turnover.
That is correct.
Knock the puck out, odd man rush going the other way, and then you're setting yourself up prime position to execute. And I really think it's so true that a lot of their issues just come from not being disciplined late in the game with the basketball. Things get tighter. Defense gets tighter. You press a little bit more. You make a mistake. And then in the blink of an eye, 2-3 turnovers later, you're completely out of the basketball game.
Correct. Which is shocking because that third quarter was actually pretty damn good. And you had things going your way. You had a 6-point lead after 3. They're without their 3 best players on the floor. You're without one of your starting 5, but 2 of your rotation, including a starter. Fine. But you had the best player, you had 2 All-Stars and the best player on the planet on the floor. And you're shocked by a 20-2 run late?
Yeah.
That should never happen to a team that thinks they should be contenders. Nikola Jokic laid it out. Yeah, we should be concerned because we're not winning. He's absolutely right.
One last reminder, that keyword for this hour.
Hold on, Marie. Moser, can you please admit there is no defense? Marie, did you hear me break down the Clippers game? And I know that you did because you listen a lot. I said in that fourth quarter, the Clippers got all they wanted to the bucket.
Yeah.
They're like going for a Sunday stroll, taking their dog. They got a dog they're walking their dog to the bucket for a lay-in. And I'm going, this cannot happen, dudes. It cannot happen. Marie, you're 1,000% correct. I admit it. I did before. I'll do it again.
One last reminder, keyword for this hour is lake. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, next.
Vic Lombardi here. Schedule is packed, and when things break down at the house, I have to call the pros, and the pros are pretty simple. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. You have a problem with your furnace? Right now, a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection, preventing breakdowns, improves efficiency, ensures your furnace is safe to run all winter. They make sure you're taken care of. They send you texts. They send people over that know what they're doing. They're not going to send a chimp or an orangutan over to the house. They're going to send professionals to take care of your problem. Schedule your appointment today. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Oh, by the way, some stories that you might have missed that I think you need to know about. Here's one of them. Oh, by the way, Moj, Lindsey Vonn, who suffered not just a torn ACL, but a broken leg, talked about she was this close to having her leg amputated if it weren't for the doctor who found a main issue to the problem. Listen to this.
Dr. Tom Hackett saved my leg. He saved my leg from being amputated. He did what's called a fasciotomy, where he cut open like both sides of my leg, kind of filleted it open, so to speak, let it breathe, and he saved me.
She had something called, I think it was compartment syndrome is what they call it. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs medically of what that is.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that.
But she was, and if I understand this correctly, like Nelly, you listened to a little bit of this. This wasn't from the fracture. This is from previous to the fracture, I believe. So it was festering in there already.
Have you ever heard of people? I'll tell you what's weird. This happens. Like you get in a car wreck and you break your leg or it's something like that. Mm-hmm. But then while they're in there, the doctors discover, by the way, you have cancer in your leg. And they take, that, I mean.
Oh, like Alex Singleton, who had the drug test that
ended up find out he's got testicular cancer.
Or Deion Sanders with the tumor in his bladder. That was during a scan for just one of his regularly scheduled checkups.
Right, correct. That happens all the time. So, man, if she never skis again, that's fine. She's one of the most decorated skiers in, United States history. If not the most, is Michaela Schifrin or Lindsey Vonn, whichever one.
Yeah, one of them.
Men or women, it doesn't matter. They are like the dominating people of the world.
Yep.
Let her have a healthy, happy, normal life.
Oh, by the way, did you see this? People are going back to the movie Miracle, which we are all watching now again after the U.S. wins gold.
And I've seen that movie 10 times. I never, ever noticed this. Is that real or is that not real?
This is real. When they're doing the cuts for the team and they're marking off the names in marker, crossing off the names, one of the names marked off is Jack Hughes.
Correct.
That's pretty eerie stuff.
It is. He's a former defenseman. He played here in Denver for the Colorado Rockies.
So right there is Jack Hughes. Crazy.
Dude, that's really weird. I mean, you talk about how do you reconcile all that?
Now, it would be even more interesting if the name wasn't Jack Hughes and was Femme Cabal or something like that. Like, not just a normal run-of-the-mill Jack Hughes name.
He's out here with everybody.
Cable car was skating so fast.
If it was Bull, then it'd be like, whoa, that is really, really weird. But still, very odd.
The original Jack Hughes played at Harvard. Played a lot of international games, dude. He was on the blue line. Played 49 games internationally for Team USA in 79-80, which means he was the last cut. He and Stan Cox were like the last guys.
Yeah.
Played 38-8, played 46 games with the Colorado Rockies, and was done in 1982 with the Fort Worth Texans. And that was it. But that's a really weird coincidence.
Oh, by the way, I saw this news the other day, and I was like, interesting. I mean, the Utah Jazz have been accused of, tanking and fined for it and all that. So, Yusuf Nurkic, your boy there, Moj, he's going to undergo a surgical procedure on his nose that will sideline him for the remainder of the season. I was sitting here, I was like, what nose procedure could you go through that's going to keep you out for the next, month and a half, 2 months? And so Chris Haynes had a follow-up to it, said, Nurkic has experienced complications of breathing and sleeping since fracturing his nose a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So he's missing the rest of the year because of sleep apnea? Is that the way I'm understanding this?
The procedure he's having is actually called a tankiotomy.
Oh, it is. Yes, of course.
What's that mean, Nelly?
It means the Jazz are tanking. That's what's happening.
It's a joke.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I thought you meant like an elephant.
Right over his head.
I was thinking like trunkiotomy, like it's something. Hey, man, have you ever had nasal surgery?
No.
I've had 2 sinus surgeries.
Uh-huh.
The first one was because I went to my ENT surgeon, and he goes, "Hey, man, this is years and years ago." He said, "When did you break your nose?" I said, "Doc, look at me." I said, "Look,
I didn't
look
play
at this.
college ball.
I didn't play college ball. Look at this nose, Doc. This is better than Matt Damon's nose."
And he said, "Well, it's messed up."
He goes, "You don't know it, but at one point in your career, you broke your nose. You didn't know it, and it crushed the bone in here. It broke, and it crushed all the way over to the side. So one side of your nose, hardly anything gets in, and then nothing can get out, so it's all full of crap. And the other side is overworking, so it's full of crap. We got to go in there and get all that out." Dr. Michael Menikoff, great dude. And
did you just accuse me of landing the plane not too long ago?
Hold on a second. Here's my real point. So maybe Nurkic is in the tankiotomy.
I don't think that if the Utah Jazz are at 50 wins right now, that he's getting
You're
nose surgery.
You're probably right. But let me tell you something that everybody should know. This is important. You cannot believe how far back into the human head they can go through your nose. It is remarkable how deep they... Dude, you feel like they're tapping on the back of your skull. It is freaky. Anyway, so he re-broke my nose, sewed it back into place.
Right.
And do you know how far back into your head they can go?
Oh, good God! I know now.
You know, the Egyptians, when they mummified people, they removed their brains through the nose. You know that? Move on.
Thank you. Oh, by the way.
It's so hard to know things, and nobody wants to know that you know things.
You can get the things out, the information out quicker.
Yeah, but you can go really far back into human head.
That's all you had to say?
Yeah, well, here's how Vic removed some of his brains.
There's a couple of different things. Oh, by the way, the man that I'm obsessed with in the NBA, that badonkadonk, Guershon Yabusele.
Oh, that's your guy. That's your guy with a.
I love Yabusele.
He's got himself a.
And I wanted that giant
caboose.
I wanted that giant keister here in Denver for a year and a half.
That's after you saw him on the Olympics, right? Yeah.
Did you know this story from RealGM.com? Yabusele was this close to signing with the Nuggets this offseason.
You're kidding.
And instead went with the Knicks because they offered him slightly more money.
I don't blame him.
Pivoted.
He needs to get all he can.
Nuggets pivoted over to trading for Valanciunas. But he was this close to signing. Sources confirm Yabusele told New York ahead of the trade deadline he was ready to waive his $5.7 million player option for next season in exchange for guaranteed playing time from somebody, and that's how he ended up in Chicago.
I don't blame him, dude. I mean, if you're Yabusele, you're not in the league, right? And
well, he's one of those guys kind of...
Well, he was out of the league before the Olympics.
Yes. Well, he was trying to find somewhere to go. Correct.
So the fact of the matter is that you're going to go where you're getting the most money and getting playing time. I don't blame him.
I really, 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 really wanted that keister here. I did.
All right, land your own keister plane. Can I do one, please? Oh, by the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
That much butt.
We don't pay attention to the UFL very much, do we?
No.
United Football
Why
League.
would I?
Well, let me tell you. They are taking 2 steps to turbocharge offense, getting ready for 2026.
I've seen one of these, I think.
I like it. You ready, people? They are going to award 4 points for any field goal at least 60 yards or longer.
I think that's a great idea for the UFL. Keep that out of my NFL. I don't need a 27-23 game being decided by a 62-yarder. No, thank you.
They already are, you diphole.
What do you mean?
Okay.
If you're up 4, a field goal is not going to do anything.
I think it's great because if you miss, that ball's in midfield, man, and the other team's coming, blah, 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 blah.
I suppose.
You want to make the games close. Everything is close.
That would make the games close. You're right.
Also, they're banning almost all punts inside the opponent's 50-yard line.
That I'd be down for.
So if you're across midfield, you cannot punt.
I actually love that. I love that. That little cowardly 30-yard punt that people do, I cannot stand it.
I'm going to put it in the corner. Hey, there you go. Boot.
The interesting thing is if you get one of those situations like it's first and goal from the 6 and 2 penalties later and a fumble or something like that, it's 4th and goal from like the 38. It's like, or like the 43. What do you do then?
The punts inside the 50 are allowed after the 2-minute warning in either half. So if you're across midfield.
I'm actually cool with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it's cool. So they've also in the UFL. And you know what? This is where, do you know how many rules in the National Hockey League have been tried out in the AHL to see if it works and then they adopt it?
Sure.
Including getting rid of the red line, no 2-line pass, which was a great innovation for the NHL.
Well, the UFL's done a little bit of that too, where they've fooled around with the kickoff stuff. They had the idea of the sky cam official, and the NFL's kind of adopted that. Yeah.
Okay.
Minor League Baseball does that too with robot umps, and they started the pitch clock, if you remember, was a minor league thing first.
They've banned the tush push.
Yeah, they should do that.
Okay. Creating more space for kickoff returns. Kickoff moved back 5 yards from the receiving team's 40-yard line to the 45.
We need to stop messing with the kickoffs. Just leave it for a little bit. Gotta stop.
And also, which I think should be in the NFL as well, 1 foot for a completed catch, like the NCAA.
No.
Oh, for God's sake.
Get 2 feet down. What do you mean?
1 foot, man. You're in or you're not.
Get your feet down.
It's going to save a lot of brain damage.
Get your feet down. Get in bounds.
How many more catches would be made if it was 1 foot?
I love the idea that you need a toe tap. You need to have the toe
I
tap.
have a toe tap.
Nelly, you got one?
Found a toe tap.
Oh, by the way, Selection Sunday is pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler? Selection Monday, which happened yesterday. So now we know which teams will be competing for the NCAA Rifle Championship. That's right.
Oh,
I went down this really deep rabbit hole.
Can I guess?
Well, okay, so there are 8 teams that are going to be competing for the title.
Alabama.
Not quite. Close.
Army.
Georgia.
Navy.
Georgia Southern and Navy, yes. Brett, there's one for you that's pretty close to home.
Nebraska?
Nebraska. They can shoot down there in Nebraska.
Can shoot. That is true. Texas.
I'll just name it for you. We got the University of Alaska Fairbanks, which is their flagship campus.
Absolutely.
Georgia Southern, Kentucky, Navy, Nebraska, Ole Miss, TCU, and West Virginia. And then that sent me even deeper down the rabbit hole.
None of that surprises me
Not at all.
At all.
Since they established,
like if you had, if Stanford, was, like if Stanford was in like the national shooting,
NYU.
well.
Harvard.
Oh, God.
And so since the NCAA Rifle Championship was established in 1980, only 7 schools have won a title. And of those 7 schools, there are 2 that have combined for 31 of those. And that's West Virginia and Alaska.
That's awesome.
And this is why Alaska won the championship every year between 1999 and 2008. Except for 1 year when Army interrupted their reign of terror.
I love it, man. That's exactly the way it should be.
I got it. Juilliard.
Right, right.
Yeah.
West Virginia has 20 rifle national championships. That is insane.
Well,
yeah, here
they do some shooting there.
We've got our national shooting championship, NCAA shooting championships this weekend between Stanford and Dartmouth.
Northwestern. One more. Oh, by the way, and this is, man.
You'd think it'd be the Citadel in there too, right?
One more. Oh, by the way, and this is actually like I'm sad to say this out loud because it just shows how far this sport has freaking fallen. I love combat sports. I love UFC. I love boxing when boxing is good.
Did you see?
Like when my boy Bud Crawford is in the ring with somebody, it's a beautiful work of art to watch him fight.
Did you see that Mayweather and Pacquiao are going to fight again?
That's what I'm going to say. Like,
what a joke.
And it's going to be an exhibition, so it doesn't even affect their records. And I'm like, I think the idea of exhibitions need to be done entirely. There has to be something on the line here. Because you know who's not fighting? Floyd Mayweather, if there's a risk to him putting a 1 in the loss column.
It's a total joke.
We're nothing. We're dead.
But here's what's going to happen.
We're dust.
It's going to sell like crazy. It's gonna.
Not to me, it ain't.
I hate it. I'm like, if you can't book an actual fight, then just stay out of it entirely. And they've basically allowed, and look, I love the UFC, but they've allowed the UFC to have a monopoly on the fighting game now. The biggest fights over the last few years have been what? Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson and that sort of stuff.
I cannot remember the last time I watched a prize fight that of any significance at all.
Crawford and Canelo was a pretty huge
That was like
prize
4
fight.
years ago, bro.
Bro, that was like a year and a half ago.
Oh, I didn't watch that one.
Crawford Canelo was a great fight. Great fight. But there's very few of those that happen anymore. Anyway, there's by the way. Got one more keyword at 9:20 this morning. Stick around.
Guys, you want to feel like you used to feel back in the day. Maybe get up there a little bit. You want to get back to feeling younger, looking better, so on and so forth. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you with that. Now, look, you know that I had low testosterone, got treated for it, still doing that at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, but they've got body composition programs right now, combined with the low T treatments that are awesome for you. And most men notice real improvements right away. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, other things as well. They've got 4 targeted body composition plans right now that are killer, featuring GH peptides, NAD pluses, GLP-1s, PDA, much, much more. All designed to boost that energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. When you combine everything, it works, and it's going to be fantastic. In just a few weeks, you're going to feel that energy return. The brain fog is going to go away. Sleep will improve. Everything is going to be better. You're going to like it. So do yourself a favor. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. See all that they can do for you. Not just the low T treatment, not just the ED treatments, but the really focused body composition programs. It's going to really, really help you. Most men wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that. Don't go another year without getting on this. The number again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, 15 minutes away from your final keyword, so stay tuned for that. Moser, something I wanted to get to all day, and we just keep missing it. There's this idea out there that because Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Taves, they all missed out on an opportunity to win a gold, that this is somehow going to translate back to the Avs, and they will be extra motivated to wreck some people when they return to the ice for the Avalanche. I don't buy it. I think they'll have the exact same level of motivation as they had previously, because I don't think that you associate these two things with the same sort of outcome. Because if that were to be true, what's the scientific phrase again? For each action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Reaction.
That means that Brock Nelson would be less motivated to win a Stanley Cup then because he won, or that Austin Matthews would be less motivated, wouldn't it? I mean, if you're saying that losing the gold medal will provide an extra motivator for them to return to their respective teams,
then winning the gold medal would be
less motivating.
Right, yeah.
I don't buy that either. I don't think Brock Nelson
Agreed.
feels any differently about winning a Stanley Cup as he did previous to this, and
Agreed.
I don't think that McKinnon and Makar do.
Agreed. I think they're going to be equally motivated like they were before. Agreed.
Yes.
This was something...
I think this would motivate them 4 years from now. I think that could provide as a motivator for that.
No doubt about
but
it.
But I don't think that...
Well, let me back off a little bit.
Just hang on, Moj. I think that they can compartmentalize the Olympics from their regular season with their teams.
100%. Absolutely. I don't think it will detract from Brock Nelson whatsoever. Your equal and opposite reaction. The opposite of love is not hate. What's the opposite of love?
Indifference.
Well, you always say it's indifference.
Apathy, indifference, correct.
I think that hate is actually the proper opposite to it.
It's not. That being said.
Indifference being caring.
That being said,
Brock
Nelson, he's not going to want to win the cup less because he won a gold medal. Now, if you're Nathan McKinnon, Devon Taves, and Cale Makar, maybe even Landeskog and Natchez and so on, maybe you're like, you know what? This had the chance to be a really awesome prime year for me in the hockey world, in my career, in my life.
Yeah.
I don't want to go home empty-handed. Maybe. I think that they're professional enough to compartmentalize that the Olympics are something different and special and once every 4 years. And for these guys, first time for them ever.
I almost feel like it would be... This argument might apply to a guy like McDavid, who's never won anything, team-wise. Like, maybe he's always been right on the doorstep and never been able to finish.
But you raised a good point right there. It takes a team. It's not individual one-on-one hockey.
Yeah, because he's won those.
So McDavid can want it all he wants, but when it comes down to a 2-on-1, is Evan Bouchard going to be able to defend it correctly?
Right.
To keep the puck out of the net so the Oilers have a chance to win the series. You mean whatever, you know what I mean? It's going to matter what your team does around you. So you can be as motivated as you want to be, but you're only on the ice for a 45-second shift and then you're off.
I also have to address that I think you're entirely wrong on this.
But
I have, ever since you've used that phrase multiple times, I do not believe it. The opposite of love is hate. The opposite of apathy is caring.
Which is love.
No. I very much care about the Packers losing football games.
So now you're getting into semantics. Go ahead.
It's not
semantics.
You
know what? No. To go down your Brett Kane Omaha rabbit hole and get into semantics if you want to. Go ahead.
The opposite of love is hate. The opposite of apathy is caring.
It's the opposite of your mom.
Dad. How's that for quick?
The opposite of Moser's mom is alive.
Come on.
Hey.
Nelly, only Moser gets to make those.
Oh,
Hey, that's not fair.
The boy ain't wrong.
But I don't believe that this is going to be like,
by the way,
McKinnon's like seething right now and can't wait to lay it on the Sharks. I don't know.
Hang on. All you Canadian hockey fans, bumming. Okay? Steve Nelson just made a joke about my dead mom. And I laughed about it. I mean, get over yourselves. F.
I don't know if
Get over your effing selves.
Hang on a second. I don't know if you've seen this video. If you guys haven't seen this, I am telling you, Pete Holmes, who I think is very funny. He's very different. Pete Holmes did these parodies of Christian Bale's Batman character.
He did. Is this the guy who does all those voices, all those parodies, all that? Or is it just, who does the Schwarzenegger?
No, that's Will Sasso.
Okay, copy.
Pete Holmes.
Look at the donkey by the pool.
Pete Holmes, he does these reenacted scenes from the Batman movies, and one of them is him talking to Spider-Man. And he goes, God, enough about your dead parents already.
Yeah,
and
I think I've seen that.
Superman goes, didn't your mom and dad die? He goes, Mommy and Dad. He just starts losing his mind. Anyway, something just reminded me of that. But I thought about this too. Let me ask you a question. When all these boys get back to the locker room and Brock Nelson returns from, I guess they're in D.C. right now. It sounds like Jack Hughes was on some talk show this morning. It sounds like they're going to be at the State of the Union tonight.
I have no idea. Listen, I have no idea where Brock Nelson is. I have no idea.
No, they asked Jack Hughes, are you guys going to be at the State of the Union tonight?
All of them?
And he said, I don't know if we're allowed to say this, but yes.
Okay, all of them?
I would assume so. It feels like a team going to the White House thing, right?
Okay, yeah. But he's also got a wife and 4 children at home that have been missing him for, well, maybe they were there. I really don't know.
I would assume they were probably there. But anyway, my question is, when they all get back to the locker room, does Brock Nelson lay some trash talk to Nathan McKinnon, or is that something you let a sleeping dog lie on that sort of thing?
I think it's still too raw. Hey, listen, hey.
So you don't think he brings in the gold medal and starts like hanging it around his locker and stuff like that and saying, hey, McKinnon, come check this out?
I think not.
Because I would tend to agree with you, but at the same time, it's not me doing it to McKinnon. It's a teammate of his.
Right. No, I would think that you've got to have a little bit of
couth.
Yeah. A little bit of decorum here, bro. Do you realize how important winning that gold medal was to Brock Nelson and Team USA? Was it important?
Oh, my God. It's like, I really think it's going to be one of the crowning achievements of their sports life.
Okay.
Like, even if they win a championship.
Then think of how much not winning that gold medal hurts those 3 guys. You don't bring it in and rub it in and go, look down here. This is my gold. I'm sounding like Sandler. This is my gold medal. You don't do that, bro. You have some decorum.
Nah, if you're Brock Nelson, first thing you do is
you have a certain amount of tact.
No, you walk into that locker room like, if you want to think of it as the Conor McGregor or the Vince McMahon walk. I'm walking in with the gold medal flying around, arms flapping.
I still think there's a chance you could do it just because you're teammates and it's different. But then again, Texture says maybe there's some cool stuffed animals in Nate Dogg's locker when he arrives. Could you imagine?
Oh, Jesus. Man, I don't listen. I guess these are also your teammates. They weren't for 3 weeks, but they are again, which is why obviously
you're friends.
You are. It's just an odd situation.
Like, okay, let's just hypothetically, you and me are...
I'm not going to PetSmart on the way to the rink and buying a bunch of stuffed dog toys and sticking them in his locker.
All right, hang on.
No, I'm not doing that. You got to have more tact than that.
You and me
and by the way, it's not just... When you go back, look at... I went back and looked at the Canadian women getting their stuffed animals.
Yeah.
They're like, what the...
Same reaction, yes.
They had the exact same reaction. They're like, what is this crap?
Okay, hang on a second.
And I don't blame them. It's so dumb.
I'm trying to figure out a way that this would work. this is going to be bad, but we're just going to do it. Let's say that you and me are roommates, and we're also on the PGA Tour together.
All right.
For some reason, us making millions of dollars have decided we're going to bunk up in the same place.
Well, it's a big house. We've got rooms at opposite
It's a
ends.
mansion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a mansion that we're living in. We're doing the Richie Rich style.
I only see you in the kitchen.
Correct. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, fine.
And you and me on the PGA Tour, we're both playing the Masters. It's Sunday. We're top 2, and
we're in the final pair.
Final pair.
Realizing
I got a stroke on you going into 18. I bogey, you birdie. I blow it. We get back to the house. Are you wearing the jacket in front of me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. I would do the exact
Yeah.
same thing.
Yep.
The exact same.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not Nathan McKinnon.
I'm going to say, I'm wearing the jacket. You don't have to look at
You
it.
probably wouldn't be in the kitchen where I have access to knives.
I wouldn't. I would say, hey, Kaner, you can go to your wing. You don't have to look at it, but I'm making eggs in this. You know, whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't Bubba Watson, he wore it to he went to Hooters or the drive-thru or something. He's wearing his green jacket and all.
There's a very famous story about Michael Irvin and what he did with his gold jacket the night that he got it.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Was it on stage 3?
No. Well,
Cinnamon.
it was at his own house.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
What was Cinnamon there?
I don't think her name was Cinnamon.
Okay.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to Saturday's game against the
Vic?
Blackhawks.
I need Vic. Vic's got to reel me in.
It's an afternoon game against an original 6 team, and you can be there with that keyword coming up next.
Oh, that was cute.
I mean, this show, for those who are maybe some people who just listened to this segment for the first time in their lives, were shocked at Steve Nelson blasting me for having a dead mother.
And also, if people are new to the show, because Moser, why might we have some new listeners?
We got more and more people come to the program every day.
Moser brings up his dead mom like once a week out of nowhere.
Kaner more like once a month.
Kaner will be talking about some round of golf he had, and Moser will be like, you know who I didn't play golf with today? Why? So yeah. My comment was precedented. I want that on the record.
I think it was appropriate, Nelly. So that's what
I think you crossed the line.
Well, you have the gavel, Brett. You can actually make the ruling.
I don't think either me or Moj has made a joke like that. We have made a your mom joke, but then you've countered with that.
I showed you a meme during a break here today. Your mom.
Yes, you did. That final keyword coming away in just a second. Stick around. All right. It's a Ticket Tuesday. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday, and this hour's key word is Lincoln. So text Lincoln in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza, just $10. You can order papamurphys.com. But one more time, that keyword is Lincoln, and we'll announce the winner at 9:55. So good luck. So here's something else. We were talking about this earlier, Moj. The thing that is plaguing these teams, for the Nuggets, it's late game, crunch time defense, I think, more than anything else, but late game situations in general. For the Avs, it's a power play. And we talked about what should the Avs do, because the Avs players had success on the power play with their respective countries in the Olympics. You look at the advanced analytics, by the way, Moj, there's an argument to be made that over the course of the Olympics, Martin Necas was the best player overall in the Olympics. Do you know that? Analytically, he was like the best player the Olympics had to offer.
Listen, he was spectacular, and he also had the trip to the...
What?
He had a breakaway.
He did.
He had the game on his stick.
Bennington.
And friggin' Bennington made a great save. Give him credit, man. Give him credit. But that's how close all of this is, Canada. You could have been out. You could have been out.
Very easily. Now,
USA, you could have been out. Quinn Hughes had to save your butts in OT.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
3 weeks ago was the last time we talked to Bednar. We'll talk to him again tomorrow.
Okay, I have a question for you when you're done with your little take. What's the keyword again?
Lincoln.
Lincoln, copy.
Here's what Bednar said about what his approach and what the Avs' approach to the power play post-Olympic break should be. This is 3 weeks ago.
You can't carry the baggage of 50-some games we've played now into the next game, but I don't see any way but to just get them on the same page, make sure they know what they're supposed to do, and then try to execute through it. But if you're taking 50 games of baggage and that sort of frustration and mentality into every game, then you're not going to have success, right? I look at the Detroit game and I go, okay, repeat it. Repeat it tomorrow night, and you guys will score. Yeah, you have 6-7 scoring chances in 2 power plays. It's a good clip. You're looking for those quality chances. Someone needs to put one in the back of the net and get the snowball rolling downhill a little bit.
But this is the point. You can't carry the baggage of the previous 50-some games with you after the break. And I think that's the absolute right take. It's start anew. Whatever happened on the power play previous to this, which has been really bad, you ignore it.
Okay, then we're going to do this. We're going to track the power play. Nelly, you're the resident power play tracker mathematician on this program.
PPTM.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
He's our PPTM.
PPTM, power play
tracking manager?
Power play tracking mathematician.
Okay, so you need to have some sort of mathematician. Actually, you know what you should do? Every time we go to this, and we want to know what the power play is doing, get that. What's the professor from The Simpsons called? That guy's name?
Professor Frink.
That guy is killer. I love
Gus
that
Fring?
guy.
Who's a mathematician of sorts?
Who killed Gus Fring? Cartel got him. Are you sure? So good.
Now, if we're doing Breaking Bad, I want to be the other guy, so I can just do this.
That's Gus Fring.
Yeah. No.
That's the old man.
That's Salamanca.
That's the old man who killed
Hector
Gus Fring.
Salamanca.
Right. Salamanca did the ding to kill Gus Fring. No, man, get Professor Frink, though. Hi. That guy. Because that guy is the regulator. Hi. That guy is great. So, Nelly, that's you. You're Professor Frink from now on with the power play. We start anew today. Right now, on the way to Utah today, heading to Utah today. We start anew today.
Life finds a way.
No, you're not Jeff Goldblum. You're more like Frank.
It's the only way that I think you can go about this. Because if you think about what happened previous to this, it's just going to be a waste of time and brain damage.
Okay. And we've had so many people. God bless you, hockey fans out there who have texted into us on the Twitch feed, on the YouTube feed, everything, suggesting ways to improve the power play. You're so awesome. It's not just the design of the power play is not just philosophy, Brett. It's also personnel.
Yeah, the slingshot worked for Canada.
Hang on. What are...
Yeah, get comfortable. Kick that leg up.
How many... Give me things that you absolutely would not change. Like, these are non-negotiable. Number one.
That McKinnon and McCarr and Nachos are on the top line. Or the top unit.
Other than that, everything is on the table.
No, here's the thing.
No, hold on a second. Val, Lecky, Landy, Nelson. I mean, you tell me, dude.
I think, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. So it's those three? Or would you say, well, you know what? If you're going to go, try to utilize, because before the season, Coach Bednar told us, you know what? We can really utilize 2 units a lot. Well, they still mostly utilize the top unit because some guys stay on the ice.
Because McKinnon refuses to go off until it's in the back of the net.
So the point is that, well, he wants it bad, and he's one of the best players on the planet. So you can't take McKinnon off the power play. You can't take McCarr off the power play. I would argue you can't take Marty Nachos off the power play, but he's also a righty. Okay, so you've got 3 righties right there. The USA had a power play out there in the gold medal game, had 5 lefties on it. What the hell are we doing? You got 5 lefties on a power play.
I remember when the Rockies trotted out a starting rotation and bullpen that had 1 left-handed pitcher on it a couple of years ago. And I go, what the hell is this?
What are we doing?
No, but Moj, here's what I'm getting at. The battle that I have is when people talk about fixing the power play, there seems to be, well, it's a personnel issue. We need to sub out this guy for this guy. Or it's a schematic thing. You can't do the slingshot. You got to enter the zone in this fashion.
You got to carry it in the zone. You got to dump it in. You got to do, I mean, whatever.
I think it could just be this. Maybe it's just a dose of confidence. Maybe it's a dose of swagger. And they'll get back to it. And maybe this break can serve as one of those things where it's like, all right, we aren't carrying a burden of what this has been for so long. Like, I get it. I have a very baseball-brained mentality towards this, but every hitter goes into a slump. I don't care if you're Shohei Ohtani or if you're the 9-hole hitter on the worst team in baseball. Every hitter goes into a slump. You don't need to get into the cage and rework your swing. Sometimes you just need to see a line drive to left center, and that's all it takes. And you're like, I can do this again. Good. Like, I think for them, they're so talented, it's impossible for this thing not to at some point figure it out. But I will tell you, when you have 5 games of evidence, whatever the number is, this is not some sort of blip on the radar. This is just right now you're bad.
If you're Jared Bednar, and 6 out of the last 8 power plays, you're just passing it around the zone, keeping it on the perimeter, you refuse to shoot the puck. You say, you know what? I'm going to put somebody out there who's going to bang it. You know who bangs it? Brent Burns bangs the puck, doesn't he?
Yep.
It comes to him, what's he do? Bangs it to the front of the net. Bangs and bangs and bangs. If that was the issue, then you put a banger out there. You say, okay, Kale, why don't you sit down for a little bit? Yeah, let's get back into rhythm. We're going to bang.
Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Just like that. Come on, man. As dude's buddy is getting throttled on the golf course. He's like,
bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Hey, man.
That guy deserved every ounce of the bangs. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Here's the thing. When you get hog tossed into a pond and you come back out looking to fight, you deserve everything that comes
100%.
out after that.
I got to dig up the original clip because in the background, when he gets thrown into the lake, you can hear a guy go, off to a good start, buddy.
Okay, that's probably...
What was homeboy's name that did the
Nick
banging?
Tarnasky.
Yeah,
Tarnasky.
Nick Tarnasky.
And he said, don't make me do this.
Right. Well, I mean, because the guy was a drunk idiot. It doesn't matter. The point is that, and I forget what we're doing now. Oh, the bang. So if it was just, you're not shooting the puck enough, get a banger out there, fine, and get things back on track. If it was, hey, man, you're not able to carry the puck into the zone, like the teams are just standing up at the blue line and they're going to poke check you every time. Okay, fine. If it was, hey, man, we're dumping and chasing and not winning battles, they're winning the battle and getting the puck out of the zone right away. Okay, fine. Brett, hey man, we're all just standing around and nobody's moving, and we've become entirely too predictable on the power play. That's another thing. It's on any given night, it's any one of those.
Yeah.
Or it's a combination of those. On any given night, you can't pinpoint to I've looked at the damn film. I've gone back and watched by the way, I've seen every power play this team has had this season. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've gone back and watched.
Yeah.
It's not any one thing. It's a thing, or it's a combination of things on any given power play. There are some nights when you drop that puck to McKinnon, dude, he skates it right in, and you're set up like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're snapping that puck around the zone. You get 5 shots on goal on the power play, and you know what? Lukas Dostal makes 4 brilliant saves. You're going, who the hell is that guy? Okay? Yeah. Then your next power play, you can't cross the red line without turning it over and having it sent back to your zone.
Yep.
And now you're killing off. Now you got 42 seconds in the books, and you haven't even gotten it in the zone yet. Okay? Then the next power, I mean, it's not any one thing. So it's as frustrated as I am and as fans are, I can imagine. In fact, I can't even imagine how frustrating it must be for the guys and for the coaching staff. And I think if you're Jared Bednar and Dave Haxtell at this point, you know what it is? Outside of Brett's 3 non-negotiables.
Yeah.
You have 3.
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3?
3.
Okay, let's say they have 3 as well. Those same 3.
Yeah.
Outside of the 3 non-negotiables, everything else is on the table. Everything. Design, execution, positioning. So the other 2 aspects, the other 2 players on that power play. But it's not like, hey, nobody will go to the front of the net. Val goes to the front of the net.
Mm-hmm. Landy.
Lecky goes to the front of the net.
Landy
goes to the front of the net. Nelson will go to the front of the net. I mean, it's you got guys who will go there and stand at the top of that crease and literally get their asses kicked to make the power play successful. It ain't going in.
I'll take it, start, buddy. I told you.
Right.
I think that,
dude, if I see another, last thing. If I see another knob save against the Avs this year, I'm going to lose it. If I see another perfect redirect upstairs and it goes off a knob into the screen, I don't know what I'll do. I guess I'll have to find out at the time because it's not going to be pretty.
I think at times they have, how do I put this? And they've been in trouble with this over the last few years, even when the power play's been good. But it feels to me they look to be almost too perfect, where they're waiting for the exact perfect opportunity to get a shot on goal, where at times, especially when you're struggling, just throw it on net and see if you can get a rebound.
How many times have you also seen them just pound the puck to the front of the cage?
They've done that too.
Yeah.
But that is something that, for the last 27 games of this regular season, I think that we need to keep, and we will keep, a keen eye on for, I think, what their ultimate success could be. Because if there's one thing that's going to hold that team back, it's going to be that power play unit. Because here's what's funny. Their penalty kill, he's elite. They're really good at that. The other half of the special teams, really good.
Also, I saw LOC skating.
Oh, we'll talk to Bedsy about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Getting him back would be huge.
From Utah. I'll be at the hotel in Utah.
Yeah?
He'll be at the rink. He gets to the rink early, dude. He's an early rink guy.
His job.
You think he cares?
Bednar?
By the time most people wake up, he's at the rink. Think he cares?
Yeah, I think he cares.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron. Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Never.
Would you, Nelly, you have the whole clip, right? For those who don't know what's going on, a drunk Canadian picked a fight on a golf course with former NHL enforcer Nick Tarnasky.
Really bad choice.
And Tarnasky's like, dude, we don't want this. Stop, please stop. Nobody wants any of this. Please stop. And what did this guy do?
He kept moving forward at him.
And doing what? Threatening. And I'll let you hear it because at this point we have to pay it off.
You're not scaring anybody.
Okay, stop, Nelly, stop. Tarnasky at one point picked him up like a cat, like the cattle. What's that rodeo thing called? Steer wrestling. No. Where you rope he picked him up and he threw him into a lake.
Yes.
And the guy came out blazing.
Emerged from the lake like Swamp Thing, only to continue to want to fight.
This is one of the. Well, this is one of my joys in life. Nelly, go ahead.
I don't know what you're doing.
No, from the beginning. Thank you. From the beginning.
You guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will.
Go now. Pack up. Go now. Get in your car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I told you.
He's in the lake.
He's in the lake.
Now he's going to emerge.
I got it all on record.
I
got it all on record.
Hey, you want to go, guys?
Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone.
All right, that's good.
I wouldn't be going back, you moron.
Hey, come on, man.
Yeah. That's what happens when you try and fight an enforcer.
God, have you seen... That hasn't been you, has it? You haven't been that guy on the golf course, have you? That drunk guy?
No. Well, I've been drunk at the golf course.
I know, but I've seen...
I'm not an aggressive drunk, though.
No. I've seen drunk idiots on the golf course, dude.
I would say
and you know what? I've seen guys who deserved a good bang.
The closest that I've gotten to, not a fight, but to, like, verbally get into it with somebody, we were playing once, and there was a group that just pace of play was not a thing for them. And when I say it's not like a guy who takes 30 seconds before a shot. We're on the green. They got 2 holes of nobody in front of them, and they're sitting at the tee box on their phone, eating bananas and stuff like that. And we're like, let's go. Like, get it moving. But they had no care in the world of the pace of they were supposed to be. They were also all looked like bodybuilders, so I had some hesitation in trying to get into some verbal confrontation with that. I'm not a confrontational person. But that's the closest I got. Now, 303-504-0925. One last reminder, keyword for this hour, your final keyword of the day for us is Lincoln. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner and get a fact checker next.
Off to a good start, buddy. I told you.
Man, leave him alone. You want to know?
He came at me.
Leave him alone, man. I got it all on record.
Look at me, reading glasses. I'm wearing these reading glasses like an elderly person. If you wear glasses, contacts, now you need reading glasses or bifocals just to see menus, to text, or to read commercials. You should consider refractive lens exchange from my buddy Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. If you'd like to learn about this life-changing procedure, join Dr. Cudarelli for his free live RLE webinar tomorrow at noon. Perfect opportunity to meet the doc, have him answer all your questions about Cudarelli Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK or EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate? Why no cataracts after RLE. Dr. Cutarelli, Colorado's most experienced. He's got over 90,000 vision correction procedures. So join his free live webinar February 25th at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts.
All right, we'll announce the winner of the pair of Avs tickets at 9:55. So nothing tonight. We'll have the Double Dipperoo tomorrow.
Double Dipperoo.
So one more night of non-things happening.
Is that the juice? Is that the juice?
No, that one was
Valanciunas,
right?
No, Juice is
Double Dipperoo.
Oh, that's the juice. Okay.
but Valanciunas.
Double Dipperoo.
I
like
love
that.
Dipperoo.
I like that too.
So a few things here, Moj. One thing that I stumbled across that is a possibility, which sounds pretty amazing. So in 2030, the Olympics are scheduled to end on February 17th, Sunday. There is a strong possibility by that point the NFL extends their season by a week, pushing the Super Bowl to that year, February 17th, which means NBC.
Hold on, because the Olympics in 2030 are just a 3-hour and 50-minute drive from where they were now in Italy. They're going to be in France. It's basically just swing on the southern side of the Alps and go over to France. That's where the Olympics are going to be.
Which means in 2030, potentially, NBC, who will have that 2030 Super Bowl, along with the Olympics, would have gold medal hockey in the morning and the Super Bowl at night on the same day?
Well, if they do move the Super Bowl to the 17th,
because they want to add another game on top of this.
Okay,
yes.
If they do, that means that you will have that. Because you've got to think the last day of the Olympics, that's the gold medal game. Now, whether it's USA, Canada again, or
or whomever,
but that will be the lead into the Super Bowl.
Think about that for a second. Much like we did last Sunday.
Oh, please, hold on.
You wake up at 5:45 in the morning again. You watch what I think we all are hoping for is another U.S. in Canada gold medal game.
Oh, mama.
The U.S. wins again. We take that, and then we celebrate that with the most American thing that we have, which is the Super Bowl. Does that not sound like the greatest Sunday that's ever existed?
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations. Now watch this drive.
Year 6, Bo Nix winning the Super Bowl for the Broncos.
Sounds good. It sounds good to me.
That day.
Oh, my Lord.
I don't know if I can handle it. Almost be too much.
Or it's somebody else because Bo's ankle.
Or, it's Slovakia versus Finland and the Raiders are in the Super Bowl. Something like that.
Mia. Bert, I'm looking at you, man. I just knocked on my wood. Are we going to make it to 2030? The gold medal hockey game followed by the Super Bowl? That'd be one of the greatest days in sports history.
Berto just said, and I quote, "There's no way he lives that long."
I just knocked on my wood, man. Whatever you say, General Lee. Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at his face, Brett. Look at his face.
It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. Ain't no way you're making it to that. Really funny.
You realize I've known that clown for about 30 years, almost 30 years?
Yeah.
That's insane. He didn't always look like a Civil War general, I promise you. Look at him now.
By the way, Moj, I came across this video, and I know this is old, okay? I'm very aware. According to Grok, whatever that thing is on Twitter, this video that I want to show you, and Nelly, it's in your DMs. It's from January 8th of 2020. I've just never seen it before. It's Venezuelan baseball. And Nelly, if you could pull this up behind me. One of these batters in this Venezuelan league gets hit by a pitch intentionally, like thrown kind of behind him. So watch this, Moj. He gets hit by this pitch. Go ahead, Nelly. His first reaction is to take the bat and hit the catcher with it. He starts swinging his bat at the catcher. And I got to tell you, if that were to happen in the MLB, can you charge, and it's always funny how sports work.
Charge him with assault?
Well, think about this. If you and me are at a bar and we go outside and we start the hook, the cops are getting called and probably somebody's being taken in.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Isaiah Stewart for the Detroit Pistons, if he wants to take a swing at somebody on the court, or if two guys want to go at it in the middle of a hockey rink, no cops get called. Is this an instance in which you need to call the cops?
Well, that's assault with a deadly weapon.
Now, to be fair, it didn't look like he took a full hack at him, but he did hit him with the bat.
Well, do you recall that Marty McSorley slashed Donald Brashear in the head and knocked him out years ago?
That's next level, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, tomahawked him over the head and knocked him out, slashed him in the head.
Myles Garrett to Duck Hodges over there when he took his helmet off and spiked him with it.
Dude, he would have. Thank God Garrett missed because he would have had a caved-in skull. I'm not even kidding.
No, he didn't miss. He got him.
It was a glancing blow. Then no, if he hits him square, dude.
I'm pretty sure he did.
No, he did not.
Think he did hit him square.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Nelly, pull up that video. Go find me Myles Garrett and Devlin Hodges.
No, he missed. No, it was the backup. Was it Mason Rudolph?
Oh, was it Rudolph or Hodges? It was
Rudolph was the one where he ripped off his helmet and then swung it at him.
Mason Rudolph is who I'm thinking of, not Hodges.
No, he missed.
I got to see that video again. I don't think that's how it went at all. I think he actually hit him. He just didn't hurt him that bad.
I think he missed. Or if he did, it's a very glancing blow.
I thought about
he would have
this.
been dead.
If Myles Garrett hit him and knocked him out, and he had to have some sort of like medical intervention, right? Not even super serious.
Well, suspended for life. You're out of the league.
He's probably kicked out of the league,
sure.
isn't he?
If anybody in Major League Baseball, it takes a full swing at somebody with a bat, they're gone for years.
See, but this is my beef. This is why I hate pitchers. Pitchers used to throw at people's heads, hit people in the heads. Is that not incredibly dangerous? Could kill somebody? Potentially?
Well, back in the day before batting helmets,
could
guys
blind people by hitting them in the eye?
Guys lost their careers because of it, yeah.
Was anybody taken to prison because of that? I can't take my bat to somebody? Sounds pretty batterist to me. All right, hang on. So here's the I thought he actually caught him. So let's see, Nelly. Go ahead. So here's the fight. Big fight. Punches thrown, kicks. Up goes Mason Rudolph. He's without a helmet. He's looking around. He's like, hey, what's going on here? Gosh, so this lasted a while.
Yeah, it did.
So there's a big scrum in the end zone. They're trying to get things sorted out. Wait, did the hit happen already? Is this?
I think so. Let's fast forward a bit.
Yeah, Nelly. See if you can find it first.
Yeah, so he missed.
But that wasn't Rudolph.
Yeah, it was. Okay, right? There's Rudolph right there.
Here.
Got his helmet ripped off. Now watch. Takes a swing at him, and he misses.
Oh, no, he caught him. He
just barely caught the hair.
I mean, he caught him in the head.
No, but, dude, if he catches him in the head with that helmet, dude, the guy, Mason Rudolph, he's concussed at least, if not head bashed in.
I'm going to tell you something right now. If Myles Garrett is ever upset with me, I will agree for the reasons he is upset. Sir, whatever you're upset about, I'm sure I did that, and I'm so sorry that I inconvenienced your life in the slightest.
I'm in a parking lot, and Derrick Henry says, you know what? I'm displeased with the color of the paint in your car.
I will change it immediately, sir.
I'm next to Home Depot. I will get a spray can. What would you like?
Some racing stripes on here?
Sir,
whatever.
Absolutely, sir. Whatever you want, sir.
All right, let's get to our winner of the pair of tickets to the Avs, and that is Sam Campfield. Congratulations to Sam Campfield. You're the winner of the pair of tickets to the Avs in Chicago.
That's in my head. Sam Campfield wins the ticks. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Sam Campfield goes to the game all day, doo-dah day. Sam, what's his name? Campfield?
It is not Sam Camptown. I think you misheard.
Whatever. Hey, I'm Sam Campfield. I like hockey. I go to the Avs and Blackhawks. All right.
Why do you think that Sam Campfield is some
Because it
hillbilly?
sounds like it should be Drone Strike Hillbilly.
What if his name was Brandon Evans?
Definite Drone Strike.
All right.
Good job. Hey, good job, Sam.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
What you got
I saw
us,
that.
Nelly?
That's funny. Oh, real quick. Hey, real quick before Nelly gets the Fact Checker. Are you going to Munich this year?
No.
The Lions are playing in Munich, bro.
I would. There's nothing that I would love more. But no.
Just say to your wife, look, honey. I
No,
know
she would want to go.
You got 2 kids.
We have 2 children.
She can.
The children are not coming. If we're going to Munich, the kids are not coming with us.
Well, then that's what the grandparents are for.
But then we have to fly to Nebraska first just to come back out.
They can come out here. Okay, fine.
It's a big thing.
Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
First of all, I believe this is the rare appetizer fact checker. Brett was explaining to us why he enjoys spring training and got his tongue tied a little bit.
I love spring training. It's that spring hopes eternal and all of that.
Spring hopes eternal, the motto of every Rockies fan. And then also,
I can't. What is the line again?
It's hope springs eternal.
Hope springs eternal. Yes.
Well, it's okay. Moser is not going to get left off the fact checker. I mean, come on now. Here's a little bit of Moser out of context.
I've seen drunk idiots on the golf course, dude.
I would say
and you know what? I've seen guys who deserved a good bang.
That's why you go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Moj.
Yep.
No, man. They need a Tarnasky on them.
Good
I've seen guys
banging.
who deserved a good bang.
All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, where you can find the podcast. I hope you have a wonderful Tuesday. And we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. See you.
I mean, definitely a good question because we are losing the games, you know. We are losing the games and we are not creating open looks, you know. So that's something that we need to change and hopefully we need to get better. I don't know what it is, but we need to figure it out.
You thought creating open looks is part of it, just this.
Yeah, I mean, turnovers and just creating open looks and taking it if you're open to shoot it.
What's up, Mile High City? How you doing on this Tuesday, February the 24th?
I am basking in the glory. No, not of a United States Hockey Gold. I am basking in the glory of a walk-off bomb from new and improved Zach Veen at spring training for the Colorado Rockies. They got themselves a W yesterday. And I'm just telling you right now, if you're tuned in and listening to our program, we're going to talk Rockies baseball.
Well, listen, man, they get going here in 2 hours again. They Rockies and Angels at Talking Stick or whatever, right? What's it called?
Good spot, man. Good spot. You ever watched the game there?
I've watched the game there. I've never gone to Talking Stick. Like, I've seen spring training from Talking Stick, but I haven't gone to spring. You know what I mean? Like,
So you watch on TV?
Yeah.
Well, then you haven't watched the game from freaking Talking Stick, bro.
No, I've never gone down there, man. No, I ain't never gone down there.
Hey, how about Zach Veen, man?
How about okay, listen.
That I got 245 now.
I had this conversation with Springer last night because here's what happened. Zach Veen puts on 40 pounds of muscle. 40 pounds of muscle. And he talked a little bit about it. He was like, well, part of that is because I stopped drinking and I just really started hitting the weights. And I was like, yo, man, if I suddenly cut out Coors Light, I'm not putting on 40 pounds of muscle.
You would be 143 pounds, Berto.
I would. If I stopped
and
drinking
your hair would start falling out.
But yeah, no, Zach V ain't playing around. Ain't playing around at all. But more importantly, I want to ask you, before we start talking about the Nuggets and coming back to the season, I got a text from somebody today that said, hey, man, your boy Moser is acting the fool on the morning show. And I was like, what are you
doing?
What are you talking about? He's like, Moser's on the morning show talking about how the NHL should just go all American teams and have a league with just the American teams and a league with just the Canadian teams.
And you don't like this?
And neither play each other. And I'm like, that seems like you're going fairly hardcore,
what I said.
Moser.
I said
all the American teams.
No, hold on.
Should start their own damn league. Is what you said.
No, I was being facetious. There's nobody more petty on our program than Vic Lombardi. He's very petty, right?
Yeah,
Coach.
I think you're pretty petty.
Okay, well, I reached Vic levels today because the Canadians were just.
Are you doing something different with your hair? Are you starting a bit of a midlife crisis?
I just got a haircut.
You're spiking it.
Did you get a haircut in Spain or where the hell you went?
No, I just got it cut on Saturday.
Is the next step you're going to throw some snake oil in that bad boy like your comrade Vic Lombardi did?
No, Holmes. But here's the story.
Do you think Vic's hair looks good?
No, I hate it. I think it looks terrible.
You got to get used to it, right?
He's got a racing stripe down the side. I hate it. No, it's awful.
What I mean, he can't go back now, right?
Has he gotten a convertible too? Is he riding around in a convertible?
No, he does not. He still has his old guy car. It's all good.
Is he going to be a Harley guy soon?
No, nobody's got his hog.
Do you
he does have his. I've had 3 Harleys in the past. No, they're all gone.
Really?
Sold them all. Yeah.
Did the bear make you get rid of them?
No, I got rid of it before. The last one I got rid of it before that. You know what? I'll tell you what. You and I will have that conversation.
Why do you want Canadians not to play in the NHL
here's what I said.
Mo?
So I said
all the Canadians out of the NHL. Says
they're so uptight about losing the gold, and they've been so. You want, and I don't want to get into it uptight, but I'm like, so the petty me goes, I'm like to myself, you want to play hardball? Okay, I mean, yeah, Canada was the better team. There ain't no doubt about it. They missed their opportunities, but they played a better game overall. They were great. Team Canada was great in the gold medal game. We got lucky. That being said,
we got hella bucky.
That being said, you don't like us. I mean, you want to trash the USA? Well, then just keep your own teams, and we'll keep our teams, and our league will be fine. And if it's not the Stanley Cup, we'll play for something. You guys play your 7 teams and have fun.
Wait, the Stanley Cup doesn't belong to Canada. They don't own the cup, do they?
Well, I mean, no, but
just a little Lord Stanley part.
Yeah, but it was Well, yeah, but he was the guy in Canada. Yeah.
Well, no. Possession is like 90% of the law. When's the last time those chuckleheads won the cup?
Yeah, but the cup resides when it's not with the team. It resides in Toronto at the Hall of Fame.
Well, you can just Ocean's 11 that thing, man.
Right,
and then what are they going to do? Come down and take it back?
Anyway, I was being facetious and silly to say, hey, listen, it's sports hate. It's not anything else.
Boy, you want to talk about some sports hate that's going on around the country right now after this. This is disturbing.
Hey, I'm not getting into that. I've got to go record a tease for the game tomorrow.
Can I ask you one more question?
Wait for
that. If this happened, the Moser plan, all-American hockey, NHL teams have American players.
I mean, it's silly.
It's a two-part question.
I really like Canada a lot.
Can you just lean in for a second and play the bit?
Okay, play the bit.
Who are you getting from a Canadian team for Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar?
Oh, no. They still play for the Avs.
Wait. So you're just saying the country of Canada can't have an NHL team, but Canadian players can play in the American NHL?
100%.
And I think your plan is destined for failure.
It's because
it wasn't actually a plan in the first place. It wasn't a plan.
That plan is because you're sick and tired of dealing with having to remember your passport when you travel up to Winnipeg or you go up to Calgary or you're out there in Toronto. You're just sick and tired of being like, this extra step just sucks for me to do my job on television.
I have so many Canadian. I love Canada, man. I have a ton of Canadian friends. It's just that, man, it's just. We know we got lucky. Stop.
No, we didn't. We didn't get lucky, Moj. We won. We had
that Hellebuck save on Taves was lucky.
No, it's a great save.
It was a great save.
He's the best in the world when he's right. It's not even close.
He was just, but he didn't know what he was doing. He's just leaping. He's leaping back to the back of his crease.
Was the Miracle on Ice in 1980 lucky?
That was not luck. That was total win.
But you're calling Sunday morning's win luck for the red, white, and blue.
Fortunate, not luck, fortunate. And I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong.
In teaching offensive line play in football, when you make a block where you're engaged on a particular interior D lineman, and then you realize late that you got to get out and get a body presence on a blitzing outside linebacker.
Oh, we got a backer coming? Oh, boy.
You know what that's called?
Huh.
It's called a blind faith throw.
So you just throw yourself out in front of the blitzer.
And that's what Connor Hellebuck did. And there's a skill to that, brother. That ain't luck.
Okay.
It ain't
I got to go record a killer tease.
Okay, Moj. Good job. I'm just wrecking his favorite league in the world. He's like, let me come up with ideas to just ruin my favorite league.
Can you believe all the listeners out there right now? That these two silver fox-looking sons of guns used to be roommates? Mark Moser.
It's like 25 years ago.
And Mark Bertinoli.
Let me tell you something, man.
No. Here's the problem with living with Moser. Moser invites everybody. Moser got engaged. He invited his wife, his future wife to the house.
Nothing was done yet.
Cats, dogs, they all just show up.
So I got to live in this basement room for another 3 months, right, before my house is done. Well, dude in Fallness, who now works for the Wild, awesome. It's 3 a.m, and I hear this just ruckus going on. They're drinking wine and playing NHL 96 at 3 a.m, going insane.
That's what I call a great life.
Well, yeah, I mean, 30 years ago, yeah, or 25 years ago, whatever it was, yeah.
See, but where would you have been? Like, that? How long did that relationship last? 9 months,
I'm going to go record a tease.
Invites his fiancée to the house, and then they never even really got married. Oh, they kind of did get married. But then the divorce. Anyway, all right. Putting Moser's business in the streets.
Easy.
Moser's business.
You want to talk about business?
No. We can talk. You don't get out of here, bro. Go away. Yeah. Go away, man. Go away.
No. Hey, Berto.
Yeah.
Was there any questioning that I knew exactly what I was doing right there? I mean, he had to get over there to record his bit, and I was like, how can I keep the one and only Mark Moser in the studio for an extra 30 to 50 seconds?
Man, he's about to go. And it's the playoff run now. I mean, it's the rush to the playoffs with the Avs starting tomorrow. We're on it. Like, do the Avs, KJ, do the Avs go back-to-back? Do they play tomorrow and Thursday? I haven't even looked at the Avs. All I know is they play Utah tomorrow.
It's a back-to-back.
Away home. I think Moj is tomorrow night. I mean, Thursday night's here? Okay. All right. So, yeah, we got some I am fascinated to see how the Avs look. Because you've had 21 days off, but you had 8 of your guys go over to Milan and just ball the hell out.
The great thing is that you only have one of your players that even potentially has the hangover of all hangovers in Brock Nelson.
Yeah.
Because if the Canadiens would have won this bad boy, 3 of your most important players might be hungover until next Wednesday. And honestly, it probably would have been great for Nathan McKinnon.
Right.
He could probably use it.
For the Avs.
He could probably tie one on pretty good right now.
I mean, psychologically, is it, and this is, psychologically, does it help or hurt the Avs that their best, that their 2 best players just suffered one of the worst losses of their career?
I say good.
Yeah, you think it's good?
Yeah, because they're both responders. I mean, really, it's 3. I mean, Devon Taves is one of the best pure defenders in the world of hockey. You see it. I know he got split. I know that early goal that Boldy scored, it was right on the D pairing that you have here in your first pairing here in Colorado. But my goodness, Devon Taves is an absolute stud. I mean, he's the amount of ice time that he got for the most talented hockey country on planet Earth is unbelievably impressive. You know what I'm really looking forward to seeing is how did the 21 days benefit those that didn't play?
Yeah.
That's what I'm actually more like Beds even said it yesterday or Sunday when there was practice and he had a little bit of a media availability. Bedsy said hey, everybody was concerned about injuries, and they asked Bedsy the question, is anybody hurt? Bedsy said, I don't know. You guys watch the games. They look hurt.
Mm-hmm.
No, those guys have been playing. But what about the guys like Brent Burns? A 40-some-odd-year-old that's able to get those extra days of rest.
Yeah, what does that look like? Especially, I think it probably helps the goaltenders as well.
Yeah, the Woods, man. The Woods are going to be sharp.
Yeah, the Woodshed getting a little bit of rest there before the stretch run comes up, and you just
then you
get into it.
Potentially get some OC action back, which will be nice for your lower lines.
I think it's 53 days, and we're in the playoffs. 53 days in the Stanley Cup playoffs are underway, mid-April.
All right. I know Hockey Guy is a loyal listener of this show because of the one and only exquisite Alex Ryanemi, who is celebrating American hockey greatness by being in Costa Rica. Because of course, right? Because
he took a vacation when the Avs won the Cup, too. And he took a vacation when Team USA won the gold. I'm starting to think he ain't a hockey guy. I'm starting to think that Raj ain't a hockey guy. I think he's a wannabe. It's not over.
Or his real hockey guy? Is he a guy that realizes in the biggest of moments you got to get away?
Right, but wouldn't you want to talk about it as well? Like the Avs won the Cup, he couldn't talk about it. The Team USA just won the gold. He can't talk about it because he's like, I mean, listen.
So what have we learned? What have we learned?
That
we need to get rid of Raj for the Avs to win a title.
He's got to go. Right. As soon as the playoffs start, yo, man, you got to go back on vacation, man.
So I had a thought here. All right,
yeah.
And I think this might be a really good conversation on the other side, unless you had something
let's do it.
Amazing planned.
Yeah.
Today, with the Avs firing the season back up with the Cup run, potentially right in front of them on Wednesday, start tomorrow, and the Nuggets 3 games into the post-All-Star break, call it a malaise, if you will.
Yeah.
Take hockey guy out of the equation, take NBA guy out of the equation, just you are a Denver sports fan. Which sport right now are you more fired up for the stretch run?
Mm-hmm.
Denver, Nuggets basketball, or Colorado Avalanche hockey?
All right.
We should talk about that on the other end.
We will. Matter of fact, hit us up on the text line if you'd like to. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to Saturday's game against the Blackhawks. It's an afternoon game against an original 6 team, and you can be there. The keyword is coming up next. It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword is Harry.
Let's go.
Text Harry.
As in Harry Carey.
Yeah, as in Harry Carey. Yeah,
of
Harry.
the city of Chicago, formerly of the city of Chicago, or Harry Connick Jr. Probably
is he
no
from
ties.
Chicago?
Nope, probably not.
I think he's from New Orleans, right? Isn't Harry Connick?
But either way, if you want to get your tuchus into Ball Arena to watch some dadgum hockey, and maybe even check a little Connor Bedard out, who was omitted from Team Canada.
Yeah, there was some crazy rumors about that it might have been Sidney Crosby who was angry at Bedard and was like, he's like, nah, he ain't on this team. Get him out of here.
Well,
so text Harry to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword is Harry. We'll announce our winner at 11:55. Good luck.
As in Harry Potter.
Yeah. Harry Potter.
Harry
Not
Potter.
a wizard. Yeah. All right, people. So Coach wanted to know, what are you most excited for when it comes to the stretch run? What you think the Nuggets might do? What you think the Avs might do? Because both of them have a month and a half. We've got a month and a half of the regular season for both those teams. And by mid-April, we will be in the playoffs for both of those teams. And it does look like they are. I mean, the couple of answers we've got so far is pointing towards hockey. But I think is that just because people think it's more likely that the Avs, who look like the best team in the NHL, is going to win the cup compared to the Nuggets, who are going to have to battle and fight some of the best teams in the West to make the Western Conference Finals, much less the NBA Finals.
Okay, so this to me is it's a really interesting discussion just about a vibe check here in Denver, in the greater state of Colorado, the Rocky Mountain region. Those that call themselves Avs fans, those that call themselves Nuggets fans, and I'm talking specifically to people like me and you that care deeply about both. And I'd say that's a good chunk of Coloradans.
Mm-hmm.
They care deeply about the Avs and the Nuggets, and they would be at the parade for either or both. When you obviously look at the Denver Nuggets, even what's happened in the 1-2 start post All-Star break, and the questions that seem to be remaining about, can this team get back to its form of being a clutch closing team? Does it have the best two-man game in basketball that can close out at any point in time with Jamal Murray and, of course, Nikola Jokic? That not being on full display, the questions remain about that and the injuries of Aaron Gordon, where it seems like Aaron Gordon comes back, does something explosive, and then you just feel this impending doom that he's going to be another evaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
Soft tissue injury.
And then Christian Brown, are we seeing, like, is there some diminishing returns because of his injuries with ankles? Therefore, he's not confident ripping the basketball and putting up shots, turning down shots. Payton Watson, what's he going to be like when he gets back? Because he was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the thing that right now when you watch a Nuggets game, whether you watch every single minute of it, whether it's on your phone when you have business or family stuff to attend to, and you have the little score update, and you kind of watch the stock market of a Nuggets game, and you see these great runs that the Nuggets go on, and then you see the fourth quarter leads just evaporate. It feels inevitable right now, and I don't think that's a great feeling.
No, you're right. The vibes are off. The vibes are weird. But what would it take for you to change your opinion? Is it just a 3-4 game winning streak? Is it if they beat OKC at the end of the week, is all of a sudden your confidence restored, or are you just waiting around for the playoffs to start and say wait until the real season gets going?
I want some piss and vinegar.
Well, listen,
I want some pissed off defenders.
The NBA's been getting angry lately.
I want some anger here in Denver.
We've had a couple of physical clashes, is what the NBA is calling them in the league.
And I don't want to fight. I want great baseline to baseline, sideline to sideline, defensive effort basketball from the Denver Nuggets, particularly in moments when you have a chance to close out games. Is that too much to ask? And then also I want to see what a healthy Aaron Gordon potentially would look like if that ever happens. and I want to see what a healthy Payton Watson coming back to form looks like. I don't think the Nuggets season feels inevitable. Right now, watching their games feels inevitable that if they're playing against a team that is competent and it's a fourth quarter tight contested ball game, tightly contested game, it feels like the Nuggets are more likely to lose than win.
Which is so crazy to me.
Today.
Because they already learned this. Like, it felt like, let's say, that in the decade that Joker has been here in Denver, and early on with Michael Malone as the coach and Joker and the crew, it felt like they were learning how to win and learning how to be a clutch team. And then they'd get in these playoffs and they'd lose in the first round, or they'd go 7 games in the first, or they'd make it to the second. And so they were learning how to be a clutch team and learning how to win games late. And it felt like that's exactly what happened. They learned it. They figured it out. They won an NBA championship. So why are we back here? Why are we back here? I know it's not the exact same team as in 2023, but the core is still there. I mean, how is it that all of a sudden your clutch gene is gone? I mean, that's what Jamal Murray was known for. Like, when I think of Jamal Murray, I think that, yo, man, the blue arrow is going to come up clutch. When I think of Nikola Jokic, I think it's going to come up clutch.
How ironic is it that the year that Jamal Murray finally breaks through to be an all-star for the first time in his career, he's been living in the shadow of Nikola Jokic. All the while living in that shadow, Jamal Murray was a clutch performer. Now, what I'd say is we know him as playoff Jamal. We're down the stretch in a playoff seeding perspective run for being a clutch player. But the year that he actually goes to the All-Star game is the year that he loses the clutch gene, or at least we think that.
Best year of his career, except for late game execution and those like late game free throws. What was his 2 or 3 games? These missed free throws late in these games. So I was freaking out about it just a couple of days with you, and then I was talking with Scotty before his show, and he was kind of calming me or trying to calm me down. But the interesting thing that he was pointing out is outside of Joker and Jamal late, who's going to step up? Who's going to step up late in that fourth quarter now? Who's going to do it? Like, are you going to ask Julian Strother to be the clutch guy for you? If Jamal is off or Joker is off or whatever's going to happen, if those two, if a team says we're making sure that we're taking those guys out, even if we have to double both of them, who does the ball go to in a clutch?
Well,
let's talk about
the best stretch run that the Nuggets have been on. It was with Payton Watson as the primary ball scorer.
Yeah.
And he was clutch.
Yeah. And how much playing time does he get when he gets back? Is he going to get starters minutes? Is he going to be a starter? Is he going to get 35 minutes a game? What's he going to look like? And whose minutes take a hit? Cam? Christian? Bruce? Well, I mean, I don't know. But I will say this. At this point of the season are you down to 22 games to go before the playoff, 21 games before the playoff? We're about to hit the teens, man. And I'm done. Injuries are no longer an excuse to me. I don't care who's missing. Injuries are no longer an excuse. You have to win these games.
Nuggets have played, it is 58 games.
So it's, 82.
24
games is what we got left? Man, I don't know what to. Listen, maybe let me ask you this question: am I overreacting to what we've seen the last 2-3 weeks with the Nuggets? Like I just mentioned that I'm not going to use injuries as an excuse anymore, but they have been banged up. But still, do you think I'm overstating the fact that there's something wrong with the Nuggets? Do you think maybe that, hey man, don't worry about it, they'll get it back together once before the playoffs start?
Recency bias?
Yeah, is that what you think is going on with my brain?
Recency bias is, I would say, 100% accurate that something is inherently wrong with the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
That could all turn around very quickly if you start playing clutch basketball, if you start defending in the first half. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of giving up like 75 points to a Steph Curry-less Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, you let Golden State shoot like 52% from 3 in that game or something ridiculous. Like you were just letting them rain down from the 3-point line.
So we go back to the original question. So on the other side, the Avs, right? We talk about which team are you more excited for to see what is coming, man?
Mm-hmm.
What is coming down the road? Because this is an exciting time here in Denver, Colorado, man. I mean, we were talking at one point when the Denver Broncos were 14-3.
Yeah,
locked up the home seed. We're talking triple parade,
yeah,
brother.
we got cocky. We got a little too cocky on that.
And
one.
now, man, like,
yeah, now
are the Colorado Avalanche our only hope?
No, I think the Nuggets still have a shot, but the Avs are a juggernaut.
They are a juggernaut, and they too went through their goofy little stretch of hockey because guess who wasn't playing?
You know,
it was Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah, now he's back. So
clearly he's back. Clearly he is. You think Team Canada would have loved to have had Gabe there to help out with Nate, to calm Nate? Because, hey, man, Nate still is a tremendous point producer when he doesn't have Gabe. But something feels different about how Gabe on the ice levels out Nathan McKinnon.
I will say this. I think it's, and there's players like this. There's people like this all over the place, but and a lot of them become successful in sports, and I'm talking about people who have no chill. Nathan McKinnon has no chill. He is always going at 100 miles an hour when he's on the ice. You know what I mean? Like, he is always running hot. So, yeah, having somebody like Gabe who can regulate somebody, you know what?
Regulators!
Like, is there how many players, how many football players have you coached that you're like, man, this dude has no chill. He's 100 miles an hour every day, 24/7. It's a headache to deal with.
Yeah, but they're my favorite
But
guys.
on the football field,
I need that man. But they also sometimes do need that guy. They need that Gabriel. They need that Landeskog.
I'm gonna change topics on you real quick.
No,
because
dude.
as a coach, how do you deal with a player like AJ Brown? Somebody with massive amount of talent, but is disrupted to the team because he's upset even when you're winning.
Is he
because
good?
He's not getting the ball.
Is he good?
He's the best wide receiver you got.
Okay, is he good?
He's great.
Okay, so you know how you deal with it as a coach?
How?
You give him the opportunities to get the football in his hands.
Okay.
And you force feed him and see what he does. And
Okay.
tell him that.
Okay.
We are going to give you the rock. What are you going to do with it, kid? In his case, you wouldn't call him a kid. What are you going to do with it, man?
Take it to the house, coach.
Done.
Take it to the
All
house.
right. Hey, you want the opportunity, right? You want it, AJ?
Mm-hmm.
You're AJ.
Yeah, I do want it, coach.
All right, here it is, man. Here's 12 targets. What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to complain about Bo not throwing me the ball 7 games in the regular season. Even though I'm their leading wide receiver and I have more touchdowns than anybody else on the team, I'm still pissed if I'm A.J. Brown. And then what do you do if you're Sean Payton? I'm just saying that when you deal with players like I'm not comparing Nathan McKinnon to A.J. Brown, but I'm saying there are certain players who have such a high skill level that you have to work around that personality. You have to accept who they are as a person. You can't change them. And why would you want to change the personality of somebody like a Nathan McKinnon who's like, I want to kill you. That's how much I want to win. I'm going to murder your family.
I am a serial killer, and my weapon is a stick.
Right, a stick and a puck.
Stick and a puck
And
is
I
my
want
weapon.
to take all of you out.
Yep.
So, yeah, how you go about handling that kind of personality on your team.
See, the thing that the answer is pretty simple, at least in the Avs case. It's Gabe Landeskog.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason it's Gabe Landeskog is because I don't think Gabe Landeskog is trying to take away that component of Nathan McKinnon at all, wearing the C on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
What he is doing is he makes it a little bit more palatable when it's in the locker room.
Right.
Takes
Okay,
the
I get
edge
what
off a
you
little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
hey, man.
So
we've
people start.
Hey, Nate, we've done this before, right?
Yeah,
right?
I get what you're saying.
And it's probably, Gabe's probably not doing much. It's probably mostly unspoken.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably maybe just a look that Gabe just kind of flashes over him, like one of those where you give the little side nod with a little furrow of the brow. Like,
you're hitting the red line, bro. You're hitting the red line.
Like, and then Nate's like, you're right. And he doesn't even have to verbalize it. It's those are the types of things because they've been through it together. It's been successful. Gabe has to be respected because of what he's done and what, frankly, what this team has done in his absence. Not much, man. Just a couple losses to the Kraken, to the Vegas Golden Knights.
Right, I get what you're saying.
To the freaking Dallas Stars.
Yeah, that would be amazing if they lost to the Mavs.
It'd be cool.
Can Cooper Flag skate? But
So with the Avs, excitement level is super high
Mm-hmm.
because they are a juggernaut.
Mm-hmm.
They get Gabriel Landeskog back.
Mm-hmm. And they easily look like the best team in hockey. Everybody else is playing for second. Right?
More importantly, man, are we going to experience a bump in hockey viewership?
Oh, you know what? Yes.
Similar to like the women's soccer game after Brandi Chastain ripped off her jersey and went sports bra.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think people who lived through Sunday is like, I want to feed that, inject that into my veins. I need more of it. And so I do think the
viewership is going to go through the roof.
Is gonna raise itself. I agree with that.
And then strangely, is hockey guy going to become a different type of hockey guy than he was before? Are we going to get like, is NASCAR guy going to become hockey guy because of the political ramifications of what happened?
No, well, maybe for like 10 minutes.
And then is real hockey guy going to invite NASCAR hockey guy
to
come to the fold?
No.
I say bring it all.
I
want
hockey.
all of you.
I love hockey guy, but he's not very inviting. He's
bring me your blue, bring me your red, bring me your everything in between.
Let's go.
I'll take your don't tread on me. I'll take your whatever they call it, the protests that they have, no Kings protesters.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take all of you and get in Ball Arena and blow the top off that mug.
Yeah. Well, listen, Ball Arena's going to be rocking.
Because guess what we can find in that arena?
Yeah.
Or find some joy in sport, man.
Yeah. It's going to be great.
And get away from all that crap.
But you're right. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to see what happens. But once again, it is a Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword is Harry. Text Harry to 303-504-0925. We will talk to the Rapids' Paxton Aronson next.
30 seconds left in the minimum of 6 minutes. Tied up at 1. Dick Sporting Goods Park up on its feet. Connor Ronan, right-footed ball, sails in. Yeah! Bounces over the goal line! In his home debut! The Burgundy boy, Paxton Aronson, finds the back of the net! The Rapids are going to take all 3 points!
That's right. The Birdie boys are back. It kind of snuck up on me, baby. It snuck up on me. I was like, I knew the Rapid season was coming up, and then all of a sudden, bang, baby.
How about Connor Cape with the illustrious pipes right there, huh? My man's Connor Cape out there bringing the heat.
Well, he was describing a goal from the Rapids number 10, Paxton Aronson, the man from Medford, who is joining us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Paxton, how you doing? And welcome to the show.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm feeling all right. You know what? I want to ask you right out the gate, how you feeling? How you felt on that first game against Seattle? And what do you go into the season with expectations for yourself or the team, or are you more of a we take it as it comes kind of guy?
No, I always go into every season with expectations for myself. I hold myself to a high standard. So obviously the result against Seattle isn't what we wanted to start the season with. It's not kind of who we were and what we implemented all preseason, and we know that. So it'll be nice to bounce back with a great performance on the home opener against Portland.
Paxton, for all of Rapids fan base that's listening right now and anybody else here in Colorado, sports fans, you've had a really unique first 5-6 years in professional soccer, starting out as a draft, a youth career at Philadelphia Union, and obviously homegrown player for the Union, but then ended up playing all across, Frankfurt and Utrecht. Tell us a little bit about what that journey was like playing overseas and how that's prepared you to be the best version of yourself here in American Major League Soccer.
Yeah, the journey was one that I would never trade anything for. I think it set me up not only on the field, but off the field. It helped me grow as a person, moving to Europe at the age of 18, just kind of getting into a different culture, learning a new language, seeing how soccer, football over in Europe is implemented and how serious the fan base and all of them take it. So it kind of grew me way more in the 3-4 years that I was over there. And then coming back now, all the experience I've had, all the different coaching staff, the styles of play that I've played under, it's kind of just set me up to be so diverse in the world of soccer. And I'm grateful for it every single day.
I want to ask you about the first half against Seattle, because that was one of the weirder first halves I've seen in Major League Soccer. That thing was like, it was in 61 minutes long. There's just stoppages all over the place. The match officials all over. I mean, what did you think about that first half against Seattle?
Yeah, I said it to my dad the other day. It's probably the most unique first half of soccer I have ever, of course, played in, but probably most people have ever witnessed in their entire time. Games like that are always interesting because you're just trying to establish rhythm, especially when you're away at Seattle, a very difficult place to play. And yeah, it was just kind of stop-start, a bunch of fouls, obviously with all the VAR checks, the red card, the goal they got called back offside. So there was no rhythm. And I think in games like that, it's very important to just kind of mentally stay checked in. And yeah, that was that, but it was definitely a very interesting game.
Paxton, obviously the leadership changed at the top for the Rapids and your head coach, Matt Wells. Tell us a little bit about Matt Wells, his style, and how the team is adapting to a new head coach.
Yeah, his style of play is one that I think he loves the game of soccer first and foremost. I think, yeah, he was a student of the game and now he's kind of a teacher of it. And he's came in and taught his ideas very clear. And I think it's been great for a lot of the younger guys, and even including myself. Everybody has learned from him. His football ideology is very high level, and the style that he wants us to play, I'm fully convinced that we're going to get it right. Glimpses of it in preseason against Orlando, I thought we were unplayable. And I know that we can reach that level consistently throughout the entire season with him kind of steering the wheel and guiding us.
How long does that take with you've got a lot of new teammates and you got a new gaffer. So how long does it take for, all that to mesh, the new guys and the new style and basically just the new team coming together?
Yeah, there's no, of course, there's no timeline for everything, but I mean, when you look at Seattle's team, they've been together for a very long time. Still no excuse because, like I said, in preseason, we showed moments of dominance against our Orlando team, who has also been together for a while. So I think it's just about getting that consistency now. We showed the glimpses of it in the preseason game. Now it's about bringing that towards the regular season. And I think the home opener with the crowd on our back is going to be a perfect time to implement that when we're confident at home, playing against a team in the altitude, trying to play our football and our style of play. So I think it'll be a great test to kind of show the dominance and who the new Colorado are.
Moving over to the international side of soccer and international side of sport, I'm sure you, like many Americans, had a chance to watch the two hockey teams, male and female, come away with gold medal from Milan Olympics here. Obviously, humongous summer of soccer coming up. Your brother, Brendan Aronson's been a huge part of the national team. Is that something that you aspire to have a chance to compete for club and country? Because you've already had some opportunities to do so, but what are some of your goals internationally over the next 5-10 years?
Yeah, like you said about the two hockey teams, that was incredible. So huge shout out to them. They were super inspiring, I think, for me and I think for the rest of Americans, what they did. And obviously not an easy game against Canada and how they handled themselves and the pride that they wore the jersey in is something that I do as well when I wear the U.S. on my chest. So huge shout out to them. But yeah, like you said, I've gotten glimpses of it with the men's national team, and it's something that I want to do to solidify myself there as a full-time player. And with the World Cup coming up, it's such a huge moment in U.S. soccer. I think it can change it forever. So obviously each and every single day I'm working as hard as I can to get on that roster, and having a brother that's also trying to achieve the same goal is great because it's competitive, but we always bounce ideas off of each other and we're aiming for the same goal and working in different spaces, working across the world for the same goal.
Yeah, you need to steal that nickname from your brother. That's one of my favorite nicknames in soccer. The Medford Messi. Yeah. Brother, I love that nickname, man. You need to steal it from him because that's great.
I should just blame my parents because he was the firstborn.
There you go. What do you think about this upcoming opponent this weekend on the home opener in the Portland Timbers?
Yeah, I think Portland, obviously, for a lot of the guys, is a familiar team. From what I've heard, the games against them haven't been as easy in the past, but like I said, this is a new time. This is a kind of new era. A familiar facing Cole Bassett in the midfield, so it would be good seeing him. But no, obviously Portland's a really good team. We saw how they played opening day against a tough Columbus Crew. I thought they transitioned very well and finished their chances very well. So they have threats from all over the field, but I think most important, it's about sticking to our game and our plan. And at home, how do we fulfill our dominance and just play our kind of style and wear them down?
Paxton, for any Rapids fan, sports fan here in Colorado that might be on the fence about getting to Dick's Sporting Goods Park this weekend, give a pitch to why they should be in the building for what appears to be really good weather this weekend. Yeah, so just what can they expect from Paxton Aronson and company?
Yeah, for myself, I think they can expect an exciting player to come and watch. Always looking for goals, always looking for assists. Crafty, someone that's going to work super hard for the team. And I think from the rest of the team and the staff going into this week, I think we all promised ourselves that this is the start, and what happened against Seattle, we're not going to let it happen again. So we're going to go full everything in training this week to prepare for Portland and just come out flying, giving everything.
Well, Paxton, thanks for spending some time with us today, and good luck the rest of the season. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
That is number 10 for your Burgundy Boys, Paxton Aronson, as his squad opened up the season on Sunday against Seattle, a 2-0 loss. And seriously, that was the weirdest match I've seen in years in soccer. Just crazy.
You know what's funny is the Aronson brothers have a little bit of Hughes brother feel from the hockey side.
Right. Well, yeah. Well,
I mean, they are
Jersey.
They're American soccer royalty, and both of them super talented players. Brendan and Paxton, and have just been right on the cusp of just completely busting through. And it's funny because Jack Hughes was a player that really hadn't had a chance to bust through, and you just never know when your moment's going to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the Medford Messi is a great nickname. I love it. Love it. Oh, wait, hold on. We got breaking news?
Oh!
Wait, I don't know what it is. What is it? KJ, what's this news, brother?
Whoa.
Hold on. They traded Sam Girard? Ho. So the Avs acquired Brett Kulak from the Penguins in exchange for Sam Girard and a second-round pick. Oh, wow. So they changed. I mean, okay. So they bring in a D-man.
For a D-man.
Ooh, interesting.
So Brett Kulak is 6'1", 192-pounder, 32 years old, shoots left, and this year he's played in 56 games, so health has been good.
This is not the trade I was expecting with Pittsburgh. But I do. This is okay. All right. So you know what? Sammy G, love you, man. It was a good run, man. It was
how
a good
about
run.
the Avs gave up a second-round pick as well? So it's a Sammy G and a 2028
second rounder
pick.
for Brett. Okay, man.
Getting more experience on their blue line.
I do think this man is 6'1", 192, left-handed defenseman, elite skater, very versatile skater, and very reliable two-way guy. So
basically, it's a Devon Taves light.
Yeah, Devon Taves is a really fun guy to watch play defensive hockey. So I get what you. Yeah.
He's not a point producer.
He's a great skater, very mobile kind of guy.
Yeah, he's not a point producer. He's also not a goon. He's not going to go out there and knock teeth out. But he's a guy that's got experience. He's a 32-year-old. He's played in the NHL for years.
Interesting. So
I think what happened here is I think that they want to have some semblance of experience all the way down their blue line. So every D pairing, right?
Right. So Sam was on your third D pair. So, you just put Brett you put Brett and Sam Malinsky together and you're just good. You're just all right, let's go. We're feeling good. It will be interesting. The morning show will talk to Coach Bednar tomorrow, and he'll be able to break this down. But you know what? I guess I got to think about it, man. I got to sit and think about it. How I feel about it right now is pretty good. But this right here is a Stanley Cup move right here. They're like, this is a we're winning the cup this year kind of move. We want this kind of presence on the blue. Interesting. I did not see this coming at all.
Yeah, but you did probably see Sammy G on the trade block.
Well, it felt like Sammy G's been on there because you know what? Every time the Avs go in a little bit of slump, people are like, go trade Connor, go get Connor McDavid, trade Girard for McDavid or something like that. But yeah, Sammy G's name has always been brought up in these trade rumors, and it almost came to a point where it was comical. But now they've actually sent him to Pittsburgh. Well, Sam, enjoy the Steel City, man.
Sam Girard, Pittsburgh bound, and incoming is Brett Kulak, the 32-year-old D-man. So I want to know, Avs faithful, Avs territory. What do you feel about it? Text the Shop Mazda text line at 303-504-0925.
And is this just the first of a number of moves for the Avalanche? You know what I mean? Now that the Olympic break is over, did the Avs have some moves already in their back pocket they were thinking about? Because they pulled the trigger on this one. They got anything else? Like, is this the lead up to some fun stuff happening? But all right, we got to take a break. We will we'll obviously keep you updated on this trade, and we also got some NFL news we got to get to. All that is coming up right here on the Morning Sprint.
Obi Kubel couldn't one-hand it up the boards. Tarasenko had it taken away by Landeskog. To the point, Manson. Quickly across for Sam Girard. He scores! Sam Girard! Sometimes the unlikeliest of heroes. His first goal of these Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Avalanche have a 2-1 lead.
But that was Connor McGahey calling one of Sam Girard's Avs goal. It's also a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. All right, the Avalanche just made a trade. They send Sam Girard to the Pittsburgh Penguins for Brett Kulak and they sent Sammy G and a second-round pick in the 2028 draft to Pittsburgh for defenseman Brett Kulak. And to break this thing down for us, we're joined right now by the voice of your color, the Han Solo of hockey, Connor McGahey. Connor, how you doing, brother?
Berto, I'm good. I was just talking to KJ, and the itch is pretty heavy. I need to scratch it. It's been a good break. It's been too long.
Yeah, well,
it's been a long one.
You're about to do 5 games in 6 days or something. Like the Avs schedule starts strong.
5 and 7.
5 and 7.
So yeah, here we go.
All right, man.
In.
What do you think? Sammy G, I love Sam, but he is now a Pittsburgh Penguin, and Brett Kulak is a Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, Kulak has some size. He actually is a smooth skater, can handle the puck, kills penalties, and he's a 2.75, which is just about half of what Sam Girard costs at $5 million a year for 1 more year. So I think it does 2 things. It addresses a need that the Avalanche have, and that's need some size, some meat on the back end. That's what Kulak is. And don't forget, Sam Malinsky made this all possible. Sam Malinsky and his growth over the past couple seasons basically turned into what Sam Girard has been for this team ever since 2017. And so that gave the front office the flexibility to make a move like this and address a need, which is some size and some grit and some PK ability. And then it frees you up with an extra $2.5 million with the trade deadline coming up next week. So it accomplishes 2 goals. I mean, you hate to see somebody that we all grew up with pretty much, and Sam Girard leaves, Stanley Cup champion, the last piece of the Matt Duchene deal. But I think that this had been floated for a while, and I actually really, really like this move from Chris McFarland from Pittsburgh.
Connor, what is the legacy of Sam Girard as an Av?
Boy, I mean, steady as she goes. I mean, very dependable. I mean, the mistakes were always minimal. And he had one of the patented moves that he named his dog after, Le Tornade, that backhand spin at the blue line that, for whatever reason, was always tough to defend from the opposition. So, look, he was always reliable. You put him in any situation, and he was solid. And he was a smooth skater, great puck handler. And so, whether he was a second D pair, a third D pair, like he's been the past couple of years, I don't think you could have somebody more reliable on the ice that wasn't named Devon Taves or Cale Makar.
You're looking at this second-round pick in 2028 that's been divvied out. Is that to make up, I guess, the financial difference of Sammy G's $5 million plus contract and what Kulak's going to be in 2.75? Yeah,
probably. That would be my guess. Kulak is an expiring. He's a UFA after this season, and you know what? Front offices anymore. It's teams like the Avalanche draft picks are. What are you going to? Unless you're going to be a lottery team in a rebuild mode, even a first round pick, I'm not sure means as much as it used to. So, a second round pick in 2028. That's the distant future. If we're being honest, that is an added incentive to make up for Pittsburgh, who is still in the playoff hunt themselves. They're in a playoff position as we stand today. They're having to pay that extra, $2.25 million on their roles going forward here.
Is this the start of multiple moves by the Avs before the trade deadline hits next week?
I mean, with the financial piece, I would think so, Berto. Look, I find out, this is what I love about Chris McFarland and, frankly, the Avs front office ever since the beginning of time, is there are no leaks. I mean, it is Fort Knox, it is the vault. I really actually appreciate that about the Avs. I find out like everybody else does, like you do. We find out from Twitter, but I would think that with the financial piece, this is a team that will always spend to the cap, and I would think that flexibility means that more things are likely to come before the trade deadline next week.
How is this Avs team gonna look and feel, especially with so many of these players tied up in very, very highly competitive Olympic moments? How's it going to look Wednesday and beyond?
I think it's going to look good, Coach. I really do. I think that, this team knows what they have, and they have the Stanley Cup favorite. They have a team that has, I know you're 4-5-1 in your last 10 before the break, but everyone knowing that they had 8 players going to the Olympics, knowing that it's the dog days of the NHL season, I think they were just trying to get to the break. But I know that they know that this team is special. And it's go time now, and that the sun is coming out, the days are getting longer, and that means that it's springtime and it's time for playoff hockey. But it's the push to the playoffs now, and I think that it's going to be a cohesed, and yes, we're going to make that a word. It's going to be a cohesed group starting tomorrow night in Salt Lake City.
So you trade for a left-shotted defenseman. What else? What are you targeting if you're the Avs now? What's the next priority? Are you looking for another centerman? Are you looking for another defenseman? Are you going to, or is it come down to not the position but the player at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I think it could be both, but I think you look at what the Avalanche need. They need a little bit of forward depth, and especially down the middle, which probably everybody is. And that's the tough part about the trade season, is that, how many pundits and reporters are like, well, so-and-so's in the market for depth down the middle. And it's like, yeah, no kidding.
Was that your Raj impersonation there, Connie?
Hi, guys. My name's Raj, Alex Ryan. Most of you know me as Raj.
That's pretty good.
Buddy.
That's pretty good.
Costa Rica
he's listening right now?
Totally, 100%.
Okay.
He is
Sorry,
absolutely
buddy.
listening, and we love him.
Raj, I'll take you to the ridge to play some golf. It'll be fine.
I just think that every team has almost the same need every single year. But I think if the Avs are looking, they have the motivation and the cap space now to fill those needs, and for me, that's down the middle.
Two-parter. You look at the remaining schedule and the standings right now. Avs with 83 points, Minnesota 78, and really Dallas all really in that Central Division with 77, kind of nipping at the bud there. At your heels. Number one, how important is it for the Avs to put an exclamation point on this season to finish out the regular season and secure home ice, A? And B, who's one player that you would love to see really come alive in this back third of the season?
Let's see. With the first part, I will think, look, home ice means everything. You're the best home ice team in the National Hockey League. You're not bad away from home, but you are utterly dominant at Ball Arena. I think that's a lesson that they've learned after the past couple playoff runs. That was a big part in 2022, although you could point to the fact that, you had a chance to close out the Blues at home and had to do it on the road. You had a chance to close out the Lightning at home, had to do it on the road. But you were able to win those series because of the games that you won at home earlier in the series, right? If you're up 3-1 or 3-0 in a series like they were most of the time, that gives you the one-off loss at home. And so I think that those were hard lessons learned in the past couple playoff runs. And I think this year, more than in previous seasons, home ice means a lot, if not everything, for the Colorado Avalanche. And for the stretch run here, for players that I'd like to see come alive, I'm gonna. It's so tough because everyone's really had good years, but I'm gonna go with Ross Colton because I know, like it's like Brett says with Bo Nix, right? It's in there, it's in there, and I think that Colton has worked so hard and has been so close, and he's been arguably the most snake-bit player in the National Hockey League. So, if we can get kind of a hot Ross Colton down the stretch here, that behooves the Avalanche in a big way.
Am I off base saying Val Nichushkin also?
I was thinking yes, but here's the thing. I know he's not scoring as many goals as we're used to Val, but he's dominant. I mean, if you want to look at other nerd numbers, is what you say yesterday.
Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you, Alex.
But what'd you say yesterday? What they figure up there, those nerds, his numbers are pretty good. I mean, I still think, at least it was maybe true before the break, that on the penalty kill, Val Nichushkin had been on the ice for a goal against, which is impressive. I think all-around game from Val has been strong, but yeah, if he gets on one of those goal-scoring pairs, that makes the best team in the NHL far and away dominant.
Yeah, what about LOC? Like, when are we going to see O'Connor? I mean, how close do you think we are to seeing Logan out there on the ice?
I mean, we've started to get more good news, I think, over the past week and a half or so. But it's hard to say. It's such a complicated scenario that we don't know a ton about. It's not the original injury; it's something after, and so there's a whole process that's been going on with him and his return to play. But it sounds like we should see him before the end of the regular season. That has not been confirmed, but just sort of been piecing together what Jared Bednar has been able to tell us over the past couple months.
All right, Connor. Well, thanks, man, for hopping on and breaking this trade down. When you fly to Utah, brother?
We have 2:00 flight today.
Okay.
I'm so proud of you, Connor. Not only did I hear your dog barking, I also hear some chew toys being gnawed on in the background.
Yeah.
There.
Rocky's in full.
I love it.
He's in full, play mode right now. So thank you for your patience.
All right, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Enjoy that trip to Salt Lake City, brother.
I will, boys. Adios.
All right, that is Connor McGahey, the voice of your Colorado Avalanche. He breaks down this trade as the Avs just made a deal. They sent Sam Girard and a second-round pick in the 2028 NHL draft to Pittsburgh for defenseman Brett Kulak. And guess what?
Do we have an Avs ticket?
I'm reading
Tuesday
it, Coach.
Keyword coming?
I'm about to read it, Coach.
Don't tell him yet.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to Saturday's game against the Blackhawks. It's an afternoon game against an original 6 team, and you can be there. The keyword is coming up next. Where to party at? It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword is Marv. Text Marv, A-A-R-V, Marv, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered to win. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword is Marv. We'll announce our winner at 11:55. Good luck. M-A-R-V.
Why Marv?
Marv. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure somewhere in Kevin's brain he knows, but he's making those connections somewhere in his skull, but I'm not sure.
Marv?
Harry was the first
Marv
keyword
Levy.
from last.
Marv Levy, famous Buffalo Bills head football coach. It's originally from Chicago.
Wait, is Marv Levy originally from Chicago?
Yep.
So, okay. So you might be right, man. Harry Carey and Marv Levy? Is that what we're doing? I don't know. But anyway, Marv, text it in. All right, people. It's time for KJ's thing. What you got, KJ? What's coming up, man?
Well, Broncos GM George Payton and head coach Sean Payton will talk to the media later today ahead of the NFL Combine this weekend. One thing Broncos GM George Payton made sure to establish in his end-of-season presser was that the Broncos will get players to Denver in free agency. But from a little breaking news on the ice to a little breaking news on the turf, Jets GM Darren Muji on running back Breece Hall.
No.
The tags are an option, end quote.
Oh, no, they're going to tag Breece?
They asked him again in a different way, and he says they'll tag him if they can't reach a long-term deal by March 3rd, which obviously is next week.
Oh,
so
man.
What should the Broncos' backup plan be if that happens?
If they can't get Breece, I guess you offer Kenneth Walker a deal? Is that or
Etienne?
Travis? You give Travis a deal? Because obviously Breece, you'd have to pay Breece. Man, what's the tag? Well, I'm trying to find what's the tag number for running backs. It's
14.2.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. So 14.2 is the tag for running backs. So that's
I memorize every tag number in every sport, just so you guys know that.
What's the tag number for?
I love it.
What's the tag number for a QB in the NFL next season?
It's like 48.6.
It is. Damn it, Coach.
No, it's not. What is it?
It is. It's 47.8. It's like $48 million.
All right, I knew I was in the ballpark.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
Yeah. You know what?
Don't quiz
$14
anymore.
million for
Don't
a
quiz
back.
anymore.
Is that?
Let me end out. I want to finish on top, man.
Okay. I won't do any more.
Pay that man 14.5.
Pay that man his muni.
When's the soonest that the Broncos could offer him a deal?
Oh, that's a good question. When is
Did they do it today?
Actually, sure. Yes. Right? Wait. Right? They could offer him a deal.
Oh no, we're not even in the
we're not even in the
NFL
tampering
year.
period. We're not even in the legal tampering period yet.
No.
When is free agency?
Free agency opens at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Mountain on Wednesday, March 11th.
Oh, so we're still 2 weeks away.
Is that
from free agency.
when does the legal tampering period start?
That's when it starts.
That? Oh, that's when the tampering starts?
What?
When can you sign
so
dudes?
this is how they tasking now under the new reconstructed. So the legal negotiation window, because they can't call it tampering, starts March 9th.
Okay.
10 a.m. Mountain Time. Then the official signing period is March 11th, 2 p.m. Mountain Time.
I just like the term legal tampering.
Yeah. It
sounds as dirty. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like the definition of the game of football. Legal tampering. Think about the SEC and the NIL and everything. Just it's legal tampering.
Mm-hmm. Would you just, as soon as free agency starts, do you call Breece's agent and say, we got $14 million a year for you, or if we got $15 million a year for you, come on down.
The problem with that is the franchise tag deadline is March 3rd. So he's a franchise tag candidate for the Jets.
So the Jets are saying if they don't sign Brees, they're going to tag Brees.
That's essentially what Darren Muji just said.
So they're saying that he's not going. So now you just take the best running back off the board for the Broncos, and you either have to go Kenneth or Travis as your second option if you're just going to pay a dude.
Yeah, but they're probably going to get similar treatment, are they not?
I mean, what's Seattle going to do with Kenneth Walker?
Are they just going to let him walk?
I don't know, man.
Pun intended.
You just won the Super Bowl with that dude. But at the same time,
I just don't,
man. I'm sure I bet you he re-signs with Seattle. I mean, why would you not? You just won the Super Bowl. You're having the best time of your life.
And even with what Liam Cohen likes to do offensively, why would Jacksonville let Travis Etienne get on the open market?
Yeah, I get it. You probably just don't give those kind of guys. Because Atlanta, what's the players we know that have been tagged? We think Kyle Pitts got tagged, right, by Atlanta?
Yeah.
Is that the only one? So it's Brees and it's Kyle right now? At least I haven't heard of anybody else.
Would you?
The Cowboys might tag Pickens.
This is a crazy one. Would you be satisfied with the running back room consisting of J.K. Dobbins re-signed at a fair market price, which is going to be pretty low, based off injury history. R.J. Harvey, of course, is going to be back.
Yeah.
And the third one would be Alvin Kamara. Would you be okay with it?
Ooh, yeah. But what I was kind of hoping that the Broncos would do.
I feel like that's more realistic right now.
I was hoping that they because you got money to spend now, you pay Brees, because I love Brees. You bring Brees in.
You might not even have the opportunity.
Right, but you're right. Now that might be gone. But that was what my plan was. You sign Brees in free agency. You use the 30th pick in the first round on a wide receiver, as this wide receiver draft is supposed to be super deep. And so instead of going the free agency route at wide receiver, you just draft the best wide receiver at number 30, who's going to be a top 3-4 guy in the draft at that point. Maybe, I don't know how many wide receivers are going to go in the first round, but it's going to be a handful. And then you find a tight end however you can find a tight end later in the draft or however you're going to do it. But that was my plan, and now it feels like that plan is gone because the Jets are going to pay Brees or they're going to tag him.
Oh, I don't like it.
Would you?
You know what I do like? I like that you still have the ability to go out and get a running back that can, I think that could hopefully bridge the gap of J.K. Dobbins, who is a top flight back if healthy, but knowing full well he probably won't be healthy.
Mm-hmm.
You get two of those type of guys.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
That are a little bit longer,
to balance them out.
To give you the best shot to play the long game in a season with a running back not named R.J. Harvey in his second year.
Yeah, I get you. What do you got, KJ? What's next?
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni indicated that there was mutual interest between wide receiver A.J. Brown and the team in continuing his career in Philly, but neither he nor general manager Howie Roseman committed to Brown. Quote, "Yeah, my expectation is he wants to be here, and obviously you want good players like that in your building. As Howie said, it's hard to get good players in the league. AJ's a great player, and AJ's a good teammate, and AJ's a good person. Does he want to be here? Yes. Does he want to be here? Yes. Will A.J. Brown be here next season? I think we're still in a spot like I can't guarantee how anything is going to play out into next season. I'm thinking I'm going to be the coach next season, but you can't guarantee anything past tomorrow," end quote. So obviously they're kind of on the fence with that whole thing. I guess the question I want to ask you guys is, knowing they're on the fence and knowing they're probably looking for number one wide receiver compensation in the trade market, do we think the Broncos want to pay that price even though they need to pay that price?
My gut tells me no. My gut tells me that Sean Payton wants to continue to prove that he and his offensive system can elevate players like Cortland Sutton, players like Troy Franklin, who's starting to believe that he can come into his own as a potential wide receiver one in the National Football League. And I'll tell you what, at the receiver position, if there's one human that I hope, I pray that Sean Payton realizes his value from beginning to end, it is Marvin Mims Jr., which also Marv, which would be that'd be the nickname for Marvin Mims Jr. Marv If you texted that right now to 303-504-0925, guess what you'd have a chance to get? Free Avs tickets against the Chicago Blackhawks. It's Avs Ticket Tuesday, and the keyword is Marv, as in Marvin Mims Jr.
So A.J. Brown is making $32 million a year, and he's signed through 2029. If the Broncos trade, if they said, hey, Philly, we'll give you our first, the 30th pick in this NFL draft, and a fourth or something like that, do you think that would be enough to get A.J. Brown out of Philly? Because like you mentioned in the first hour, A.J. Brown would automatically become the single most talented offensive player on the Broncos as soon as he walked through those doors.
Not
right?
even debatable.
Walk through those doors.
Not
At the
even
same time,
remotely debatable.
If you're Sean Payton, you have to put up with the headache that is A.J. Brown and whatever he might do to that locker room when he becomes unhappy. I'm sure when he first shows up, everybody's going to be, yeah. But would you take that? Would you take that risk if you're Sean Payton and the Broncos?
I would, but I'm not Sean. I really like elite talent on my offensive roster.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes those elite wide receivers, guess what they want, man?
They want the ball.
Yeah. Do you think there's anybody on the Broncos team right now that you can watch them play and say, that alpha son of a gun is desperate for the football?
You're right. That's a good question.
Is
a good question.
And is that inherently a bad thing to want the thing that makes you elite?
You're right. Do the Broncos have a guy who's like, throw me the damn ball. Give me the damn ball.
Keyshawn Johnson style.
Yeah,
man.
who is that?
Chad
Who is that?
Ochocinco. They
Who
don't
is
got
that?
it.
Yeah, that's weird. But you could get one with AJ. But once again, I mean, obviously, I don't think Philadelphia's going to let him go unless it's just completely broken with the relationship. Hell, man, I might move on from the coach.
AJ
Brown.
I'm just telling you right now. AJ Brown's not going to be a Denver Bronco.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I'll
But
tell
I
you
like
right
to
now.
dream.
Brees Hall's not going to be a Denver Bronco.
Oh man,
I'll tell you right now. The next player that we're talking about is not going to be a Denver Bronco.
Okay.
That's
well,
Kyle Pitts. I'll let you get to that. But before we do, I'll tell you what we do know is going to be true is that pick 30 in the NFL draft,
it's going to be a defensive lineman or something for the Broncos. It's going to be
a slot corner out of Ole Miss.
That's exactly what's going. We're going to freak out again.
Slot corner.
We're going to be talking all offense, and then the Broncos are going to go defense in the draft again. And we're going to freak out.
We're going to say that this sucks. It's the worst.
Yes.
And then the Broncos are going to be right back in the AFC Championship
win
again.
13, 14 games. All right, KJ, what else you got, man?
Falcons GM Ian Cunningham has pretty much stole the show in Indy. So he started off this morning with his NFL Combine pre-NFL Combine presser, talking about as a black GM, he believes that the Bears should be compensated for his leaving. So that sparked controversy this morning. Then he joins the Steakhouse with Steak Shapiro and Sandra Golden on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, and he talks about why Kyle Pitts became their franchise tag candidate.
What's the status on Kyle Pitts? All the rumors are we're going to franchise him. Can you update us on that?
Of course, great question. Our plan is to put the franchise tag on Kyle. That should get done today. Obviously, had some really good conversations with Kyle and David, his rep. Confident that was the right move for us right now, and look forward to seeing how that plays out.
Cool. Why would Atlanta franchise tag Kyle Pitts?
I can't, what people keep telling me, or what I keep hearing from these people nationally that I listen to about this stuff, is that they like Kyle, but the dude has been a roller coaster ride of the first part of his career. So
had a big 2025.
So he goes up and down, and they believe in him, but they're like, prove it 1 year. Prove us this year, and we'll either pay you at the end of this or you know what I mean?
He does have the numbers of what you wished Evan Ingram would have had, which is
right.
He had 88 catches in 2025 for 928 yards and 5 teeters.
That tag
Doesn't
is
that sound
$16
sexy
million
for
the tight end. I'd pay Kyle
Love
Pitts.
that.
Even though Kyle Pitts isn't like, ooh, Travis Kelce or something like that, I'd pay that dude $16 million to play for the Broncos just because it's a need, right, for Denver. Wouldn't you? You'd love to have Kyle Pitts play.
Yeah, he's gonna be a Falcon.
Yeah, for $16 million a year. All right,
he's getting tagged based off his 25 production.
What else you got, KJ?
Well, Joe Burrow obviously has been making his case behind the scenes of some of the things that he thinks needs to be done there. And beat writer Paul Derner Jr. explained on the Growler this week, quote, "He's changed the way they've made decisions around here in recent years. And his lack of happiness, whether he says it's because he had a bad day at a press conference or not, has major influence inside of the building. He called this free agency paramount. He's certainly done more than just lay the groundwork on, quote, if I'm not here, I don't plan on staying here," end quote. So what do you guys think Joe Burrow wants from his front office as far as the construction of the team going into 2026?
I don't know. I mean, yes, the rumor is that Joe Burrow's been, quote, throwing his weight around with the front office, being like, y'all need to do something. This is ridiculous. But what's the answer to Joe saying you need to do something? Like, what is that? Just be like, okay, Joe, we'll do something. What do you want? We just paid Jamar, bro. Like, what? I mean, what do you want? Is Joe saying, yo, you need to get some more talent on the defense? Or actually, he's probably like, yo, you need to fix this offensive line.
It's O-line.
Yeah, it's the offensive line. Isn't that what it is?
Get the O-line right. So funny because, man, Cincinnati Bengals have two massive, glaring roster issues. And they're the exact opposite of what the Broncos have going for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's truly the Broncos are so set up in their offensive line, and they're so set up in their defensive unit as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Bengals are exactly the opposite way. And okay, so we can complain that we don't have a Jamar Chase, a T. Higgins. Heck, we'd even take a Chase Brown, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
We don't have a Joe Burrow at quarterback. As much as we all love Bo Nix, he is not Joe Burrow as it relates to just dynamic throwing of the football at a high level with consistency when healthy.
Do you think Joe Burrow, if the Bengals completely butcher next season as well, is Joe Burrow going to be like, get me out of here?
Maybe.
Or do you think?
I think Zach Taylor's done unless they make a deep run in the AFC this year.
Yeah.
Who would you say is the greatest head coach of all time in Cincinnati Bengals history?
Oh, God, I wouldn't even know where to start. Who's the greatest coach in Cincinnati Bengals? Man, it's probably somebody from the 80s, right? Like
KJ, you got anything?
I don't have a clue.
I'll give you a hint, KJ. It's our keyword.
Marvin Lewis.
It's Marv.
Hey, okay.
The best regular season head coach in Bengals history.
Okay.
And what would you do? You should text Marv. I pulled 3 different Marvs on that.
No,
on that
good
segment.
job. Man,
Yeah.
I haven't heard the name Marvin Lewis forever, although he coached for
he's
a
a good
billion
buddy,
years.
really good friend of my dad's.
Oh, well, they were both in the coaching business for their entire lives.
They coached together at Long Beach State University.
Yo, man, I bet you Long Beach State is a good place to hang.
They were balling out in Long Beach, man. Them and Snoop was in middle school, kicking it right next to him in the LBC.
Yeah, having a good time. That's what I'm talking about. All right. I'm supposed to read it. We got to go to break, but I got to read something here real quick. Let me just find it.
Is it the keyword?
No, we just did the keyword.
No,
right?
we
just did the keyword. Yeah,
No, but you got to do the official Birdo keyword read.
Is that what I got to do?
I think so. That's what they said, right?
Let me read it again, just in case I messed it. So this hour's keyword is Marv. Text Marv, 303-504-0925. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword is Marv. We'll be right back. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com.
Happy Tuesday to you, Berto.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you.
You know, it's a nice little calm before the storm, before I think starting tomorrow, man.
Yeah,
it
it's
is
on.
on.
It is on.
It's our first double dipperoo in a long time.
Yeah, tomorrow both the Avs and the Nugs play. The Avs are in Utah. The Nuggets are here to host the Boston Celtics.
Ooh. And the Celtics are coming off of double back-to-back?
Yeah, the Celtics play
Not a
tonight
double
in
back-to-back.
Phoenix. So, yes, the Celtics have to go through one of the worst back-to-backs in the NBA where they play in Phoenix tonight and then they have to travel to Denver and play the Nuggets tomorrow night in a late national television game.
How close do you think old Jason Tatum is?
I don't know.
It
sounds like they're getting cocky. Like everybody's feeling like he might come back early. Like he's like both Tyrese and Tatum suffered the same injury. How come Tatum's coming back? Like we ain't gonna see Tyrese until next year. Like didn't they tear him both at the close to the same time? Like within the I guess.
Tell you what,
some
man,
people just
no
heal
two
quicker.
Achilles tendons are created equally.
I guess not.
Speaking of which, did you see Lindsey Vohn's Instagram
I
post?
saw that she's like, I almost lost the leg.
Bro, she had compartment syndrome, which basically means there was such an overabundance of blood flow that went to the bones and tissue surrounding her leg that they had to slice open both sides of her leg to allow oxygen and healing to come to get to those places. And frankly, it had nothing to do with her ACL that preceded the injury. In fact, the way she verbalized it is that her surgeon said, had it not been for the ACL and she didn't have her surgeon with her in Milan, she would have had her leg amputated.
Wow.
How crazy is that?
Yeah, no, that's super crazy. That's super crazy. But once again, the Winter Olympics are just a tad bit more dangerous than the Summer Olympics. You know what? The Winter Olympics are just like, you could die doing this. And the Summer Olympics would be like, you might twist your ankle.
What's the scariest thing? Is the summer have like, do they have like motocross?
I don't know. You know, that's a good question. I don't know if the Summer Olympics has motocross. I don't think so.
They have what's like dirt bike? What's the? I don't think it's motocross, but that bike like downhill. I think.
I don't know. That's a good question. Do they do? You know what? Everybody keeps talking about the LA Olympics that are coming up here whenever the heck that is. 2028 is that the LA Olympics? Is flag football. Your flag football is joining the Olympics along with lacrosse, squash.
Ooh, lacrosse? I love this.
Baseball, softball.
You know what's sweet, dude? I work with somebody who's the head women's lacrosse coach of Valor that's on the Argentinian national lacrosse team.
Oh, really?
So she might be Olympian.
Yeah, she might be there here in, 2 years in L.A.
Friends,
but,
happy lacrosse season to all who observe.
Yeah,
big sport here in the state of Colorado. So Shasta lacrosse just started yesterday. Yesterday was tryouts for all of the spring sports: so baseball, lacrosse, men and women's, track and field. All started yesterday. So I know a lot of you that are listening right now have spring sport athletes that are children of yours, and good luck to them, and also good luck to all that are competing starting tonight as Shasta basketball, men's and women's, is starting, as well as hockey.
How many multiple sport athletes play for Valor football?
How
many are dudes?
You want to know my take on it?
Yeah.
I wish all of them did.
You just play as many sports as you can.
I made freshman football players that wanted to football. I want to go train here. I told them, hey, go wrestle. Go wrestle.
Yeah.
Go run track.
Yeah.
You want to get recruited? Pop a 10-700 meter. And then put some film behind it. That's how you get recruited. Develop your skill set in other ways, man. You're a high school athlete once in your life. So the answer to that question is 75% of our roster. Heck, our quarterback plays 3.
Baseball and
basketball. Starting 5 on the basketball team.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of like that.
And everybody wants to be sports specialized and pay just one person to train year round. Man, I want to see the whole athlete developed. You can pay that trainer too now. You want to. That's fine. But the greatest way to get better at sports is to play.
Diversify.
Sports.
Get around. Yeah. I agree. Valor doesn't play cricket, do they? Do they have cricket? Do they have Like, you guys don't play flag football. Like,
there's flag football.
How, really? Because
yeah,
I'm wondering, like, where are they going to? How they going to pick these teams for
girls
flag football?
Girls flag football is legit.
Yeah, they go at it.
Mountain Vista, the rival is, dude. They're one of the best in the country.
Really?
Oh my! They have girls on their team. They have flag football scholarships.
Interesting.
To play college.
I didn't know that.
Girls flag football. It's
I didn't
awesome.
know that.
It's freaking awesome.
Because, like, I'm assuming there's flag football teams going on in the U.S. right now, but what happens when the Olympics come around in 2 years? Are they just going to pick a bunch of NFL dudes to play flag football who haven't played flag football? I guess, you know what I mean? Do you just say, hey, Dak Prescott, you're now on the flag football team for the Olympics. What's up? Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, how do they go about?
PS2's got to be on the Olympic team.
Right. You're right. I didn't even think about that.
He's got to be.
Yeah, just you find that. Who do you go grab? Do you just grab the most athletic NFL dudes you can get?
Yeah, you want to grab great cover players on defense, good space players, and then make you miss players on offense, including your quarterback. So your quarterback because your quarterback in flag football can run, and making people miss is important, having a loose athlete. So I don't think you want to play with a statue.
Yeah, you're right. You can't have Phillip Rivers out there or whatever.
You don't want Matt Stafford out there.
Yeah, I just saw a list of how much money Matt Stafford has made in NFL contracts in his career.
I'll tell you who'd actually be
half a billy.
Who'd be a pretty filthy flag football quarterback.
Who?
That had a big time year too. Caleb Williams. He's just an elusive cat.
I didn't think about that.
Makes awkward body throws.
Yeah, but you're right. And he's got the because you got to get them flags away. You got to do that.
He got them hips.
Yeah, he's
them
got
hips.
the hips.
Don't lie.
You got to get them hips.
He got them Shakiras.
Man, you know what's going to be weird? How is football fan gonna feel cheering for flag football in the Olympics? Like if we get Team USA versus Team Canada in the flag football game in 2028.
Oh, is that going to be the revenge?
It's going to have the same juice as
Is
Team USA.
that going to be the revenge game for Justin Trudeau and company?
No, there ain't no way the U.S. is losing flag football to anybody, right? There's no way the USA loses in flag football to any other country.
But it's like not even the real sport, though,
No,
right?
I guess maybe you're right.
You know what it's almost kind of like? It's kind of like 3-on-3 hockey to determine a gold medal. No, it's not. It's different. You have different equipment, you morons from Canada.
Yeah, so flag football. Well, let's go. Let's see how that all plays out. We do want to mention that during the show today, we did have some breaking news in the fact that the Colorado Avalanche swung a trade. The Avalanche traded Sam Girard to the Pittsburgh Penguins along with a second-round pick for defenseman Brett Kulak. So you got a new blue liner on the Avs, and we talked to Connor McGahey about it. And you do save some money. You get Sam's a veteran presence too, but you get a bigger guy on the blue line, and you save some money because this feels like a move that's going to lead to a move, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? You make a little move to make a bigger move.
Free space, man. You got $10 million in free cap space.
So, and they're going to do something with it. They're going all in on this season because why wouldn't you? You're the best team in the league, and you look like you can win the whole thing. So, you know what? When is the exact? I know the trade deadline's next week, but when next week? Let me see real quick because the Avs will have about a week to do whatever he's going to do. But I bet you these teams have been talking with each other the entire Olympic break, right? So it's March 6th. When is March 6th next week? It is Friday. So you got a week and a half to swing whatever deals that you want to get done. And it does feel like this is the start of several moves, or at least a little move leading up to a big move for your Colorado Avalanche.
What's a big movie you would love to see?
I don't know. Like, what? It's not like everything that you add now is just gravy.
I mean, I got the perfect guy to add.
Icing on the cake. Who? What?
Jack freaking Hughes.
Okay,
Why not?
Somebody call New Jersey.
Come on, Devils. Send us the Toothless Wonder.
You know what you'd have? You'd have to give him McKinnon is what you'd have to do. That's what they'd be like, yeah, sure, we'll give you Jack if you give us Nate. And the Avs ain't going to do that. But yeah, I mean, when's the Devils' first game? That's going to be an American party whenever the Devils play their first game.
Did you realize Jack Hughes carries an average annual value of $8 million?
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Only $8 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say you'd have to give up Nathan McKinnon carries what?
Well, I think Max contract is
Nathan McKinnon's 12.6, my man. And McCarr's about to be what?
Well, yeah, Kale's about to get paid. But then, when did Jack sign his deal? I mean, he signed a deal that takes him through 2030. Like, he's in New Jersey for this decade. But I don't know when he signed. I can't remember when he signed that deal. Oh, he signed it in 2021. Man, he signed an 8-year deal, brother.
My favorite listeners here, the Canadian listeners here, Denver, Colorado, wanted to make sure that I knew that Justin Trudeau is not the Prime Minister of Canada. I knew that. But he's still kind of somebody that you can, if you want to have some regional rivalries, he's a punchable face.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Carney? Well, I don't have no idea.
It's Carney.
Is it? Okay, because I don't pay much attention.
Small hands, smells like cabbage. Carney folk.
All right, KJ, who's our winner?
Our winner today is Gabe Haber.
All right, Gabe.
Gabe Haber.
Good looking out, man. You're going to go see the Avs and the Blackhawks in an afternoon affair, which should be a fun one this weekend. But either way, for the head coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson,
and for the Silver Fox, Mark Bertinoli, who tonight is going to kick it and not watch any sports because there really is nothing to watch.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. If you don't think I ain't going to be drunk by 2 p.m., you are wrong. You are wrong, baby.
Not me, man. I started my CrossFit yesterday.
No.
I'm on my Zach Veen plan right now.
No.
I'm about to get swole.
If you get Zach Veen swole, you're going to look like Tyler. Because 40 pounds of muscle is a ton of muscle, people.
Day one, 265 pounds on that back squat, baby. Let's go.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sam Girard traded for Brett Kulak. I just got to go around the room here. Sam Girard reminds me of kind of a Will Barton sort of guy. A lot of people liked him here for a long time.
Scotty's favorite.
But there were a lot of people here that just were over Sam Girard or didn't really like him or wanted to see him on the move. And now it's done. So what do you guys think, man? Sam Girard gone.
Been a good Av. People will love him. He's too small for a playoff defenseman.
Okay. All right. So
great for 82.
What are you saying?
All I want to know now is who's Scotty going to blame for our defensive woes?
Physicality. So we hopefully we got a new physical guy in there.
Well, we got a bigger guy.
Yeah, at least bigger.
He's bigger. He's 6'1", in that 195 range. 9 hits on the year, as was pointed out. I saw one of the hockey muggles point that out in terms of, whatever physicality he brings. But
he's your third line defenseman, though, isn't he?
I don't quite know. I mean, Girard was on the second line there, or I don't know. Well, Malinsky might have replaced him. So what are we going to go with? We're going to go with Malinsky and Manson, and then Kulak and Burns, I guess, to go with Taves and Makar. All right. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. If Malinsky is, to that level, I suppose. We'll see, right? We'll see where it goes.
Sammy G was a good Avalanche, man. He was a good player here. Gosh, how many years was he here? He's been here a hot minute.
8 or 9 had to be.
Yeah, a long time.
I mean, honestly, that's like that's getting into all-timer territory. I'm not saying he's an all-time player, but he was here for a great run, here for a championship, here for 9 years. Gosh, that's a heck of a career, man. Heck of a career with the Colorado Avalanche.
We're looking at Manson and Burns and Malinsky and Girard or maybe Kulak. I don't know. Who knows?
So Girard was already on the third line.
It's so hard to tell, who's on what line sometimes. Aside from Makar and Taves, there would be a lot of mixing and matching depending on what's going on. So, the only thing you knew for sure is Makar and Taves were it. But don't forget, Taves was out for a minute, and that jumbled everything out.
Well, you also get rid of didn't Girard have another year on the contract for $6 million or something?
Yeah, it's definitely a salary dump.
And so Kulak is a 3-something.
He's an expiring contract.
Expires at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably why you had to fork over a second-round pick with Girard as well. Even though Girard makes more money, the value for Kulak, you only might have Kulak for a short time.
You gave a second-round pick to take the money.
Yeah. Yep. And who knows what the future holds. Listen, man, I think this is an interesting moment here for sure. Sammy G is one of those guys. On the text line, we won a cup with Sammy G. Sammy G got hurt early in that cup run and never played, past, when was it? Didn't he get hurt in the first round?
I don't think he played the last 2 rounds.
He definitely didn't play the first 2 rounds. I don't even know if he played against the Blues.
I thought he got hurt in the second round, but I might be wrong.
Dan, you have a memory of when Sammy G went down?
I think it was against the
injury?
Predators in the first round, but I'm looking it up.
Okay.
So, yeah, you did want to count.
Yeah.
But that playoff run, you're thinking Taves, Makar, another guy they got rid of, and Eric Johnson.
Yep.
By the way, it was Game 3 of the second round against St. Louis.
I thought it was the second round.
Okay.
So third game, second round. So yeah, you won a thing, but he didn't.
Well, I definitely don't want to put.
You also won a thing without him.
Yeah. There's Connor McGahey. Thank you, Connor. Got hurt versus St. Louis. Connor McGahey, no surprise. Much better memory than
knowledgeable.
Us. Yes.
Knowledgeable.
Smarter. Better looking.
Yeah.
Deeper voice.
And Connor, while we're here, very funny meme you sent me today. Very funny.
Let us in on the joke?
Well, I'll show it to you later.
not to be shared with the audience? No? Something else?
Not
Okay.
really.
All right.
Making fun of Canadians and their tears.
Okay. By the way, Corey from the Denver Post wrote today that all 4 members of the Avalanche that participate in the gold medal game are back in Denver. I checked in with Jesse. We're going to have Jesse on what time?
Are they alive? Have they had their IVs? Are they functioning?
Well,
they got any sleep? Put them in a hyperbaric chamber or something?
The 3 silver medalists that probably didn't get, They probably had a few beers, but I don't think there was a whole lot of celebration.
You think there was a different impact on the post game for Brock Nelson?
I
than
don't
the other
even
guys?
think.
Was Brock in Miami? Did he
I don't
do
know.
the celebrating?
He's back here, and Brock's a little bit older. He's got a family, kids, the whole thing. I'm gonna guess.
I'm sure he was at the bar in Miami last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different sort of ways people celebrate. Brock's a little bit on the older side.
I'm not even sure. I don't think the 72 men's basketball team to this day, how many years is that? 82, 92, 202, 212, 212, 53, 54 years later, have still not picked up their silver medals.
Well, that was the really controversial time on the clock.
I watched that game.
That was the most corrupt Olympic event of all time.
I was a kid. I was like 12 years old. Watched that.
We still don't know what Nate's doing with his stuffy doll. What is it? A stoat?
Yeah, what is that now? No, I thought it was a stoke.
Stoke?
I don't know. I could be wrong.
Give it to Nate. Looked it up. I thought a stoat was like a mean weasel, and their names were that one was Tina, and then Flo.
Tina and Flo?
It was Tina and Flo.
Okay.
They have another one was Milo. Milo looks like Tina, but
we got Tina, Flo, and Mina.
Tina and Milo were
Milo.
same species. Flo's a thing.
Stokes?
I don't think Flo's a Stokes. I think he's just a fluffy.
Okay.
Or a stuffy. What do you call him?
Is this
Stuffy.
Now you got me looking it up. Is it a stoke or a?
By the way,
it might be a stoat. I don't know.
The Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Did you get number 6 in?
I'm caught up, entirely caught up. Yeah.
Well, there's only 6 episodes.
I haven't seen the last one with Dunk.
Unnecessary 6, however, excellent.
I mean, whatever the last one I saw was maybe the most violent TV show of all time.
Well, I don't know. You know what
So there was one after that. I haven't seen that
6
one.
is the end, which is you almost get PO'd that it's ending after only 6.
Well, they're just doing.
That's it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that's what
There's
you're
only
saying.
6.
That's it. That's the entire season.
That's one season. 6.
You're kidding me.
No. It's clear what they're going to do. They're going to do little one-off stories within that world.
Yeah.
Because it's cheaper and easier, and you're in one location.
But Dunk and Egg all of a sudden now got a great relationship, and I think the fans fell in love with those two.
Well,
right?
but they'll find other Dunks and Eggs.
By the way,
it's a big world.
You know what it caused me to do? I got up today at 3:45, 4 o'clock. Woke right up.
Why?
Yeah, I had slept pretty good last night.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I just got up, and I'm like, what I'm doing? I did my little reading I do, and I'm like, oh, no. And then I turned on the TV, and boom, popped up. Game of Thrones.
Oh, my God.
I went back.
An awesome moment.
I'm now 5 into the first season of Game of Thrones.
You're
starting from scratch?
Or you're starting, yeah.
I started from scratch.
What?
Oh, boy.
You know what? You realize how much stuff you miss, and you miss clues at the end that are evident in the first season.
You are starting from scratch for Game of Thrones.
I'm starting from scratch.
Wow. Wait. Have you seen it before or not?
No. I watched the whole thing.
So you're just rewatching.
I've read all the books.
You're doing your rewatch. You started your rewatch.
And like I said, there are now clues in this first season that answers the end of the story that you didn't realize were clues in the first season.
Well, I can't wait to see when the Boland family gave over the throne to the Penner Walton group.
Yeah.
Maybe that happened after Ned's
right
head
when the
came
dragon
off.
came down and burnt the throne to a pulp.
No spoilers, but watch out for the Red Wedding.
Oh, that's a good one.
Heads up.
There's a mention of the wedding in like the second or third episode.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go.
And I didn't even notice that.
By the way, it is a stoat. Stoat.
And what is that?
It's a weasel.
A stoat is the Eurasian species of, I don't know. It's the stoat, though. It's just a stoat is a Eurasian ermine, a species of mustelid native to
it's a weasel.
Eurasia. A stoke is a guy who loves golf and cigars in Castle Rock.
Well, that's a stroke.
Well, that's a stoke.
Oh, that's stoke.
Yeah, I don't. That's what that is.
And as Moser say, with a stick. That's a stoke with a stick.
He likes the golf stick and the cigar stick.
I've never heard except Moser ever called a stick.
All right, so Sammy G and I guess We'll have our 4 guys back against Utah tomorrow night. How about that? I mean, what a come down that must be, huh?
Look,
holy cow!
What does this game mean? 2 points?
I guess, but I mean, there's part of me that's kind of respects that. Like,
Here's
you're coming back, and that's a priority.
The
for
biggest
you.
question until
Cool.
that gold medal game, where both teams were 0 for 2, the power play ruled throughout the Olympic run until that gold medal game, and like I said, it was 0 for 4 combined. Here's the question: does the Avalanche watch some of what was going on during the Olympics and say, "Hey, we could change this"? Is Natchez would he fit better on the left side? Can we move every once in a while McKinnon up top, up higher?
It's a good question.
I got another philosophy. You ready?
Yep.
And it's tied in because it made me think. Because I said yesterday, what I think now the Nuggets' big thing is, and I was going to check in with High and I haven't done it, but I will. They don't have a third option right now. They don't have a consistent third option. And that's when they were rolling, when they were closing out games, there was a consistent third option. Whether it was going to be Gordon or it was going to be MPJ, one of the two were going to get big buckets in those last few minutes. Doubled him, put it in, rotate too fast, lob dunk. Cover the dunk, boom, 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 wide open 3. They don't have that consistent third option. I'm going to throw this out at you, too. This hit me today.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't even in the shower yet.
Jeez.
What's the Avalanche's third option?
Offensively or defensively?
Well, I'm thinking offensively, but I count McCarr as your offense because when they won a championship, you kind of had McKinnon, you had McCarr.
Well, Brock Nelson has like 29 goals.
And you also had
Rantanen?
Mikko. I mean, you had
By the way,
three big threats coming at you all the time.
Mikko will miss at least 2 weeks, if not longer. How about that?
Well, glad it wasn't us.
Yeah. Brock Nelson would be your most logical scoring threat.
What is he, fourth liner?
No, he's second line center. He's got 29 goals. I mean, he's doing all right.
35. Hey, that's
you
pretty
know,
good,
he's
isn't
doing
it?
all right.
But would you call him your third threat for the Avalanche?
Yes, I would.
Dan?
In terms of offense, yes. Dan, you want to chime in?
I mean, stats are one thing. Would you call him the consistent third option for the Avalanche?
Yeah.
And I say that because I think Nichushkin was supposed to be that guy.
Yeah, I would. But Val is a good third option too.
Yeah.
But who's it been?
It's been Nelson. Maybe it could be, should be Nichushkin, but listen, Val's an interesting cat because he kind of does everything. So it's hard to say where you're going. Just because Brock may be the third scoring sort of option doesn't mean he's the third most important player.
But I look at Brock and maybe even Nichushkin. Brock in particular, more of a Kadri type.
Okay, that's fair.
Again, like an NBA bench guy. They're the frosting on the cake. You're handling.
Fair to say that when Kadri was here, he was that guy. He was the number 3.
Well, no, because I still think you had Kale, McKinnon, and Mikko.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, here comes, and you're building that cake, and now here comes the frosting, and then.
Well, don't forget you had Gabe too. I mean,
true.
Theoretically,
healthier.
Kadri was
he was the frosting on the cake.
Really important.
And I think that's what Brock Nelson is.
Okay, well, I mean, he's really, really important. I mean, you need all your guns here. What they need more, but
Tim
everybody
Hardaway's
needs it.
really, really important for the Nuggets.
You need because the trade deadline is a week away in the NHL, and I heard Connor McGahee actually talk about this. Every team out there is going to tell you they need more depth in the center position down the line, and the Avs are no different. It's just you can say it, but it's hard to sort of obtain it. This move here with Kulak, it's a bigger dude. You do shed some salary. You give yourself some room to make more moves, and we'll see. I doubt the Avs are done, by the way. I would be shocked if they're done. I think there's more to come. I don't know if there's much more to come, but I think there's more to come. They have made moves at the trade deadline like every year. They always make moves. They're never sort of
Which
settled
is weird
in.
because they made that trade with Mikko about a month before, right?
Yeah, well, that was a whole nother ball of wax. That was a little, that was a whole different sort of deal.
Peeing contest.
Yeah, that was, it was what it was. It's kind of different. Jury's out.
So again,
but I like Natchez. Natchez another
I'm going
one.
to my philosophy. They need a consistent third threat, and I'm not sure that they've had the consistency Same thing with the Nuggets. They've not had that consistent third threat this
Well,
year.
here's the guys that could step up and fill that role. Gabe will be back from injury. Natchez is Natchez. He's a world-class player. Nichushkin could be better in the scoring, and, Nelson will play an important role as well. This team is loaded, by the way, when you talk about the Avalanche. I know they stumbled going into the All-Star break, but if they come back properly motivated, focused, they got 5 games in 7 days just to come back from. Get ready, boys. Here we go. We'll get an update from Jesse Montano down at Avs practice from today. Demps is out with the Nuggets today at practice. He'll check in with us later. And we do have the NFL Combine going on, and we're finding out information that will directly impact the Broncos. Some of those details next. Hey, thank you, Vic. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you want to be focused on improving your health, perhaps losing some weight, just feeling better about life, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you in 2026. Oftentimes, just being logy and tired and low on energy, not sleeping well, they can often be signs of low testosterone. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here to help. They're here to help men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans. Listen to this: GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. So if you find yourself in this situation, perhaps what you need to do is make a call to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With the low T treatments and combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
It is a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword is accordion. Text accordion. Good luck. 303-504-0925, first and last name, and you're entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword is accordion. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. Best of luck. Sean Payton and George Payton are scheduled to speak at the Combine at 3 o'clock. That will be the first chance to ask about who's calling the plays, although we may have a hint, fellas, that it's going to be, well, let's see how you read between these lines. Bills GM Brandon Beane was asked by Luca, my name is Luca, about Davis Webb's head coaching interview with Buffalo. Here's what Bills GM said. Keep building, and, quote, he's going to get an opportunity, I believe, to call plays now, which will only help his resume. Did Brandon Beane just sort of tip us off as to what the future is there with what we may find out about here in another 2.5 hours?
Yeah, maybe. My only question would be, why would he know that? Like what part of the interview process would Davis Webb have been like, well, maybe he used that as leverage, I guess. Maybe as part of the interview process, he was like, hey, you can make me the head coach or else I'm already getting a chance to call plays here. You know, something along those lines. But a lot can change between the initial conversations and wherever we get to by the time they're actually calling plays. So I don't think anything's really settled until we hear it from Sean himself.
It's the when you're interviewing, it's like the beer 9 but the wake up 5 could happen, right?
Explain.
Just think about it.
Okay.
He may have been promised that and said, "Listen, here's our plans for you. Take those interviews. First of all, get your name in the process anyway. You want to be interviewed, just get your name out there in process." And all these people had never thought about Davis Webb as a head coach, going, "Wow, he's interviewing with Buffalo. That's pretty big time."
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. You know, Sean Payton's the kind of guy. Can he just cut the cord? I you know what? I think there have been signs this year he's ready to cut the cord. Here's why. He's admitted to a couple years ago he didn't see well when he got some LASIK done. Now he's wearing glasses all the time on the sideline. And you guys talked about his hand shaking. He mentioned 3 or 4 times about how I've got to be quicker in the plays. You had, even in the AFC Championship game, you wasted a timeout in both halves, but the play's getting in slower. He may realize I've slowed down. My mind doesn't work like it did. I can throw out ideas, but maybe I need somebody younger that's handling that, and maybe handling it from upstairs watching. I don't know. Offensive coordinators are down low usually, aren't they, Tyler?
It really depends. I would say the majority of them these days do appear to be down on the sideline, but I've definitely had it both ways.
Yeah.
I think the majority of them enjoy being on the field, the ability to communicate with the guys, be in the huddle. And also there is, it's a different vibe. You'll see most coordinators when the plays are being called, they'll walk like 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage rather than be in front of the line of scrimmage. They're always behind the line of scrimmage, and they always walk away from everybody about as far as they possibly can. I think they like that viewpoint that it gives them.
Well, we interviewed Shanahan once, and he said that exact same thing. He said, when I watch the game, I'm not watching at the line of scrimmage. I'm watching from behind the line so I can maybe pick something up. So,
well, it'll be very interesting how Sean responds to it. We'll see if something comes up about, Bo and his soft, milky, brittle ankles, if that comes up too with Sean Payton. We'll see. That's headed up around the bend at 3 o'clock. Sean did not do any media at the Super Bowl, nor has Davis Webb had a press conference or spoken either, although that's not happening. The Broncos are pretty tight to the vest on this stuff. There may be a tip about what they can't do, and this comes from ex-Broncos assistant GM Darren Muji out there with the Jets.
Yeah, the tags are an option.
Let me just say here, this is about Breece Hall. This is about their running back, Breece Hall.
Yeah, the tags are an option. Ideally, we'd find a way to get a deal done and keep Breece around. I think I've said that for the last year since I've got here. Breece is a good player. Want to find a way to keep him around. We've been going through that process and are still doing so. And, we have a week to find out, if we can't get to an agreement, which way we'll go with that tag.
Were you there? You will tag him?
Yeah, we'll find a way to keep Brees here if we can't get a deal done.
Do you get the sense that he wants to be here long term?
I do get the sense that Brees wants to be here. We've had good conversations throughout the season, after the season, so just finding a way to do that.
All right. Your reaction to the fact that Brees Hall will not be a Bronco.
There comes a time, even as goofy as the Jets organization's been, that you got to keep players. You got to keep your good players, don't you?
Well, and if you learned anything from your neighbor across the street, the New York Giants, you see what happened when they let go of their best running back, right? It was the only offense that they had, and maybe the Jets are going to learn their lesson from it.
Are we bummed that Brees Hall won't be a Bronco?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. I mean, knock one off the list,
Yep.
okay? So you can take that one out. In theory, Kenneth Walker is still available, although in reality,
Really?
probably not.
Right.
I would imagine that Seattle is going to do one of two things, either franchise tag him, which is probably what I would do if I'm Seattle, because I'm probably a little bit hesitant to commit a 3 or 4 year, $12 million per year deal to him when I could just do a 1 year, $14 million deal. You've got 8 other free agents you got to figure out there in Seattle.
That are all good.
Just franchise tag him and figure it out later, or you could figure it out in a couple months after you tag him. So I'm going to cross Kenneth Walker off the list as well. And then you start getting down and you're kind of out of
Travis Etienne.
Yeah, so he's the only one left that I personally would put in the tier 1 guys. But even Travis Etienne, he's not Saquon Barkley. He's not one of those guys. He'd be a significant upgrade for the Denver Broncos and immediately should become the biggest target.
Okay, because then you get down to Algier and Gainwell and Dowdle and,
Good running back.
All those guys could play a role in this team and help us out. But the problem with the remainder of the guys, they're kind of niche football players. They're like Tyler Algier. That dude's just a bruiser. That dude's like he's a short yardage back. He's a get me 4 yards kind of guy, but he's not going to be busted loose for 40 yards like Etienne can. You go down the list, they've all got their own little roles that they play. None of them are true RB1 significant upgrades to me outside of Travis.
Then the Falcons are out there. They're going to tag Pitts, and they're going to keep him. The tight end class is not that strong. The free agent tight end class ain't that much, to be honest with you. So we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. But, yeah, man, it goes pretty fast. It goes quick, and this is the time that decisions have to be made by these clubs. I think there's another week left for these teams to figure out the tagging. You get 2 weeks to figure that out. So, and then free agency, the legal tampering period starts on March 9th, and away we go. And, Tyler, I saw you out there. You're right in that the Broncos could somehow come up with $70 million in cap space. Is that right?
Well, the exact numbers, I'm just kind of ballparking a little bit, but I was just doing the quick math on the guys that you could front load, guys like Mike McGlinchey, and I actually forget all the guys that I went through. We could do it here today. It wouldn't take us long. But the guys that you could front load or restructure, extend, it would not be difficult at all to come up with an additional $20 to $30 million like that overnight if needed.
It doesn't seem like money is going to be a factor when it comes to running backs. It's going to seem like your desire to get the running back. And if you desire to get him, whatever else your competition is to get him, and whatever standards you're going to set. I see somebody on the Shot Mazda text line, keep your eyes out on David Montgomery. Sure. He possibly could be in that mix as well. We'll see. And that brings us to, the lovely world of the mock draft. And Mel Kiper put out his first mock. I think it's Mel's. Is it Mel's first one? I don't know. It's a new one, whatever it is. He's got the Broncos taking Emmanuel McNeil Warren, a safety out of Toledo.
You're drafting 30.
Another year?
Yeah, I get it, but you got to be kidding me.
Another year, another defensive back, rinse and repeat, the George Payton special.
Oh, my God.
But you could use the safety.
I suppose.
You're at 30.
What do you mean?
But you're picking 30.
Like we could use a safety. I could use some. Yeah, I could use somebody a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, you could find a safety, a depth safety.
You need a starting safety, though.
We're picking out the kid from Toledo. Mel's whole breakdown is that if this kid was in a Power 4 conference, which he could have been, and he had some sort of spectacular game out of Kentucky, he would have been a higher first-round pick. But I haven't seen this guy mocked in the first round anywhere else.
Well, did you see R.J. Harvey mocked in the second?
No, because by that time I've lost interest. But, I saw R.J. Harvey play against CU back when CU would win college football games, but R.J. Harvey was good. I mean, I saw that. You know who I did see? I saw Judkins. I saw other running backs. I saw guys like that. We talked all about them. I saw Hampton. I saw those guys. Guys that we talked about, guys that went in the first round. I saw those dudes play. I saw the running backs for Ohio State, Scott. The UCF running game was a little bit lost on me. I don't know if you were picking up tape on R.J. Harvey throughout the course of the year.
Well, I don't know if I'd have taken a cornerback in the first round either.
We drafted two guys that, if we're being really honest, we didn't do a whole lot of work on either one of them. Barron for sure. But even R.J. Harvey was not really high on the list of running backs that we were trying to make ourselves aware of.
Mm-mm. And the first time we said Pat Bryant's name was when he got drafted.
So here's the question with running backs. How confident are you in R.J. Harvey? Do you believe, does Sean Payton still believe that he can be everything that he wants him to be?
I don't know, man.
All right. Number two, do you believe in J.K. Dobbins? Do you like him? Because that's a simple solution right there. You can always bring J.K. Dobbins back.
But basically the same money.
And listen, I could flip-flop on this conversation almost every single day. If you talk me into a different angle of it, I could probably flip-flop on it every single day. I don't think you should bring Dobbins back because I want them to significantly upgrade the room. But if you could tell me you could bring Dobbins back and significantly upgrade the room, I'm down to do both those things, but you got to promise me that bringing Dobbins back doesn't make you say this running back room is complete.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. By the way, from CBS, they had the Broncos taking Denzel Boston, who's a wide receiver from Washington, which does seem more up Sean Payton's, where he likes him, 6'4", 210, big sort of dude, younger guy. But again, I guess I would be stunned if Sean Payton and George Payton collaborate on a wide receiver at number 30. That would, I'm not necessarily against it. And by the way, in these mocks, the guy that we've talked about for the Broncos quite a bit, C.J. Allen, he's going higher. So if C.J. Allen falls to you, it may be the guy like, hey man, if we're getting a sense of dudes, like if Kenyon Sadiq falls to you, if C.J. Allen falls to you, but the safety from Toledo, if he falls to you, I mean, come on, man. So we're just getting going on this. We're just getting started. One thing leans into another, and we'll hopefully get a better sense of what's going on after today. Meanwhile, the Broncos are adding a couple of coaches left and right. So did you see Mike Zimmer is going to come in as a consultant?
Well, that's good.
And they got Johnny Morton back in, and there's they're getting I got the guy's name here.
So grumpy old man Mike Zimmer is incoming, huh? We got grumpy old man 2.0 rolling into town.
Yes. That way he can just get out of his condo up at Boulder and drive down.
Is that where he is?
Remember that first year he was
working with Prime.
With Prime.
Yeah.
No, he wanted him to, but he never did.
No, he was consulting.
He was?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Gosh.
First year.
I remember he tried to hire him as the defensive coordinator, and that didn't work out. He ended up hiring him as a consultant.
I think he was a consultant that first season.
Okay.
Also,
I guess that makes sense.
Also, the Broncos, according to Chris Thomason, are hiring Kyle Kempt, who was a quarterback at Iowa State, as a offensive assistant. So there you go. It's actually quite a few changes, especially on the offensive side for a team that was as successful as they were. Sean's made a couple changes. A lot of changes, actually.
Needed to.
Why?
Because their offense sucked. We scored 7 points in the AFC Championship game.
How'd they win 14 games?
Defense.
All right. Do you give him credit? Do you give Sean credit for sort of recognizing that and making the changes that need to be made?
Yep. I give George Payton all the credit in the world for making sure that the defensive side of football had what they needed.
You're not going to give Sean Payton a little pat on the back for being malleable?
No, not on defense.
Well, your pal's going to talk here at 3 o'clock.
He knew what he had, and he said, with the defense, you better be great.
Well, I'm telling you, we're right around the corner from him showing up in his special Jordans and his fashionable Paris jumpsuit at Nuggets game, Scott. You know, he loves the basketball. He'll be courtside with you.
He hasn't been there all year.
Well, no, because he's been hiding about the play calling. But after today, you know, he'll be back. They'll all be back. Everybody will be back pretty soon. Get back from the combine, man. You get to free agency. You got to sign these guys. And away you go. Away we go. And the season starts all up over again. It is a Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword is accordion. We'll announce our winner at 2:55, but accordion to 303-504-0925. There you go. Okay, Jesse, our guy Jesse Montagna from Guerrilla Sports, he is with the Avalanche. They have skated today. We'll get an update on everything going on. Will Brock Nelson be back for the Avalanche against Utah? Will Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Devon Toews, will they be back too? How is Bednar going to approach all this? And if you missed it, Sammy Girard has been traded. Details on that coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado. Phil Long Ford has got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it 5 times. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. You're going to have a fantastic experience. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect your time, and you're going to get the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, and they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
It is a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. Another keyword coming up at 1:20 as it happens all day. Stay tuned for that. We do have big news in terms of the Avalanche. Sam Girard, and a second-round pick have been traded for Brett Kulak of the Pittsburgh Penguins to give us insight on that deal and to catch us up with practice for the Avalanche. And we do understand, and we heard that all four members, Brock Nelson, Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, and Devon Taves, are back at least in Denver. Jesse Montano from Guerrilla Sports, I assume they weren't practicing, but did you see any sight of those Olympians there, Jesse?
They weren't practicing. I didn't see them on the ice, but all their the Team USA and Canada bags were in the locker room. So they're back. So those guys in particular are, and the way that Jared Bednar spoke made it sound like maybe even the two Finnish guys are actually going to stay here overnight and then meet the team in the morning. The team's heading to the airport right now.
Oh, interesting.
He said they're wanting to give those guys as much rest, let them sleep in their own beds tonight, and then they will meet the team in the morning, and they'll go from there in terms of deciding who's actually in the lineup and who's not.
Okay, interesting. So they are all back, but they won't necessarily travel, and we'll see how everybody feels tomorrow. So they'll just get on a – how are they going to do that, by the way? They just going to – hop on a Southwest flight to Salt Lake City, or how does that work, Jesse?
Absolutely.
They'll usually send them on a charter, especially those types of guys. But hey, the NHL that does happen every now and then. When you got to get a guy somewhere at the last minute, you will see him sometimes just throw a guy on a United flight or something like that.
Well, I remember when Bones Highland of the Nuggets was a bad boy and missing practices, and they just stuck him on a commercial flight. I remember those stories. That were pretty.
Well,
pretty funny.
if you miss a plane, you're going commercial.
Yeah, welcome to DIA. Look at the blue horse. All right, break down the.
You ever do that, Scotty? Oh, you were always flying commercial, anyways.
Yeah, but one time I had to get my own flight. I missed one.
Oh, yeah?
My rookie year. Missed a plane my rookie year.
Oh, man, as a rookie, too.
We always flew out Newark, so I drove to Newark to catch the flight, and that one flight all year was out of LaGuardia. And I didn't look at my itinerary, so I'm standing there in Newark, and no way I was going to get to LaGuardia in time. Get to Milwaukee.
How are the butterflies and the sweat trickling down?
Nervous.
Oh, my God. Bring us up to date with the trade. Sammy G for Brett Kulak. Why does that make sense? What did you think, Jesse?
Yeah, so the full trade is Sam Girard and the 2028 second-round pick for Brett Kulak. Look, I mean, Sam Girard was the centerpiece of the Matt Duchene trade. Back in whatever that was, 2016. He was 19 years old, I believe, when he got to Colorado. I mean, we've watched his whole career kind of unfold. I think Sam Girard is a really good player. He's an elite skater, great puck mover. But look, just as the Avs D-core has changed and matured, and guys like Cale Makar and Devon Taves have come into their own, and then the recent emergence of a guy like Sam Malinsky, who's having an outstanding year, just earned a multi-year extension. It made a player like Sam Girard a little expendable. And one thing I asked Jared Bednar, and he agreed with, is, the Avs D-core, you had Cale Makar, you had Sam Malinsky, you had Sam Girard, and to a certain extent, a guy like Devon Taves. That's a lot of the same type of defenseman. A guy like Brett Kulak is a little bit bigger, rock solid in his own end. He's been to the Stanley Cup final 2 years in a row, went to the Stanley Cup final in Montreal with Arturi Lehkonen back in 2021. This is a guy who's got a ton of experience and just gives you something different on the back end than what you had in Sam Girard. And this is also a guy that, depending on how you want to run matchups as you get into the playoffs, Jared Bednar used the example of if Dallas wants to play their top line against Colorado's top line, you can actually put a guy like Brett Kulak with Cale Makar and feel really good about that and give yourself some options with what you do for Devon Taves. So I think adding the second round pick definitely makes you look twice at what the Avs paid for this. But at the end of the day, they got themselves something, different than what you had in Sam Girard, and a guy that's going to be, I think, a bit more reliable in his own end. And just like I said, gives you something different.
And you save money, and he's a free agent at the end of the year, right?
Big time. Yep. So you're 100% right. The Avs are saving close to about $2.5 million in cap space, and that is kind of the big thing with it. And yes, if it doesn't work out, you don't like Kulak, contract's done at the end of the year, and you can go in a different direction. So you're totally right, Scott. You give yourself some great flexibility here as well.
What will Sam's legacy here in Colorado be remembered as?
I will remember it as, again, he was the centerpiece of that Duchesne trade, and I think that kind of started the changing of the culture, the changing of the guard, and it gave the Avs kind of a type of defenseman that worked well in their system, a guy who could skate, who could move the puck up ice. Now, it's a complicated question because, Sam Girard's play really dipped at times here in Colorado, and he was injury prone. And so, he always had a little bit of a complicated relationship maybe with some of the fans. And, we have to remember a couple seasons ago, he was pretty open about the fact that some of the pressure of all this stuff did get to him a bit, and he ended up having to go to the player assistance program and kind of work through his own demons and come out the other side of it. So in terms of what his on-ice legacy is, I don't know. He gets hurt on the 2022 Cup run and isn't there for the last couple rounds. But like I said, I will remember Sam Girard's, legacy and role with this team is he was kind of the first young guy to come in when they said, this doesn't work, we're tearing it down, we're starting over. And he was the centerpiece of that, and he played a big role for them on their back end when he was young. So interesting, though.
And Jesse, I'm assuming you were here when he was here, but I remember those first year or so. He was the first guy I ever saw a defenseman come out there. Remember, he did that one pirouette right around the blue line, blew past the defender, got in there and I don't know if he scored himself or he set up a score, and you're like, I have never seen a guy that's quote-unquote a defenseman skate like him.
So I love that you called that out because I would talk about it all the time. DMac's probably heard me say this, around the room and stuff. If it wasn't for him being on a team with Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon, Sam Girard is such an underrated skater. The control he has on his skates is elite. It's all world. Again, he's an undersized guy. He could get muscled out in front of the net. Didn't necessarily win a ton of board battles. He had his lumps, but no, I'm totally with you. He was, and like I said, I think that was something that Jared Bednar and management looked at, exactly what you're talking about there, and saying, yes, this is what we want our defensemen doing. We want them getting activated. We want them being involved in the play, pushing the puck up ice. And so, like I said, I think there's a lot of different storylines in there in terms of Girard's, 8.5 years with the team. But I do think that is something that maybe goes a little bit overlooked, is that he really did kind of set the tone for how the Avs wanted to build this version.
And Jesse, I'm going to go with just a little bit what you said right there also. To me, and I go back to Nuggets with Ty Lawson and Sam Girard, both smaller guys. They're great regular season guys because you don't have as much time to prepare. You're not sitting there watching film. You don't have a day off in between every game, and you know what this team's going to do like you do in the playoffs. Once you get the playoffs, all of a sudden the game slows down, and all of a sudden that size shows up. And that was my criticism of Girard. Wasn't necessarily the regular season. I think he was fantastic. But you come playoff time, his size affected him sometimes.
No, you're right. And look, you have to be a really special player to be, that undersized. And you're exactly right. Being able to be effective in the playoffs and stuff. And that was something that over the course of his career, look, there's just no denying it. He struggled in those areas, and again, was on the receiving end of a huge hit in the playoffs that broke his sternum and took him out of the 2022 run. And so that's definitely the criticism, is when things got, rough and tumble and you got big bodies in front of the net and hard battles along the wall, Sam Girard struggled at times. And I think that was what the Avs are looking to correct with Brett Kulak. You've now got a guy that'll be on the bottom part of your defensive lineup who's just rock solid, and you're just not going to have those same type of issues with come playoff time.
Jesse, did anybody put any stuffed toys into Nathan MacKinnon's locker stall at Family Sports?
No stuffed toys that I saw.
Okay.
But my goodness, that was we were joking on the podcast yesterday of, the look on his face was, because he shook the guy's hand and, was a great sport, said thank you.
Yeah.
And then the look on his face was almost like, there's no way this guy's going to hand me a stuffed animal, right? And I couldn't believe that. That was something else.
I could not stop watching that video.
It was
I don't
hysterical.
know what's wrong with me. I don't know if I'm petty. I don't know why I was enjoying Nate doing that, but I could not stop watching it.
Jesse, will you ask him?
50 times.
Will you ask him what he did with the toy?
I don't know. I don't want to end up on the receiving end of that same look.
I know,
but I'm sure when we talk to him tomorrow. Now, assuming he plays tomorrow, if we get him in the morning, I'm sure one of us will just have to. I don't know if I'll be able to help myself, but
right.
Like, what did that go straight to the dog or straight to the trash?
Somebody's got to. All right, Jess. And by the way, did you get a little chill when you saw the Team Canada and Team USA bags in the locker room today?
It was cool, honestly. And, we got a chance to talk to Joel Kiviranta and Arturi Lekkinen, and, they talked about the bronze medals. But, we're really lucky, being here in Colorado. They sent 8 players to the Olympics, and they all performed fantastic. The Avs ran away. More goals scored by Avalanche players than any other team at the Olympics by a mile. We're really lucky that we get to, watch these guys on a daily basis and see them practice and all that stuff. So Olympics were fantastic. I loved watching Olympic hockey for the last 3 weeks. And hey, like I said, we get to watch 8 of those guys, some of the best players in the tournament every night here for the rest of the way. So definitely exciting.
Well, Jesse, you do a great job there at Gorilla Sports, and we appreciate the update. Thank you, Jesse.
Always appreciate it, boys. Love talking to you guys.
Meanwhile, we have Chris Dempsey, who's out at Nuggets practice. We'll hear from him in a little bit. Another keyword coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. Chris Dempsey will join us in 6 minutes. He's at Nuggets practice. So how are they getting ready for the Celtics and what is happening moving forward? We'll check in with Dempsey here in just a little bit. Meanwhile, we have another keyword coming up at 1:20. Make sure you stick around for that to win tickets. I saw Heat 2. Did you see this? Christian Bale, Leo DiCaprio. Heat 2. Come on now.
So it's gonna be. Is it going to be a complete remake, or is it going to be just a?
I don't know where it. Oh no.
Are we like 10 years out on that though? Like,
I don't know.
what's the timeline?
That's
on
a good
this?
question. I just saw a headline today, like Bale and DiCaprio, Heat 2. No timeline on anything. I just got excited seeing those two guys are attached to it because I know it's going to be amazing. You were going through things on Instagram today. Do people know the Simpsons way the Simpsons have predicted the future? Is that pretty common knowledge out there?
You see more and more of it all through Instagram that people go back and be able to find out, hey, here's what they said in 2012. Blah, blah, blah. Here's
Okay.
what they,
So if you didn't know that, that is a wild thing, that there have been a lot of things that have happened in The Simpsons 20 years ago or whatever, sort of predicting the future. What'd you find?
Well, I looked.
Did it have to do with Bo Nix?
No, it was you're talking about the Hughes thing, right? The Jack Hughes being like one of the last cuts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you just sort of just came across.
I
it.
just found that. I found it, and I didn't list all of it. Was Jack Hughes' dad, or was it just a name, or was it?
Well, we found this podcast from, I don't know who it's from. Anyways,
but look at
podcast.
Look at number 20.
Well, let me play it. We can talk about it, but it's pretty wild in a Simpsons-like way.
Team USA wins gold on the 46th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice.
It's absolutely mind-blowing.
Everyone knows the movie Miracle. Luke, you know Miracle?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what happens in the 51st minute of Miracle?
Something absolutely crazy.
Nothing to see here, just the boys practicing.
Just the boys out there getting ready for the Olympics.
Unbelievable movie.
Best movie of all time.
Now, right there, can you tell me the name that was just cut?
Did that say Jack Hughes?
Can you tell me the name on the tape of the locker being ripped off?
Jack Hughes.
Who was the man who scored the game-winning goal 46 years later?
Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes. This is unbelievable. What in the Simpsons is this?
I could have swore this was AI. Jack Hughes was cut from the 1980 Olympic hockey team just moments before the Olympics.
They didn't cut Jack Hughes. They delayed Jack Hughes.
This all started with Jack Hughes and it ended with Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes walked so Jack Hughes could run. If this doesn't give you full-body chills, I don't know what will.
Jack Hughes, born 1957, Somerville, Mass, played hockey at Harvard, came this close to winning gold. Jack Hughes, born in 2001, Olympic hero, gold medal winner.
Right out of Back to the Future.
It's unbelievable.
I don't think it's any relation, but it is it is
kind of funny, wasn't it? Yeah, that's
wild coincidence.
And number 20 on that list, we got it behind you, Dave Christensen. Isn't that the uncle?
That is the uncle
Right.
of Brock Nelson.
So right above the Jack Hughes that got cut, is Jack Hughes' uncle.
Well, I'll tell you this.
In current time.
Callahan, who's under the guy who scratched out, he made it. Christian made it. Suter made it. Morrow made it. And then 4 years in a row, he played for the Islanders and won Stanley Cups. He won a gold medal and then 4 Stanley Cups in a row. How about that? Bill Baker made it. Mike Ramsey made it, who I got to know because he was assistant coach, played in the NHL a long time, but he was an assistant coach for the Buffalo Sabres, so that was cool. And the guy that got cut, some dude we've never heard of named Jack Hughes from the 1980 team.
Yeah.
And I never would have picked that up in a million years. Like, who got cut at the last minute. But who got cut was a big part of the story because Herb Brooks, the coach of the team, was the final cut for the 1960 team. Like, he was cut. And then there was, in Miracle, it's a big story about, making these hard decisions.
You know what was really interesting about watching the documentary that just came out recently on Netflix?
Yeah.
And you didn't get this from the movie necessarily, but I did. I had no idea just how distant Herb was from those guys.
Pretty wild.
During it, after it, all of the above.
Yeah.
Like during it, he intentionally distanced himself. He wanted no relationship with the players because when he cut a guy, he didn't want to have to deal with that, and he just thought it'd make it easier to make the right decisions. And then even afterwards,
That was surprising.
He did send those guys a letter that I forget what the gist of it, but the gist of it was basically, now that it's over, I'd like to be a little bit closer to you guys. But all of them to this day were like, that's the biggest regret that he passed away before we developed a true friendship with him.
It was pretty wild that after it was all said and done, that they didn't get kind of closer automatically.
Right.
And they didn't. Herb went on and coached in the NHL.
In Minnesota for a while, wasn't he?
I forget exactly where, but he, had an NHL coaching career. And only a handful of these guys really had big-time successful NHL careers. Most of them were just done. I mean, that was kind of a wrap. Or if they did play, it didn't last much longer.
All of them had never spent any time in the NHL before this.
That is
before
correct.
the 1980 games.
They were mostly from Massachusetts and Minnesota.
Yeah, college
for the
kids.
Vasquez. Yes. Yep. For the most part. Yeah, and in fact, they weren't friends with Herb Brooks afterwards, and it kind of goes like that. But hey, man, that's the difference between the coaches don't get medals. Do you guys know that?
Yep.
Coaches do not get medals. It's only the players that get medals.
Is that right?
Yep.
Correct.
Why?
That is just the way the
To this
Olympics
day?
is. To this day.
Yeah.
Coaches do not get medals.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Probably
pretty
get
harsh,
paid,
right?
Probably get paid from the national whatever
Yeah,
service
but
is, hockey
this
group
ain't
or whatever.
about this ain't about money though. I mean,
No, it's about having that medal on your desk.
or
mantle.
maybe you get a plushy toy if you're Mike Sullivan or
Now,
the
was
coaching staff.
Herb was still alive when the movie came out?
I don't think so.
I thought he was still alive, and he died like maybe with a year after.
You got me on that one. It's something. It's right around there, or he wasn't quite, or I don't know. He died way too young, which is
It was a car accident,
unfortunate. Oh gosh, you're killing me on Herb Brooks trivia.
August 11th, 2003 is when Herb Brooks passed away.
When did the movie come out?
I'm looking.
You're asking for the cause of death. we're going deep.
Wreck.
February 2nd, 2004 is when the movie came out. So he passed away 6 months
Well,
before
that's
it
when the
came out.
movie was released.
Right.
It was filmed the year previous because I thought he
All right, now we need the cause of death, Dan. Thank you.
because I thought what's my guy that was the actor that played Herb? I thought
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell actually sat down with Herb and talked to him about it. So I thought there was conversations.
It was a car crash.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
That's terrible. All right, well, there you go. Dempsey, we're getting Dempsey on the line. The Nuggets are back, and they're practicing and kind of shaking things off, and away we go. They're locked and loaded for a ton of games. What are the Celtics all about this year, Scott? What can we anticipate from tomorrow?
They were a team that a lot of people thought were going to tank, and then all of a sudden they became a team that was like a top 4 in the East. I mean, I think they've surprised everybody how well they were. They were kind of expecting without Tatum all year that they were going to be one of those teams that's going to get in the lottery, get a chance to rebuild, and then all of a sudden Brown's playing outstanding. Our guy from Colorado's playing outstanding, and all of a sudden they're winning games.
Okay, so what kind of test is this for the Nuggets?
Good. I mean, this is a top 4 team, I think, in the East still.
A lot of games pile up, but they actually have a little bit of a break between Golden State in the afternoon and this one,
Right.
a late game too. Are you guys on this one, or are you off this one?
We're on this one.
Okay, all right.
We're on this one. We're off Sunday, Minnesota.
And then you're on Friday at Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City.
Wow, we got some banger games coming up, huh? Holy cow. What are you expecting?
Got to start winning. You're 1-2 since the break. I don't want DMac to be right with the 13-13 prediction.
We go to Chris Dempsey from Altitude TV, who was at practice today. Chris, what's the skinny? What's the word there at Nuggets practice?
Wow, a lot actually. To be honest with you,
Let's hit it.
Let's start with some injury updates because the thing that caught my ear the most, and he was I forget the question he was answering, but he gets to a point in his answer and he says, "Well, I hope to have the full group back for the last 20 games," and that perked my ears up. And then I asked him, "Well, how realistic is it that you will have your full group back for the last 20 games?" Because we're like 4 games from that right now. So basically to say that Aaron Gordon and Payton Watson appear fairly close to returning to action for the team. And he said, well, look, they've been trending in the right direction, playing better, practicing a little bit with a little bit of contact, just trending in the right direction in general. In the regards to Peyton Watson, he said, with him, it's a little bit more of a trust his hamstring thing, that he can explode in the way that he needs to explode off of it during an NBA game. And, there's a comfort level there that when he gets to that comfort level, he will be basically ready to get back. And then in regards to Aaron, sounds like he just says, look, Aaron's been chomping at the bit to get back. But they are obviously playing it a little bit more cautious with him, given his injury history with hamstrings in particular. So right off the top, that caught my ear.
Chris, I came up with a theory. I'm going to throw it to you, too, because I know you watch a lot of film. You've been around them. You see all the stuff. In 22, you won the championship. You had Joker and Murray. They're doing what they do. Your third option at the time was probably Aaron Gordon. But then all of a sudden, if you rotate him real fast, and guess what? There's Michael right there in the corner, although didn't play great in all of the finals games. But he was one of your option guys. Porter's been traded. Gordon's hurt. Who's their third option right now?
Oh my gosh, it's a great question. Actually, he brought this up a little bit today, and insofar as
he listens to the show.
He listens to the show. Obviously he got asked about the Jamal and Joker two-man situation, which has been kind of a little bit spotty, according to the person who asked that question. And the thing that Coach Adelman said about it was, he said, look, basically teams are just blitzing Jamal right off the ball screen, and then they're rotating a third player over to Joker. So it's just leaving guys open who then have to make themselves available, to be passed to, and then B, make the shots. And he said, until you get a player like Aaron Gordon back, this is just how they're going to have to start to operate. So to fully answer your question, we don't know who the third option is. Yeah, exactly right. It's whoever's hot that night probably is your third option in regards to that. So, it's Scotty, this, we've said this on some pregame shows. There's obviously a lot of attention on Jamal and Nikola Jokic in clutch situations. But having Aaron Gordon out there, Aaron Gordon's we've seen him make clutch shots for them. He can also handle the ball and take pressure off of them. He allows them to be able to be diversified in how they get to Jamal and Joker, in a way that they can't be quite as diversified in the way they get to that.
Think about this: when you blitz Jamal and you get it to go Joker, and they've made it tough at times. Certain teams have even gone out to try to deny that, but you get it to Joker. Now where do you go? Now it becomes tougher. Now the shot clock's going 6, 5, 4, 3, whatever it is. I think that's affected how they play down the stretches of games. In the past, it gets the Joker. Now you got a decision. You've just rotated up. Well, you either rotated up with the wing guy, and there's Porter, or maybe Cam Johnson now is waiting there for a wide open three, or if that guy's cheating like Lopez did last year in Milwaukee, here's Gordon stepping in the lane, and you're getting the dunk. And though the last 3 minutes of a game was led by the two-man game, you still had one or two options that were available that wouldn't allow you to play like teams are playing them now.
Yeah, correct.
Listen, I said this a long time, and I ain't going to call no names out unless you want me.
Oh, of course I want you to.
We always want the names.
Definitely want the names.
It's easy to shoot a three in the first three quarters. Last 3-4 minutes, a whole different ball game. Do you want it?
I
mean, watch how many guys are like, pow, 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 and then all of a sudden,
it's true. No, it's true. And like the other thing is, especially when Joker's on the court, like, are you going to just put the shot up and then and if you miss, everybody looks at you and go, you should have just gotten the ball to Nikola Jokic. What are you doing? And so then that kind of contributes to a little bit of the freeze factor, we'll just call it, in the last 4 minutes of a game, if there is, for certain players. So David Adelman did say it's not just the last 2 minutes that are concerning to him; it's the last 4 minutes in these games where they have turnovers, where defensively there's just breakdowns, where they're not physical enough. And so while we are kind of like narrowing this down to maybe this last couple of minutes of these games, he's extending it a couple of minutes more out as he wants the team to execute just better in these circumstances in general. And then there was I think there was a interesting to me situation happening when the media was let in today. There was a group of Nuggets down working with Coach Jared Dudley, who's the defensive guy. And it was Julian Strother and Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown and I can't remember who else, a couple of other guys. And they were just really talking about defensive coverages and going back and forth. And, Cam, Scotty, Cam's very cerebral. And so he was a very huge voice among that in terms of asking questions, in terms of positioning and all that kind of stuff. So then Christian Brown sits down to talk to the media, and he basically says, look, one of the good things about today's practice is they were able to conceptually talk through things, how they want to be able to defend teams, especially when you're talking about teams like the Boston Celtics who shoot a bunch of threes and are a certain type of offensive team, and then the Oklahoma City Thunder, which is a different kind of offensive team, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves, which is a different kind of an offensive team. So their defense will be tested in different ways. And so today, from a standpoint of being able to talk through a lot of that, was a big deal.
Wow. If this current iteration of the Nuggets is more or less what we're going to see the rest of the year, maybe even to the playoffs, what are they capable of really doing?
Tyler, I think that if Aaron Gordon comes back and doesn't miss another game, and same with Payton Watson, then I think personally, I just take this team, put them in the same category as the Oklahoma City Thunder, and watch this team get to at least the Western Conference Finals with a great chance to get to the NBA Finals, where if they get to the NBA Finals, I can tell you this for free, there's nobody in the Eastern Conference that's going to beat the Denver Nuggets in the NBA Finals. So I do believe seriously that this is all still out ahead of them. And I know that it has been very frustrating for a lot of us to watch some of the breakdowns and some of the turnovers and the things that are costing them games that I think a great many of us think that they should win. But I do believe this, that, in particular with this team, it really does need every single player because they all play specific roles. And then around Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, what are you doing to make teams punish you, to punish teams if they try to crowd those two out? Right now, they can't do those things. And then if you couple that with, they wanted to be more physical on defense, talked about how Golden State just walked right into their offensive sets and walked right to the elbows and without having any kind of physicality until they got there. And then they were able to really just operate however they wanted to operate. Can you smooth out some of those rough edges, right? The stuff that you can control. And then once you get your players back that make you a devastating offense and a very formidable defense, once you insert those players back in, now you take your team to a level that is, I think, NBA Finals worthy.
Debs, great job. Anything else before we let you go? Any other little nuggets or about the Nuggets?
No, I think that was it. It was
okay.
It was kind of newsy and fun, there today, just to see everything that was going on. So yeah, that's about it.
Good job. We'll watch you on TV tomorrow night. Pregame starts at 7 on Altitude TV. Games at 8 or whenever they started. After that, 7:30. Pregame here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword is chocolate. Test chocolate to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. A $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza, it's just $10. And you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, the keyword is chocolate. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. There is some news from the Combine that impacts the Broncos. We'll have details coming up next. The keyword is chocolate. Let you know. Little reminder. 303-504-0925. So we're getting word from the Combine about a bunch of things, and Sean Payton will speak at 3 o'clock. We will carry that as long as they're streaming it. So we'll do our best. You know, we can't attest for technology, but what do you think Sean Payton's going to say here today, boys?
It's been a hot minute since we've heard anything on.
Yeah.
I mean, we went through coaching changes, coaches getting fired, coaches getting hired, promotions, Davis Webb, losing Lombardi, losing Carmichael, losing all those guys, Kerry Colbert, and we haven't heard a word yet, right? So, by the way, like all those guys got hired by the Ravens. Kind of
Isn't
interesting.
that crazy?
So the Ravens basically just took all of our leftovers and hired them. I guess they value them.
I guess so.
Wait. Who did the Ravens make?
Lombardi went there for sure.
Is he the OC?
I don't think he's the OC. Is he the OC?
Well, that would make sense if all those guys went with them.
I thought he was.
I'll look it up. I
But
know they got like 3 different Broncos.
But anyways, back to Sean. What to expect? I don't know, man. I mean, he's definitely going to be asked about play calling, right? We all agree on that.
Of course.
My gut tells me he's going to dodge it. He's going to find a way to kick the can down the road. What about you guys?
I think it'd be a whole lot of kicking.
Sometimes he can't help himself.
You're right.
And he just kind of blabbles on about stuff. And I think we'll have to sort of read through it. If he really wanted to say nothing, he said, well, we'll figure that out later. I just don't
We're
think...
just getting some new blood in there, new energy in the offensive room. We'll figure out everything here in the next week or two.
But do not forget, he was asked directly, because of you, Scott, directly about play calling last year. And do you remember what his response was?
He got a little pissy, as I remember.
Yeah.
He was like, we like how we're operating.
Yeah.
I like how I'm doing my job right now.
Yeah. But he didn't say I, did he? He goes, we like what we have here. We like the operation that's set up. Asked and answered. Because of your pestering. But that was in the middle of the year last year.
I've been watching The Simpsons for a lot of years.
That wasn't like a deep cut or something. That was like in the middle of everything.
But about week 2, what did I say needs to happen? Week 1, week 2.
It's as big of a victory lap as you could possibly take if he just comes out and just says, Davis Webb, maybe you'll get his name right then, will be calling the plays this year. What do you think the chances of that happening are? The plan is for Davis Webb to call the plays this year. He could also say that.
I can hear him saying that, if that's going to be the plan. Well, why not?
Brandon Beane of the Bills basically said that is the plan.
I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, not today. It just feels like if that's what it was going to be when Adam Schefter reported that Davis Webb was the new offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos, he would have said, and he's calling plays. And believe me, Adam Schefter was asking those questions. Ian Rappaport was asking those questions. If they're going to come out and say it that clean, I don't know why they didn't just do it that day.
Well, good point, but that's Sean maybe slowly having to come to terms with everything too.
But there hasn't been any direct questions of Sean since that. They didn't do a press conference for Davis Webb. There's been no media for the Broncos.
True. Yeah.
So it hasn't there hasn't really been an opportunity unless the Broncos are going to put out a press release. I mean, Sean hasn't even done he did no Super Bowl media at all, which was surprising to me.
Which made me very, very suspicious that he's trying to avoid something.
Correct. He did no in-house interviews with DenverBroncos.com, getting the scoop there inside the building while they were sitting down eating lunch together. Got nothing there.
I think he's been kicking and screaming.
What do you mean?
Well, you're going to let him give up play calling duties. He's going to be kicking and screaming. I think he's had the last 2 months or 6 weeks kicking and screaming.
What if he made a promise? What if he made a promise and Davis Webb hired the guy, and then he's like, ugh. You know what? I don't like that plan anymore.
I think he's going to come out and say, Davis is going to call the play. We're going to, I'm still going to be involved. He's the first time play caller.
You think he's going to come out and say it?
Yeah, he's a first time play caller. We're going to sit there and game plan it. I'll throw suggestions. There'll probably be times I say, no, we need to do something. But for overall, Dave's going to run.
Oh, wow.
Call
Okay.
plays.
Well, I mean, a sharp muggle could obviously say, hey, Brandon Beane earlier today said that, it's the word's out that Davis Webb will be calling the plays. Well, would you care to remark on that? I mean, Brandon Beane's going to say it.
Who's Brandon
Well, good
Beane?
thing Brandon Beane knows my organization.
Brandon Beane's the GM for the Bills, who they interviewed Davis Webb for the head coaching job.
Yeah, but that's Sean's answer. Who's Brandon Beane?
You think that's what he's going to do? Who's that?
He's been in our office. He knows what we're doing.
Oh, like who does he think he is?
Yeah. Who's he?
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, because he's not afraid to make enemies.
Yeah, that's true. He's actually pretty friendly with those Bills guys, though, overall. Like, he tried to hire Joe Brady, or at least had conversation with them about being the offensive coordinator before he got the head coaching job.
But he wouldn't let him call plays.
I think he would have let Joe Brady call plays if he got him over here, but you're not going to turn down a head coaching job. I mean, every indication is that he's about to make this move. I mean, he's not keeping Joe Lombardi on board. By the way, Tyler, Joe Lombardi, senior offensive assistant.
Okay, who's the OC?
Kerry Colbert, I don't know. Kerry Colbert's the wide receivers coach, and Zach Grossi is the tight ends coach. So I'm not sure who the OC is for the Ravens.
Declan Doyle, who was also here. Remember, Declan Doyle wasn't here a tight ends coach 2 years ago?
So you have the Baltimore Broncos out there.
Well, you win 4 games, you win 14. Try to grab some of the magic.
Yeah, a lot of changes on the offensive side. Not many changes on the defensive side for the Broncos, and VJ stays here and that whole thing. Okay, do you think he will be asked about opening his mouth about Bo Nix's injury?
Yes. I don't know if he'll be asked about, he'll say, what's Bo's status right now?
Okay,
I don't know.
I'm asking,
I don't know. That one to me feels a little bit more gossipy in nature. That it might be awkward for a reporter to bring up 2 months later, 2 months after the fact. The play calling is still very relevant. That's a bit more gossipy in nature.
Hey, Coach, Bo was upset that you brought up his ankle injury. Do you have any response to that?
Yeah. No, here's the question that will answer that question. Has the buy the reporters dinner happened yet?
That's the. I think that would be. I think that would be tonight. I don't know. That's a good question. That's a Leggy. We'll ask Leggy tomorrow.
How tough are the
We got to get Leggy to show up to that.
Well, he did show up.
He just doesn't take the meal?
Correct.
He pays
That's
for
what
his
he
own.
said, yeah. Like he says with like a cup of water.
So I'm saying there'll be
Everybody else has a T-bone.
There'll be no tough questions from the local traveling muggles who want to go to the dinner.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was kind of inferring with the gossipy part of it.
Yeah, but the combine's a little unique because you get everybody out there. It's not just the local yokels.
Combine,
you get everybody.
you know what? If I'm being honest, Combine in theory is actually a great time to ask all these sorts of questions because it's relaxed in nature. The coaches don't really have anything to do. The head coaches are just kind of showing up for things they want to show up for, showing up for the interviews. There are a lot of coaches aren't even going to this at all.
Couple are, yeah, you're right.
It's just a time that is much more relaxed in nature that you can ask some of these questions.
Okay, any other questions?
As a head coach, why wouldn't you go those just to sit into the interview process?
The vast majority do.
Because
now, well, DMac's right, but nowadays, Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, Sean.
So they're listening in. They just may not physically be in the.
They're not only listening in; they're actively asking questions.
So do we know for sure that Sean's physically there? Or is he in Coeur d'Alene?
Oh, no. He's, supposedly he's there. No. Supposedly he is there. And
when he's supposedly at the Super Bowl, no one saw him.
He just didn't go, which was a surprise to everybody. That was a surprise to everybody. So he's been laying low. He's been trying to get his head together. A lot of changes. They have made a lot of changes. Positive changes, your opinion? What the Broncos have done? And let's assume Davis Webb is calling plays.
I think so. I don't mind getting rid of all the old blood at all. Matter of fact, I think that's probably a good idea, like getting rid of Carmichael, getting rid of Joe Lombardi, but you did bring back some guys also. You did bring back Johnny Morton.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times when you got guys like that have been around for 15 years, conversation just gets stale. You stop innovating. You stop looking for creative ways. So I think that probably is a good thing that they brought in new blood.
I'm not going to bore you with epic details of the Rockies, but I just want to let you know, you want to talk about a new approach to everything, which probably gives you an indication of how broken things were with the Rockies. It is wild to hear how the Rockies are doing everything. I mean, it is like night and day difference. And a lot of it has to do with communication and a new approach to everything. In fact, they even have designated time where the coaches are mingling amongst the players.
That's stupid.
Because, well, this is their theory.
That's stupid.
When you get brought into a meeting, it feels tense, and they want to develop. They have designated
Hey, guys,
time.
we got 30 minutes here that the coaches are going to come sit down in the locker, and we're all going to mingle.
What can I tell you?
Because that's not going to be awkward.
But
that stuff's just got to happen organically at lunch, at breakfast, in the hallways.
The only thing I've noticed about the Rockies, they've already played Arizona like 9 times.
Well, did you notice Zach Veen putting on 45 pounds just through weightlifting and hitting a 470-foot walk-off home run?
He looks great.
Oh, my God.
He looks fantastic.
But that being said, they are approaching their pitchers, different pitches sequence, new pitches to be thrown. Like, they're just doing things radically different. To your point about the Broncos, like, you don't want to have a stale sort of approach to things. You want to keep things as fresh as possible.
And that's why you maybe let Miles Davis call the plays.
You would think that would be the most radical change you could possibly make on offense if you're the Broncos, correct?
Yeah.
For sure.
And don't meddle.
Got to meddle a little bit, don't you?
Let them play call.
Got to have a coach that says, hey, Josh McDaniels, we need to run the ball here. Like, just get that done.
We can say that.
Yeah. So we'll find out. Hey, first step towards what we expect to happen or what we might see coming up in less than an hour and a half, and we'll have it live for you. Creek Don't Rise. Coming up right here.
To see if anything really will be big. I'm telling you, I'm kind of joking about it, but the Muggles want that free steak at St. Elmo's. They may not ask any tough questions.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful.
So you better hope there's some national people.
What would
around.
a tough question be, though?
Are you relinquishing the play calling duties to Miles Davis?
Is that really a tough question?
If they want a free steak?
Come on, man. Sean is going to be so ready for that one. That's not going to be a tough question.
There's only one real tough question, and it's asking about the Bo Nix dynamic, and then it's following up with yeah, but he seemed irritated to me. Right. Something along those lines. Like when Sean poo-poos it and he totally dismisses it, you got to have a follow-up that is prepared to really challenge him.
What if he's turned the whole table and he says, first of all, I want to apologize for putting Bo's
that would be a move.
History out there.
That would be a really...
I overstepped my bounds of a coach, so I'll probably apologize to Bo for that.
He's done that before. He has definitely stepped up and said he was joking about it. I try to be funny, but I'm not. We were this, that, the other. He has actually done that multiple times while he's been a Broncos coach, so he's not immune to that. He's not too prideful not to admit he's made mistakes. He has done that. That'd be a baller move right there if he just stepped up right there.
Be a quick way to end it, wouldn't it?
It sure would. Like, he could certainly address everything right off the top. He'd say, hey, and he's done that before too. He's come up and said, all right, I just want to clear a few things up here. And yeah, I shouldn't have said that about Bo. Bo's right to be upset with me, and we've hashed that out. Also, yeah, I wouldn't have Davis Webb in this situation if he wasn't calling the plays. Yeah. It's time to turn that page.
So what question?
And I'm excited for it. Exactly. He could sort of handle it if he wants it, because those are the two most obvious
I think he's going to handle it.
You think so?
Yep.
That's a nice hot take right there.
Well, that'd be the Patrick Spice approach to it.
I guarantee you that's what Patrick would tell him to do.
Uh-huh.
Guarantee.
Get ahead of it, answer it before anybody asks you anything.
And now what?
And it can't be awkward.
It would be a baller move if he just did that right then and there. If he gets defensive about it, it's going to, it'll linger. But he could end it right then and there. We'll have it for you coming up at 3 o'clock. No dumb questions on the way. Do not forget, here on A Ticket Tuesday, the hour's keyword is chocolate. 303-504-0925, PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here with my friends over at Trajan Wealth. If you're not happy with your current financial advisor, call my friends at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know one size does not fit all. Contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. Trajan Wealth is going to come up with a customized game plan for your finances, for your family, for your needs, and you're going to walk away confident that you know what your future can look like. There's nothing more satisfying than knowing that your financial future is stable. So call my friends over at Trajan Wealth at 303-900-1189 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we are wide open on No Dumb Questions, 303-504-0925 on YouTube. We can see you there. On Twitch, we can see you there, however you want to reach out. We start with this, more of a comment. Scott, Miles Davis was a great jazz musician, but as a play caller, I don't know, especially because he's dead. Mark in Albuquerque, would you, do we need to fill people in on the joke, or do we just kind of go with it, Scott? What would you do in this particular
That's my
situation?
fear every time he does it, is that, new audience every 5 minutes. Nobody has any clue what the joke is.
I don't know. Would you like a point of clarification, or we're just going to rock with Miles Davis? And you know what? If you don't listen, just,
Listen,
too bad.
Davis Branch, I think I've been calling for him to be the play caller forever.
No,
keep doubling down, buddy.
Yeah, no dumb question. I missed the update on Mr. Pibble.
Oh.
Did that situation work itself out? This is Tyler's escaped hamster that he kept a secret from his daughter. Then some idiot named Dieter blabbed about it to his daughter, who told Tyler's daughter, and she was upset. And then they went home and found Mr. Pibble in a closet.
Well, it sounds like you just gave the whole update. That was pretty good.
Is there anything else to it?
Did we have a Dieter confrontation?
What
happened to Dieter?
There actually was a Dieter
I'm
confrontation.
more interested about Dieter than
No,
the hamster at this
there
point.
wasn't. Yeah, I got Dietered, by the way. That's the new phrase. Whenever you get screwed over, you got Dietered. I got Dietered, and the next night after we found Pibble, the girls wanted to have a sleepover. So I went and picked up his daughter from his house, and I had to talk to Dieter.
How'd it go?
Dieter and I were okay, I suppose. Dieter wanted to call in, by the way, which we could do.
I would love to talk to Dieter. Are you kidding me?
He wanted to defend his honor. We could probably set that up even today.
Yeah.
He would love to call in and defend his honor. He's blaming a friend of a friend of a friend type of thing, Like, hey, I didn't hear it live. Somebody told me your buddy lost his hamster, and then I told my daughter. But I'm not buying it, because his daughter specifically said to my daughter, I'm not supposed to tell you. So, where did she get that part? Huh?
You get Dieter on as whenever you possibly can.
All right, I'll send Dan the number.
It'll be fine.
There's only one nummy.
You shut up already.
There's only one nummy that started the spread of the gossip.
Scott, like
there's only one guy.
Are you in the foxhole or not?
I'm in your foxhole.
It doesn't feel like you're in the foxhole.
Well, but you know what? If I were in that day, I believe I was on. No, I might have even left. I might not even been on that day. I would have told you. If you don't want it out there, don't put it out there.
No, but Scott, that's where you're wrong. We've got a circle of trust on this radio show. Whoever we talk to stays within the circle of trust.
Listen,
and if they're not in the circle of trust, we're gonna expose them.
Of the 18
Dieter got exposed.
Of the 18 people that listen to the show, 7 of them hate your guts.
Wow,
that's true.
So they're the same thing for everybody. You may be a little higher, but I got 7 or 9. You've got probably 14 or 15.
I'm catching some strays, but go ahead.
So you got to know them people are going to get back at you. What's the best way to get back at them? I'll tell my kid to go tell his kid at school.
Yeah,
too dangerous.
I feel you, Scott, but there's a certain level of hell for those who decide to gossip about something in the circle of trust of their daughter. Who knows Tyler's daughter?
Thank you.
Keep your mouth shut, Dieter. Period.
Well, maybe he came over.
Yeah, you make sure you stay that firm when we get Dieter on the phone here.
You think I'm going to back down to Dieter?
I sent it to Dan. We're working on it.
Or he came home and he goes. She comes over the house and goes, "Hey, did your dad ever find your hamster?" Could have been that.
Now Dieter said this was payback, because he says the only reason that they have a hamster is because I got a hamster.
It's your fault?
So they own a hamster as well that apparently is my fault. We got him?
We welcome to the show.
We got Dieter.
Dieter, how are you, my friend?
Hey, guys.
Yeah, that's the right attitude, Dieter. Dieter, when you were telling your daughter about what you heard on the radio, did you realize what an idiot you were being at that moment, or did it take some time afterwards?
All right. Let's back up a little bit here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I did not hear the original thing about Mr. Pibbles getting lost.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy at work told me, he said, "Hey, your friend's hamster got lost. I heard on the radio."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, okay." So I went home and I saw my daughter, and as I was telling her, I was like, "Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling her this." But I was like,
well, why'd you have that thought, Dieter?
What? Because I was like, but what kind of an idiot would say something on the radio?
Thank you.
That he's trying to hide from his daughter. I was like, it must be all right. So I told her, and I said, I hope Kenzie knows. And turns out she didn't know.
Okay,
no, but
all
see,
right.
hold on. I've got holes in your story, Dieter. I got holes here because here's what I want to know. Why did Lulu tell Kenzie, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but your hamster got lost?
Oh, good.
Why did
good
Lulu
question.
know she wasn't supposed to tell Kenzie that?
I'm not sure that's exactly how it went.
Hmm.
Because I was there. She was like voice texting Kenzie, and she said, I heard your hamster got out. I hope you found it. And then that's when all hell broke.
All right. So who told you, Tyler, that Lulu?
Kenzie did.
Kenzie said Lulu said, I know I'm not supposed to tell you.
Kenzie told
but.
me that Lulu said she wasn't supposed to tell me.
All right,
but,
Dieter, who do you think's lying?
Yeah, you call my daughter a liar? Is that what you're doing now?
No, sir. What I really want to do is call out I work with, Casey, because he knows.
Well, now we got to reach out again.
He listened to the original broadcast.
Right.
And he's the one that told me that the hamster got lost. He neglected to tell me that
Don't say anything.
that Tyler hasn't said anything to Kenzie.
All right,
about
so
this,
you're
but she was quiet. So I want-
jerk.
I
You're
want back in the
okay.
I want back in the trust
in the
tree.
circle. Right.
Yeah.
So your goal is, I see what he's saying. Casey is the turd.
Casey's the problem.
Casey's the real turd.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have?
Although,
Right now I'm looking at him and he's listening to the show. So
Listen,
wait, hold on.
Oh, well, put him on speaker.
Put Casey on.
Well, I got you on my AirPods here.
Can you get it off and pass the phone? If Casey's the turd, let's get him on.
All right, hold on a second. Let me see how
All
this
right.
works. Hey, now he's running away from me. All right, he doesn't want to go on it.
Casey's feeling some guilt.
But
over
here's
there.
what you guys are missing out.
Now the truth comes out. Can you clear my soiled name from the airwaves of Denver, Colorado?
It's looking better for you.
But we've learned something. Casey is the true P1. Dieter's just a check-in
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We should say thank you, Casey.
Yeah.
We should actually be
we
really
should be
nice
thanking
to Casey
yeah.
because Dieter doesn't do us any good anyways. He doesn't listen.
He doesn't listen to the show.
Oh, great point.
I listen to your show every day. I get off at 2 and I go pick up my daughter.
Okay.
So one day I didn't listen. I was stuck here working overtime, and that's when I missed the crucial information.
Okay.
Don't tell Kenzie that the hamster's gone.
Hey,
The
Dieter,
ironic thing
another.
is 2 weeks before this, I lost my daughter's hamster, which I wouldn't even have if Tyler didn't get a stinking hamster for Kenzie.
So there's animosity right there.
Had I heard this original broadcast, I could have just texted or called Tyler and been like,
come
dude,
get this one.
This is what we did. This is what we did, and we found our hamster.
Yeah.
But instead, it got all convoluted, and I look like an idiot.
So what's the key to finding a lost hamster?
Well, you wait a while, and then you put down some little treats, and you sit there and wait a little bit longer, and then apparently you just go into the closet because that's where ours was.
That's where ours was as well.
All right, I'm tending to believe Dieter.
You think Dieter? So I'm referring to Dieter. I'm referring to it as when I get screwed over from now on. I got Dietered, right?
Yeah, that's.
But now we got Casey'd. Is that what we're saying?
A little bit, which makes more sense because of KC.
Yeah. Well, if you're spreading rumors, if you're spreading rumors and you're KC'd, if you're just telling on somebody, you're Dieter.
We do have a little weird issue though. Hold on.
How about if you lie to your daughter, you Tyler?
I didn't lie.
If you lose
I didn't lie about anything.
If you
I
lose,
omitted some information until I found a lost hamster.
if you lose your kids, whatever, you've Tylered your kid.
Is omission of truth a lie?
Probably.
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
She didn't ask, was the hamster lost? I just didn't tell her the hamster was lost.
Okay, it's the same thing. It's the omission of truth a lie. But we do have one little quirky thing here. At some point, your daughter told you that his daughter said she wasn't supposed to tell you.
Correct.
So
I don't think that actually happened.
Well, but your daughter told you that.
My daughter told me that.
So did your daughter just make that up?
So
to get at you?
No, I think
she Dietered Tyler.
What what happened is when, as soon as I said it, I was like, well, I hope she knows. And that's what I was like. There's no way this guy would have said it on the radio if his daughter didn't know.
All right.
Hey, Dieter, I gotta ask you something, and you can tell me if anybody's ever asked you before. Have you now or have you ever had a pet monkey?
All right, now's the time on Sprockets that we dance. All right. You know, they were gonna make a movie about that back in like the mid '90s, and it really would have made my life a living hell. So thank God
I wonder
Mike
about
Myers
that.
Did
Hey,
not get that.
Dieter, we just want to say this to you.
Before I begin, would you like to touch my monkey?
I would be honored.
Touch him! Love him! Lieber meine Abschminky! Now I am as happy as a little girl.
Okay, Dieter. Have a great day.
All right, man.
Yeah, wie geht's?
Wie das? Now wie das? He seems fine to me.
Hey, you have a friend that actually watched that show and knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, well, he's a little bit
Dieter.
older.
His name is Dieter. How's he gonna miss that? Yeah. Casey's a bit of a, but you're right. He's a guy. Yeah, he listens.
Hey, Casey, thank you.
Good job, Casey. You created this content.
Casey, you can go pound sand.
Yeah, you created 3 or 4 days of content. Thank you, Casey.
We have an update on the Sammy G trade. If you missed it, details coming up next.
If you're looking for a simple one-day solution to reverse your hair loss process, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up your phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, big question of the day surrounds your reaction to the Sam Girard trade. Sam Girard, a 2028 second-round pick for Brett Kulak. All right, what do we think about Sam Girard for Brett Kulak? Here is Jared Bednar earlier today talking about
Hopefully it's a good trade for our team, and it's a good trade for G. G's been an unbelievable teammate, a great player for this organization. I think it's 8.5 years now, and obviously part of our Stanley Cup championship team in 2022, and it's sad to see guys like that go, but I think could be a good move for him, a little bit more opportunity, and I think for us you're getting a big solid D that can skate and defend real well and move the puck, and he does a lot of good things. A guy that's been to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals and was an integral part of their blue line and what they were trying to do as a team. And we like the player a lot, and so we're excited.
I'm not trying to brag that I'm taller than any professional athlete, but boys, if I stood next to Sammy G, it'd be a conversation. That's what I'm saying. Not the biggest of fellas, and you're trading that in for a guy who's
be a conversation face to face.
It was always kind of a trip to be in the locker room, and it has happened over the years with a handful of hockey players. And I'm like, wow, well, what is my excuse? But that being said, you are getting bigger, and Jared Bednar just said it. Scott, you have pointed out, listen, what works in the regular season doesn't always work in the postseason. And so your blue liners now, Manson big, Burns big, Malinsky decent size. Taves and McCarr are just superstars, so their size, they're fine, they're superstars. And
they're both
now
good-sized guys, but they're
5'10" or 6 footers.
I thought McCarr's taller than that.
He's, it is what it is. He's like McKinnon. McKinnon's way smaller than you would actually think he is. They're all solid, but they're superstars. But now you have significant size too. Burns is just flat out big. So is Manson. Malinsky's got to be 6'1" or so, and so is this Kulak guy. So the Avs are now much significant. Even with one guy difference, there is more size on their blue line for the defense. How do you think that sets up for them in the playoffs?
Well, I guess you just got to go with what Bednar said, right? And now
Correct.
You can mix and match. And it's funny, the team that he used was Dallas, who's been kind of your nemesis if you've ever had to face them in the postseason. They've knocked you out, 3 times in a row, I think. Or the 3 times in a row you faced them anyway, whatever level. I just listen. I've always thought that once they, at least the last 2 years since they won a championship, I thought the first year they surprised everybody with their speed and no one could catch up with it. Everybody else got kind of bigger and decided, what slows down speed? A big body on them.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody started pounding the speed, and all of a sudden, come playoff time, come Dallas time, you ain't running up and down the ice on them very often. You might get that one game here and there. Remember Florida when you played them, tried to melt the ice to make it a little more slushy so that it would affect the speed. So I think you've got to be able to now play, for a lack of a better term, a half-court hockey game at times, and I don't think with Sam Girard you're able to do that.
Well, I think getting bigger, getting more physical, that sounds like something that, whether you're talking about the Nuggets, whether you're talking about the Broncos, you're talking about the Avalanche, almost every team is looking to add those specific attributes. Let's get bigger, let's get more physical, let's get faster. So that's good. And I will say this, just generally speaking, if there's ever a team that I seem to trust that they make good in-season trades that really seem to impact them like in the middle of the year in a very beneficial way, doesn't it feel like the Avalanche have done very well with that over the years?
They ain't shy about it.
In what regard?
In terms of immediate impact, in terms of guys that contribute now in the regular season and the playoffs. Going back to the Manson trade in that year, there was I can't even remember them, but there was 3 trades that year that they were all very effective.
Yeah, the 22-23 year, making the moves that they made, because there's 23. Was it 23 this season? No, it was 22. So it's 21-22. Remember, you brought Kadri
Manson. You
Kadri
brought Manson
in the year before. Then you brought Manson in that year, and then guys, you added pieces like Cogliano and stuff like that. That was good, but you made some healthy moves the last 2 years, and you got beaten the first round in one year and got beaten the second round the other year. So
One thing we've learned about Avalanche management, man, they do not sit still. It does not happen.
That's where I would say is, and I think that's what Tyler likes. And I would say, and I agree with that, because it feels like you're doing something. The Nuggets this offseason, for the first time in really 3 years since they won it, seemed like they made a lot of moves. Well, the only way you determine if it does any good is you got to go with what Dempsey just said. They got to get to the Western Conference Finals, if not the finals.
I will trust. I think the Avalanche, on that vein, have earned our trust as fans in terms of evaluating their own team and knowing what they need and why they need it. So but
it still hasn't gotten them past the second round since they won it.
I got you.
Which is the same thing as the Nuggets.
Well, do you trust the decision makers, Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic?
I trust inexplicitly, but it hasn't gotten them since they won it out of the second round.
Mm-hmm.
And the Nuggets, for the most part, seem like they kind of stood still since they won the championship. And guess what? Haven't gotten them out of the second round, has it?
Right.
Sammy G, to me, has always felt, and I compared him earlier, and I'll continue, to like a Will Barton sort of character, meaning he was a steady
fan favorite.
Well,
a fan roller coaster.
Fans love Will Barton.
Like you love him when you love him, and you hate it. I don't know about that.
I don't know, Scott.
I feel like the fans hated that dude at times.
It was,
I think more towards the end of the year, but or his last year here. But I thought for a while he
Michael
was
Malone
like the guy.
him.
I think
Conley loved him.
You're a beloved person. Well, I think Sammy G was a little bit more loved inside of the locker room and amongst people than sometimes with the fans.
Well, he's been here 8.5 years.
How long was Will Barton here?
About 5.
Okay. I mean, we're long stead, guys who are kind of fundamental dudes. And maybe Will wasn't like that. Maybe it's a poor comparison. But I just know there's a lot of people that were really down on Sammy G. And we're just like, you got to get this guy out of here. This guy ain't it for us. And it seems like, well, you're raising your hand. Okay.
He's been a survivor for years, though. I mean, that's not a new conversation. At least on this show, we've had that conversation for 4 years.
Can you, and we got the combine coming up, which means the draft is another 3-4 weeks after that, right? Can you really not judge a free agency class or a draft in whatever window you want to put it in there? Trades, put trades in there as well. Doesn't happen as much in the NFL, but put trades in there as well. Doesn't it have to equate to playoff success to be deemed successful?
Well, with Sammy G, you have an interesting story, don't you? Because he's a core player on your team who got hurt during the playoffs and wasn't there for the championship run, but so was Peter Forsberg. And nobody's going to say he wasn't important to the success of the team winning a cup.
So I would say, to answer your question, Scott, yes, you need playoff success outside of extenuating circumstances. And it feels like the Avalanche for years have had extenuating circumstances going on in the playoffs, whether it's Val or something else, or Kale or whoever it might be. We've had multiple years with extenuating circumstances in the playoffs that I think would have affected anything.
Well, the Val case is bananas. Let's, can't go down that road ever again. Let's hope, right? We'll see how it goes. I mean, we don't know much about Brett Kulak, but he's, tall.
To give a compliment to Sam, though, he entered the player assistance program also, which, why, I don't know. Whatever reasons he had to step aside and get some help. There wasn't any drama outside of that,
Sam G, no.
It caught a few of us outsiders by surprise.
It did, because nobody was aware of anything.
No.
And then he went and did whatever he had to need to do, and he came back and he reacclimated and he did his job.
He didn't get put on a dark plane back to Russia in the middle of the night. Right? It wasn't one of those scenarios.
No, there was never anything like that, though, too. Like
Val Brody went back to Russia, and the first thing he did was post a photo with like an AK-47 or whatever that was.
It wasn't the first thing he did, but it was the thing he eventually
sitting
did.
on a G-Wagon.
Yeah, that's the Val stuff. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Sammy G, I think he'll be well regarded. I think people will always associate him with the team that won the cup, which is good.
He'll be at all the reunions.
He should be.
Is he in the banner guy? banner in the Raptors guy.
No, not even close,
I
right?
I don't think so. But he is good if you needed somebody to interpret French, because he was fluent in French and he could barely speak English. His Sammy G's English was spotty at best, but he's hanging on to that.
I had a conversation with
French.
him in Boston in the elevator.
Yeah.
He's pretty good then.
Yeah, it's okay. He's strong on the French though. That's the weird one that you find those guys from Quebec who just, are really French. There's not as many as those guys around as they once were, but he was. But good guy, loved in the locker room, respected by the coaches. At the end of the day, yes. He'll get a nice tribute whenever the Penguins come to town.
No dumb question. Why does France have such a good international showing in basketball? And do they even have a national hockey team?
Yeah, of course they have a hockey team. Sure. Yeah, they do. They do have a hockey team.
I think they were in the Olympics.
They were in the Olympics this year.
Were they in the Olympics?
Yeah. Yes.
They have any true Frenchmen in the NHL?
Yes, they do.
Pierre-Edouard Bellemare. Remember him, Scott? He used to play for the Avs.
Used to play for the Avs.
That's right.
Yeah. Not a lot though. I mean, he was one of the few guys with NHL, sort of pedigree.
You
not
realize
a ton.
the French have 18 NBA players?
That is bonkers. And
maybe the best in the world.
And a couple of drafts where they're in the top 5.
2 or 3 of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Would they be the favorite in the upcoming Olympics, do you think?
Well, I think America's always going to be, but that would be one of my, betting favorites.
The influence Tony Parker probably had in French basketball probably shouldn't be. It was probably unbelievable.
Yeah, it has to
what he did for French basketball is ridiculous. And then what Wemby's doing is,
that's just going to bring a whole nother level.
It should.
Yeah.
I don't know if Gasol had that same impact in Spain.
Well, Spain was pretty good for a while too. Now.
For a minute, but French basketball probably will be a thing for the future for sure. It should be. Look who they got. You know who Brett was talking about is, guy for the Knicks. Big lower trunk, Bouchelli. What's his name? Gosh darn it. I'm forgetting his name. French star, big butt, strong. Was very interested in coming to the Nuggets, but got the Nuggets got.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. He was in Philadelphia and got traded to,
Yeah.
Gosh
darn, I'm forgetting his name.
Fantastic in the Olympics last year.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, let's football go. We'll go back to the Combine. Don't forget at 3 o'clock, we will have Sean Payton talking at the podium. Be very interested to see what he's got to say. And it's a Ticket Tuesday. We have your next keyword next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex, intimacy, love, essential to a fulfilling relationship. ED can take a serious toll, stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, and placing stress on our partners. That can feel overwhelming. ED does not have to continue impacting your relationship. Men, we get it. We understand how important sex is in a relationship for you and your partner. Erectile dysfunction can take that away. Well, here we go. We have some answers for you with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. And if you're in this situation, we have good news. They have 5 locations and an expert staff that, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Find out for yourself what we're talking about. Just call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's a Ticket Tuesday. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword style. STYLE. 303-504-0925. First and last name, and you're entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10. You can order at papamurphys.com. That is style. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Best of luck. Do we have another chapter in the Mr. Pibble story, or are we done on this adventure?
I think we're about done here. I don't know. Is there another chapter you're looking for?
I don't know.
As long as we don't lose the hamster.
Did we figure out how he got out?
Yeah. Shoot his way through the top.
Oh, man.
Through metal?
It's sketchy. But yeah.
Mr. Pibble pulled a Shawshank?
Yeah, you should have seen. He tore up all the carpet in the entire room, every corner.
He wanted out.
Destroyed down to the baseboard, chewed through cords, chewed through everything.
Get the hell out of there.
Yeah,
just needed his freedom, man. He was Andy Dufresne. He didn't do it. He didn't kill. It was the golf pro that killed Mrs. Hamster, Mrs. Pibble. It wasn't Andy.
Where you test the stability of your garbage disposal.
All right, let's go to. Scott. MountainHighAppliance.com. Dudes. Just stop. What's your
Or
first?
it could be like in season 3 with the rats and Stranger Things.
I don't remember.
They just start exploding and then little crazy critters came out of them.
Okay. Let's see what Dan's got cooking. What do you got there?
All right, guys.
Not this one.
CBS has their every team's free agent that they should try their hardest to keep around. Okay.
Oh, to keep around.
Yeah, like every team's free agent who they should try an effort to keep.
Okay.
So the Broncos, I didn't realize this. Jaquan McMillan's a free agent. So the Broncos, they list here as try to keep cornerback Jaquan McMillan. They're right. The Broncos have several players who fit the bill here, but Jaquan McMillan really stands out. He's a restricted free agent.
Why did they? Oh, he's a restricted
free agent, meaning
right.
the Broncos will have the upper hand if they so choose via tender. He's only 25 years old, a pair of interceptions. Saw the big interception against Josh Allen and the Bills in the playoffs. How important do you guys think it is to keep Jaquan McMillan?
Well, first of all, that's a dumb list, by the way, because the restricted free agents and unrestricted, it's a whole different conversation. Of course, the Broncos will keep a restricted free agent like him.
Well, yeah, but the conversation with Jaquan isn't will they bring him back? It's how will they bring him back? Will they go ahead and tender him on a 1-year deal? Or do they just go ahead and give him a proper extension right now? If I'm the Broncos, I would try to get him done on a 2 to 3 year deal and give him a proper extension.
I would too. I mean, why
why'd
they?
Why'd you draft a quarterback in the first round?
Yeah,
last
but
year?
whatever. You can't worry
but he's
about
too
that.
good, man. I
Right.
mean, you keep good
You're
players.
right, but like, what are we doing here? The guy made one of the greatest plays in Broncos history. Like, the guy has been unbelievable. We realize that. Jaquan McMillan made one of the greatest plays ever. In fact, it'll be a play that goes down in NFL history because of the controversial nature of it. And he earned that spot over a first-round rookie. Like, Jaquan McMillan is gold, man. You can't lose him with the money you got. You put forward that you think the Broncos should bring back Jonathan Franklin Myers, and they got the money to do it, and it seems like that's who I was expecting you to say there, Dan. So how important do you think JFM Tyler is to bring back?
Well, there's a dollar, there's a figure that I'd walk away from him, but I don't really know why the Broncos have shown like zero interest in bringing back Jonathan Franklin Myers. He's been wanting an extension for a year now. He wanted it in the offseason. He wanted it during the season. He watched all his peers on the defensive line get new contracts, and the Broncos had no interest with
Yeah,
him.
man,
so
it's not writing on the wall. It's a glaring billboard down the highway. I
it
mean,
feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's I kind of get.
But
the
I
hits.
like Jonathan Franklin Myers a lot. So if it's up to me, I'd like to have him.
I don't think it is money, man. I think there's got to be something else going on here.
What?
I don't know.
The dude's good at football.
I don't know. Next, but they have showed zero interest. Zero. And they've got the money. They could do it if they wanted to. Next one, Dan.
All right, another article here from CBSSports.com. Biggest needs heading into the NFL scouting combine. Before I say what they listed, what would you say the one position of the biggest area of need for the Broncos is?
Single position?
Yeah.
So drafting. I mean, you're saying
free agency?
Just off.
Just the biggest need,
running
single
game,
position.
running back.
Okay.
The running game, running back, whatever you want to, however you want to put that. What pot
Running
you
back.
want to put that?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd agree.
Playmaker.
Linebacker more than running back.
Playmaker.
Oh, playmaker.
You talking like wide receiver, Scott?
Playmaker.
I don't care. Playmaker.
On offense,
Somebody on offense is going to have an effect on the game.
Well, they list the Broncos' biggest need being tight end. So I've got this list here for you guys. I'm going to put it behind you, okay?
Well, we're screwed if that's the case.
Well, here's your free agent list.
Yeah, it's not good.
Of available tight end. It's not bad.
Pitts is going to be gone.
He got franchise tagged.
Yeah, so he's out.
But David Njoku, Dallas Goedert, that's kind of interesting. Tyler Higbee.
Oh my God.
Also Noah Fant.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in bringing back Noah Fant?
I'm not interested in like any of those guys. It's not a great list of guys that are available.
So would you like to see the Broncos solve
I
their
wouldn't
tight
mind
end
Isaiah
problem
Likely.
with free agency or the draft? What would you guys prefer?
If Kenyon Sadiq falls to you at 30, I don't know how you could pass on him. He's the number one tight end in the draft. But even him is not some sort of magic pill or potion. You kind of had your shot last year, to be quite honest with you, and you blew it. So how they address it, and by the way, I disagree. I don't think it's their number one priority either. I don't think it's their biggest need.
I don't think there really is much that they can or will do at the tight end position. You still have got Evan Ingram on this football team.
Correct.
He's under contract.
Correct.
You got to pay that money.
Correct.
So what are you going to do? Go out and sign another big price free agent? No, your only answer is to try to draft somebody, and it's a bad year in the draft to need a tight end. So good luck.
It is what it is.
Plus, you got a baller down there sitting there in the practice squad.
Caleb Lohner, man.
6'8",
6'8", waiting for the dunk contest and red zone touchdowns.
Come on.
I mean, they liked him enough to keep him. They liked him enough to give him a little financial bump at the end of the year. So, I don't know. But I don't think anybody is holding our breath for a basketball player to work out. He ain't Julius Thomas. I wish he was. That'd be amazing. All right, next story, Dan. The CBS screwed up there. They didn't know what they were talking about.
So mark them off the list of ever having to follow that again.
I'll send you a mock draft tomorrow, Scott, from CBS.
No, mark CBS off the list.
Okay, just other mock drafts.
What's the next one you got?
All right, guys. Miami Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan declared today, that all options remain open regarding quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, including a potential trade while confirming Tagovailoa.
Okay.
Tagovailoa, I think is how you properly pronounce it.
Okay.
Tagovailoa.
Uh-huh.
Former 5th overall pick said he still wants to continue his playing career. Their GM says, quote, everything's on the table right now. We could go in a lot of different directions. A trade is a possibility, but Tua is aware and his representation is aware. We've had really positive conversations. So what do you think happens with Tua? And is there any team out there that you could see in need of a Tua Tagovailoa?
And the one part you missed, $99 million cap hit.
Ah!
Dude.
He's got 54 guaranteed coming up this season,
That is
Scott.
insane.
I
cannot imagine what team would be. I can't tell you a team that would be interested.
There's no one that's going to trade for him.
Well,
and can Miami eat $99 million, which is probably what, 60 this year, 39 next year?
Yeah, they might have to Russell Wilson that thing.
They might have to. They probably are. Can you notice what they're doing? They're tearing it down to the studs in Miami. They're getting ready for it. So they're tanking. Miami knows the situation they're in. They're going to dump Tua for whatever. They're going to have to deal with the cap hit and just build this. They got rid of their coach. They're starting all over in Miami. So, but what team? The question is, what team? I have no idea.
Any like the Steelers, would they be interested in Tua?
I think they're.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be the quarterback of the Steelers again,
Yeah,
right?
by the way, in the mocks, they got Mel Kiper's got Ty Simpson of Alabama going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. They're in quarterback drafting hell, and they have been for a long time. And Tyler's right. Egomaniac Aaron Rodgers is going to be back for round 2. I have no doubts that will happen, and they probably will draft Ty Simpson. Tua? I'm not angry at the dude, but he's got, 5 concussions, and you owe him $90 million or whatever you said?
There's a whole lot of teams that will take a shot at him if they buy him out and he's a free agent and they can get away with a minimum contract. He'll get buku offers to go somewhere.
Absolutely. But the key is he has to get bought out.
Yeah.
God, I would have no interest because of the injuries alone, never mind the money. I'd have no interest in Tua. Like, who? Who would say the money's not a factor? What team would give me a team?
Pittsburgh, Jets.
Why? With Aaron Rodgers and Ty Simpson, I'm going to get Tua? Jets? The Jets are rebuilding from the ground up. Why would they want Tua? Who is the Jets quarterback?
But you might want a bridge guy, and you think if I can get him for $2 million as a bridge guy, why not?
Who is the Jets quarterback? I mean, is Justin Fields again?
I don't think
as of now.
Is he still under contract with them? He's still got to deal with them?
I thought so.
I thought he signed a 2-year deal.
He did? Okay. So it's Fields?
Is Russell still there too?
I don't think
He was
so.
never there.
Where did he go?
Oh,
He was with the Giants.
Giants.
It is a 2-year deal for
He had a
Justin
2-year
Fields.
deal.
So Fields is their quarterback right now.
I mean, he's under contract.
That's pretty bonkers, man. All right, maybe you got me on the Jets. I don't know. Maybe I guess.
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Would you rather have Tua or Justin Fields?
You don't have a quarterback. And this guy's still
What do you
starting
tell you
in the
got
league.
Deshaun Watson coming back.
Well,
You got Shadur Sanders. Cleveland. Well, you see what happens in a bad quarterback year, man. Like it gets a little scary out there. Who are there any other significant free agent? We haven't even looked at quarterbacks.
Quarterbacks.
Well,
Yeah,
Kirk
let's pull
Cousins
this
is
up.
about to be there.
Oh, you think they're going to dump him?
They already said they're going to. So
okay.
their
That
restructure
June 1st
forces them
thing?
to make a decision by March 13th.
Okay.
And the GM said he'll have a decision. He didn't say he'll have a decision. He said he'll be free by March 11th.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's Kirk. You think Kirk's going to keep going?
Yeah.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Just can't quit it.
Did you see the numbers that came out today? Quarterbacks, the all-time earnings.
He's got to be up
it was
there.
like Matthew Stafford number 1.
Yeah.
Tom Brady was 3. I forget who was 2.
Yeah.
But number 4 was Kirk Cousins
As a
Hey,
fourth round pick.
Look
Yeah.
at the top of the
That's crazy.
list.
That's awesome.
He played for $14 million last year, but his market value this year is $43.5. Daniel Jones.
God, man, it's not a great list of free agent quarterbacks either, by the way.
Where do you think Russ goes? He's a free agent.
He goes nowhere, man. Nobody's
Giants.
You think he's done?
Russ should be going to the booth. That's where he should be going.
Yeah, have a little I don't know.
But he's
He
going to
can do
keep
whatever he
chasing it
wants.
as long as somebody will let him.
Sure. I mean, I'm not going to tell a guy not to keep going for it, but I'm seeing him show up with Ryan Seacrest on New Year's Eve, and Ryan doesn't even ask him a question. He's just standing there like an ornament next to his wife. And I'm like, that is not exactly how starting quarterbacks of NFL teams get treated. Russ, man. I don't know. He loves
How
it.
about
He wants to
Josh
keep going.
Johnson, still a free agent at almost 40 years old?
Well, he's doing like
He
commercials
played,
and stuff.
he played football, actually played football this year
Yeah.
for the Redskins, for Commanders.
Yeah. I mean, some guys are just Did you guys see Teddy Bridgewater? What's going on, by the way? We haven't even talked about this story. Really quick.
You got the Teddy Bridgewater rule?
Yeah, how about that?
That's good.
In Florida, so you can spend up to $15,000 of your own money, basically, and not get in trouble for it at a high school.
Yeah, to help high school kids.
Yeah, if you want to help the kids out, we're not going to kill you. If you have personally $15,000 you want to spend on kids, we're going to let you do it. Which I'm like, that is the most common sense rule in the world.
Right.
Like, the whole Teddy Bridgewater getting in trouble thing was the most ridiculous thing.
And don't we have already some NIL stuff going to high school?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but this wasn't that, though.
No, I know that.
This was like buying
but why
a
would
kid
you have
some-
NIL going to high school and you won't let a coach spend $10,000 to rent a bus and outfit a team?
Well, and what he was specifically doing was he was buying Ubers for his kids to get back and forth from practice because he didn't think it was safe for them to walk.
Right. It was dumb for him to get in trouble with it. It's smart for them to change it so that can't happen again. All right, the Combine is coming up today. We have the interviews going on. In terms of Combine news, it does look like the Jets are going to tag, either transition or franchise tag Breece Hall. So, I don't know. We were playing around with that for the Broncos, but that ain't happening. We never really even got into the Kyle Pitts situation, not really as a tight end, but he's going to stay there apparently with Atlanta. So we have some of this
They're
news
tagging
coming
Kyle.
out.
Is that what they said?
Their GMs. Well, they said we're keeping him. You know, the code for keeping him is
We've got the tag here, so
yes,
yeah,
he ain't going anywhere. Pickens, he ain't going to be available, right? He's going to just stick with the Cowboys one way or the other, right? We're not really thinking about Pickens.
No, Pickens is off the table.
Okay. So who's making more and more sense as things are dripping out here in terms of who should be targeted? Like high-profile targets.
Well, you've got the A.J. Brown conversation will always exist, and today I forget what exactly.
They were kind of like, he's an Eagle, man. We want to keep him here. They didn't go quite that far.
No,
Sirianni.
I don't think that's what they said.
Well, Sirianni was like, we're in conversation. You know, Sirianni didn't guarantee that he would be an Eagle, but was pressing hard the Eagle love for A.J. Brown.
Okay.
So, again, but he didn't guarantee it.
Eagles, yeah. I mean, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says he can't guarantee that A.J. Brown will be back with the Eagles. To me, that sounds like we're open for business. That doesn't sound like he's coming back. That sounds like we're open for business.
Okay.
I can't guarantee that he's going to be back. Why wouldn't you say, he's an Eagle, he's going to be back?
Well, the preamble to that, though, was how much they like him and how much they want him and how much they see him as part of their future and blah, 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 blah.
But I can't guarantee it?
Correct. Correct.
That
because
dude's available.
It's been, all right.
Just my opinion.
Hey, I'm all for it. If they can figure it out, they can figure it out.
That conversation will always exist. Alec Pierce might be available from the Colts. That's a hell of a football player. Michael Pittman Jr. Could be an option. Jalen Waddle. Running backs, Travis Etienne, Tyler Algier, Rico. What else you want?
I don't know, man. Anything get you fired up?
Travis Etienne would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
He'd be about the only guy that, of all the names you mentioned, I'd get excited about.
I think Dowdle would be sneaky good, and I think he would be an upgrade from J.K. Dobbins and give you that same sort of production. A little less injury prone and, very, very consistent. So I kind of like that concept. I think you could succeed without a huge superstar. Not that you'd even have a shot. ATN would probably be the closest one. I mean, I don't think you're going to get Kenneth Walker, do you? I mean, Seattle's going to figure that out, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, yes. No, he's not going to be available.
All right, so we'll get into it, and we'll hear from Sean Payton live. We'll see if he steps up at 3 o'clock. Usually they stay on schedule there. So that's coming up here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Sean Payton is going to speak. The Broncos have it fired up right now, so this is going to be good to go, man. And as long as it stays on time, right at 3 o'clock, we'll hear from Sean Payton. Usually, George Payton would sort of follow from that point. Did you guys see Team USA at Club 11, whatever that is, down there in Florida, having a good time last night?
It looked like a blast, and you know what? It gave me so many flashbacks to going to Vegas with the boys after the Super Bowl. It's exactly what it was like, man. It's so much fun. They're living the life right now, and I don't know how any of those guys are going to play hockey for the next week.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for the Avalanche. FYI, what we reported earlier is all four, Nelson, Makar, McKinnon, and Taves, are all back, and their bags. That'd be kind of cool, right? You see their bags, Team Canada, Team USA, were in the locker room. Although the thought is the Avalanche, Bedsy would say, hey, boys, stay here in Colorado. Spend a little bit more time here. You can just fly to Utah tomorrow, so you don't have to travel with the team, and you can spend an extra night here. But that does lead me to believe that they're all gonna play tomorrow night. What do you guys think about that? Little what you do? Did your microphone fall apart? What happened? You all right?
You break the arm?
Did it snap off?
The whole plastic just snapped off.
It happens about once a year. Yep.
Yeah.
Way to go, Scotty.
Yeah.
Stop messing with the mic so much.
Yeah. It's a piece of plastic.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, that's all right.
On a hinge.
Are you slightly impressed, or you say no big deal? Or
I almost feel like you should just give those guys some time off. Don't you?
I think what Bednar said was he'd be okay if they could do that.
Why don't they build in some rest on the backside of this thing?
In all honesty, if he did just say, listen, we'll figure out Utah without you, their next game is Thursday, I believe, against Minnesota, I think.
Then they go Thursday, Friday, right?
Well, then they got Friday off, and then they play Saturday. They got 5 games in 7 nights. So I'll give those guys a lot of credit for playing that game in Utah, because I don't think they would have to. I think they'd be fine if they missed that one, and then we'll see it home the next day. But hey, it's a different.
It seems like all the time they take off for the Olympics, they couldn't add an extra day or two on the backside of this thing.
They gave them like 7 days off before the tournament started.
Well, that doesn't help.
They want them to practice with their teams.
I mean, how long do we want this break to be? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, fair.
So, anyways, they get back at it. We got a double dipperoo tomorrow, actually. Got the Avs in Utah. We got the Nuggets playing a home game against Boston. We'll see how Nuggets fans do with selling their tickets tomorrow night.
That'll be good. Your people will be in town.
Yeah, tell me about it. It can get it. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, it's not embarrassing.
Dan, you got any super glue?
Jason probably does.
Did you tell Jason?
No, I will reach out to him as soon as I can.
We need super glue. Stat.
Technically, that isn't even used because Andy sits over here where Tyler is. So that goes.
Moser.
That would be a Moser situation in the morning. Should we blame Moser for this?
Absolutely.
It had to be.
That thing was already like that. I saw it when you walked in.
The funniest part about that, it's the least used microphone of all the microphones. Well, I guess this one over here. This
that one's already been broke once, too, the one you're on.
This one's been broken?
Remember they brought that hard wire in?
Yeah, look, the one right next to you, that was from that.
Yeah, bring that over here. Hand that to me.
But you want this?
Well, we were going to have to hook it up so somebody could talk.
Well, I mean, you can just throw it down here in a second, whatever.
Well, I don't think the
actually, technically, you should be going in the other room anyway.
Okay.
Okay. Don't you go threatening me with a good time.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to do our
I don't think
do our thing here.
I'm worried about snapping the wire, though.
Oh, the wire's going to be – you're not going to snap the wire. You can only break so much in one.
Well, plastic snap, but I'm worried about the wire now breaking.
The wire's going to be fine.
Well, there's only like an inch of room. Watch.
What? There you go. There you go. There it is. Technical problem solved. All right, just as we get into this, and by the way, congratulations to BJ Reinert. He won our tickets. Way to go. A Ticket Tuesday. We'll have another keyword coming up here at 3:20 with Nate and Andy. They go from there. What are you expecting out of Sean here today? Preview this one before this happens.
Well, he'll probably be relaxed. He'll probably be friendly, And actually, I do almost wonder. You might have been onto something earlier. He might just address these things out the gate.
Knock it off. Yeah.
The play calling one in particular, he might avoid the Bo Nix one, but the play calling one in particular, I wouldn't be shocked at all if that's just in his opening statement.
Just knock it out. Get it done with.
Yeah. If I were advising him, that's what I would say.
How much, what kind of things should the Broncos be looking at during this combine, by the way? Like, where should their attentions be? I know we're not in a traditional quarterback thing, but should the focus be on linebackers? Should it be on receivers? Where do you think the Broncos' focus should be here for this? They got a bunch of picks, by the way. They got plenty of picks. I think they got like 8, 9 picks, something like that.
So when you're drafted at number 30 in the first round, the conversation of position of need, it really does more or less go outside the window. People always talk about best player available, BPA.
BPA.
Yeah, BPA.
Yeah,
BPA.
Well, it truly is best player available when you're drafted number 30. I think when you're drafted earlier, especially in the top 10, it's always best player available at a position of need.
Mm-hmm.
That goes out the window at number 30. So we saw a mock draft today from Mel Kiper with the safety.
Taking a safety.
You could see something like that.
And he may be the best player available when you get to 30.
I would still say if the guy's not going to play significantly for you this year, borderline starter, I'm not interested. But yeah, Mel Kiper had a safety from Toledo.
Well, whoever you drafted 30, best case scenario is going to be a borderline starter.
Yeah, I mean,
do you go after a DN or a pass rusher if you're afraid you're going to lose Franklin Myers?
Well, the more that we do the draft stuff as we do it, you realize if somebody falls, all of a sudden no matter what the position is. I mean, you might take an offensive tackle if it falls to that degree.
If they're the best player available.
If they're the best player available and they're available at 30, there is no position that is out of bounds. We have seen that from the Broncos. I don't care what it is. I mean, aside from quarterback.
Isn't that the reasoning a little bit of what they did when they drafted in the first round of corner last year? That they, in their minds, he had a top 10 grade on him.
Yes.
In their thing. And so when he dropped down to, 23, 22, whatever they picked at?
Whatever it was, yeah.
That they said, yeah, well, might as well take him. We had a top 10 grade on the guy.
They were all excited about that for that reason. I think that is George Payton's philosophy kind of period, no matter what the round is. And he just believes that, and they just sort of follow it no matter what. I know they were thrilled to get Nick Benito because he fell, and that worked out great. I could sort of see that in other rounds for sure. But the first round to me is just a pinch different.
Yeah, but how can it be a pinch different at 30? That's the only thing I'm saying.
I tend to agree with you, Scott.
Because the 30th pick in the draft normally has a second round grade on them.
Almost every year.
30's
You're lucky to have 16 or 17 guys with the first round grade.
Well, I mean, of course, what wouldn't surprise me at all at 30 is they just trade out and they pick up more draft picks later on. And do not be surprised if that happens.
You could. I mean, I'm not a huge advocate of the fifth year option. I don't think it's as big of a deal as a lot of people think it is. But when you're drafting in the first round, you do think about that. What positions does the fifth year option really matter at? And if you're not drafting one of those positions, then yeah, move out of the first round entirely.
Yeah, it could happen. That happened that year with when Derek Wolfe got drafted in the second round, and it was all that anticipation, and all of a sudden, do you remember who else was like hot? Do you remember Doug Martin, the muscle hamster? Yeah, that was the guy that was on the tip of our lips, and then they just got out of that completely. Here is Sean Payton a little bit early. Let's hear him.
I missed you guys the other night.
It's happy.
I was just sharing the story with George. I don't wish that on anyone. I'm almost done. Sorry. one thing I think it's important. We're close to filling out our staff. We haven't made any announcements, but I would say within the week, we'll let, as soon as we have it, we'll let you guys know, because sometimes these things, they get out early. Sometimes there may, but we've interviewed a number of people, and I think, well, I wouldn't say ideally we'd be finished at this point, but I would say within the week we'll have our full staff to announce. That was the only thing I have. What do you guys have?
What made Davis right as the offensive coordinator job, and how will this sort of play calling responsibilities work?
Yeah. First off, I think it was something that I kind of knew, during the year. He and I visited on a handful of occasions. We're talking about Davis Webb. He's extremely talented. With regards to play calling, it's something that, I think he'll be really good at it. And I know that's like, man, are you going to give up play calling? And I would only do that if I felt like it would help our team. I'll still be involved with what we do offensively, just like what we do defensively. But I do think he has a gift. I think he's real sharp. I'm glad he's on our staff. Typically, any decision we make like that is to benefit our team. So I'm looking forward to it. I challenged him in the off season prior to that preseason game. He did a good job. But I think it'll help us, and certainly I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it was going to help our team win. You get to a point where you're focused strictly on improving your team any way you can. Yeah, he's gonna call. Well, I know Brandon Bean announced it earlier in the media, so I saw him in the hallways. I thought, well, you can come on and do my presser too. But no, I'm excited for him having that opportunity.
Was that difficult?
No. Listen, I'm going to have opinions with plays. Mine will be the bad ones. His will be all the good ones. But I want to support him in that. I can recall being in that situation. Even in Dallas, 2 or 3 years there, I don't know that anyone knew who was calling plays. It was Bill, myself. But I think that stepping back and looking at it, I think he'll do a fantastic job. And go ahead. Well, a lot of it is, look, you go through the minute the season ends, you have a number of coaches interviewing for other jobs. You have coaches that you definitely want to retain, and it's never going to be quite on your timeline. If I love, and it's great to see Declan advancing, but it wasn't on my timeline. In other words, it just happens faster. So I remember there was a point during the year where he and I visited. I'm talking about Davis, and it was relative to the position he has, but also more than just having the position, being someone that would have more input and be able to call plays. It's still going to be our offense, but I think it's easier to do as you get older, and you look at how do we win more games. I've done it before. Sometimes you feel like you're used to carrying something in a hand, so your hands feel empty when you're not doing that. But Pete, the first time it ever happened was because of an injury I had, and we played Sunday Night Football against the Colts, and we scored 63 points. And I'm like, Pete, you're killing me. I think it's going to help our team, and I'll do everything I can to support them. And it's something that I wouldn't do if I didn't think would help.
When did you kind of first? Was it enticement to keep him here?
Well, I think he was wanting to stay. Look, he interviewed at a few spots, and I think that opportunity is going to come for him, to be a head coach. I don't know that this was, well, I'm staying if I get to do this. I don't think that was the case. I think I don't think he was going to, well, I don't want to speak for him, but I think he really likes what he's begun to do here with us and the start of working with a young quarterback. It's hard to leave that. So I don't think it was something I was already moving towards before anyone had even discussed it. It was mid-season.
When you say you were already kind of moving towards that,
yeah.
When did you first get there? What kind of self-reflection? Was it a look at the offense?
No, it wasn't that. Because, look, we finished 10th this year, and we had a good team. There's certainly things that we want to be better at. But it's also being quicker. And, look, it's only if there's someone that you feel like is good enough to do that, and he'll have that opportunity. And like I said, having done this before, I can recall how it was, and I'm sure there's going to be times where I said, this is what I want to run, but there's trust there. There's trust with his ability and trust in our relationship.
Was Bo kind of part of the calculus?
No. It could have been Bill.
You give your coaches freedom, Sean. You give your coaches freedom on the defense, special team. How do you avoid micromanaging something you've been so good at?
I probably micromanage all those areas. So it's not any one person's defense or special teams. It's the Broncos. And so there's some freedom, and yet you guys just haven't been in enough meetings.
With that off your coach, you said that Davis has that gift to play. How do you know that?
I think he does. Well, I think he's sharp, and I think he's been around it. He's coach's kid, played quarterback, and then in the preseason, it was really good. So yeah, and again, I think that I want to do everything I can to support him. So we're not going to sit and grade his play calling each week. At least, hopefully, we're not. But I think it's more about the team.
With the play calling off the plate on game days, what are you anticipating?
I'm still going to call some plays on game days.
What are you anticipating, though, that maybe you can focus on that maybe you couldn't focus on before?
Well, I don't know. I think that, like I said, sometimes you feel like your hand's empty because you're used to doing it, for 20-some years. But I think overall it'll slow down a little bit. You'll see more of the game. But I know that there's a lot of prior to the game prep when you're calling one side of the ball or the other. And so I know there's philosophies. Some people believe in order to I think all methods work. All right, historically speaking, all methods work. Right? You can be. It was our first defensive play caller to win a Super Bowl. Did a great job. We've had offensive, and so I don't look at it that way as much as just it's always looking at your own resources.
Sean, maybe there was a communication situation, but Bo told us.
There was. Why don't you ask Mike? No, I'm not going to answer the question about an injury. Right here. Ask him. Ask Mike. Next question. Next question.
Both Bill Parcells and Bill Bell, there's been coaches obviously that haven't called plays that are greats of all the time. Do you pick those guys' brains about how you obviously know a lot about them?
No, I think it's what pertains to us. I think it's what fits us, and obviously I spent a lot of time talking with Bill Parcells. I don't even know if we've talked about this. I think he would always be he'd say, why are you doing that? I don't care if I was doing the opposite. He would always challenge kind of your thought in a good way. Say it again. I think it helps us. Someone asked me that the other day. I think it helps for us. It helps us reveal, maybe make up character, behavior to some degree. You can see the journey that some players take, and look, in a lot of ways, very positive change with one school, and then there are always these players that refuse to leave and stay at there's less small school players, though, getting drafted, and it's not a crisis. It's just that they're getting moved to 1A schools, right? And I don't think it's hindered us, though, in the draft. I think it's very, very commonly you'll list the schools, first school, second school, maybe junior college, first school, second school. And so that note section on a player's profile has gotten longer with most of these guys, but it hasn't, I don't think, hindered us or hurt us in any way. It's actually kind of helped us. I don't know that that's the case. I think it's just you've gotten really good exposure from more than one staff, possibly. And you've got a chance to see someone's story maybe written out in a positive way, sometimes not in a positive way.
Besides Davis, why did you decide to get a play call?
Because of Davis, it just felt like, he was going to do a good job with it. Felt like he's talented.
Sean, just so we're clarifying, with Bo, when you said predisposed, is that was referring to?
I'm not going to get into the injury. What I meant predisposed is there was a slight he's not, and there weren't multiple. So I have a problem, and Mike, I apologize. I have a problem when someone's quoting me to him on a conference call and they're inaccurate, and they're one of our locals that shouldn't be. All right, next question.
When you said after the season you were going to talk to Zach about the running game, have you got any
Sure.
headway on that, and do you need to add a back? I know you got Mike Harvey, but
Well, if we look at our roster and we start doing the musts, you would say you have to take the free agents out of the equation, and so running back would have to be one. Linebacker, there's two of them. So when we go through that exercise, I think you have to remove the magnets so I would say when you do that, you look at the roster differently, you look at tight end differently, so those are positions certainly that would stand out.
Were you surprised that Vance Joseph didn't get the head coach
Go ahead.
position?
Sean, when you were in Rollins and now O-line, what goes into that O-line?
I think it's one of the most important positions on your team because it can kind of permeate your building. I think it starts with selecting what you're looking for, what your profile is for a starter, sometimes developmental player. There's certain things that are just ingrained in my head, what a developmental offensive lineman has to be. And I think that was one of our first missions 3 years ago coming here is to try to get that room right. And I think one of the reasons it permeates your team is that if they're good, your defensive line quickly has to catch up. And so historically speaking, for me, we've always invested maybe early draft capital for that position. It's hard to find those guys and the defensive linemen in free agency this time of the year. There are certain positions that are abundant, but that's one that's tough.
As you look to free agency, in retrospect, how important was it to get some of those extensions done before the season and during the season so that?
Yeah, I think, look, and it's a busy year. George did a great job with some of those extensions. Excuse me. But I think that the thing that changes when you go 3 extra weeks in your calendar, everything happens quicker. But we'll be working hard on addressing these areas. The first step obviously is free agency with our own players, other players, and then the draft.
You mentioned linebacker. Did you guys feel like you were good enough at that position?
I mentioned linebacker without getting into, I'm not going to have a review on each position because there's 2 of them that are free agents that were on our roster.
Were you surprised?
For a long time.
Yeah.
2014. What is about his sort of path makes him ready for
He's played the position. He's sharp. It was an easy transition for him, like immediate. And so when it can come from within the building, it's really good. And in our case, it was easy to see that. I couldn't remember the year, you did, but I remember having him, yeah. But he's done a good job. We were on a roll. I can't recall. I remember Declan coming in from Iowa, Joe Brady coming in. These guys who cover us in Denver, each year we talk about guys getting these opportunities, and it's a good problem. You want to see them have success. Declan was extremely detailed. So he was a quality control coach for us. I remember just taking all the steps. It's hard to get to this position. There's a journey everyone has, and so there's no shortcuts. But he took the journey the right way. Then when I got hired 3 years ago, I had a job here as tight ends coach. I know he interviewed for that position at New Orleans, but so we were fortunate to get him here, and then.
All right, that assistant coach minutia, we get it. Davis Webb is the play caller for the Denver Broncos.
That was a banger right there, man.
There is the revelation.
That was a banger presser right there.
There was a lot. There was a lot in there.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Okay,
that's what a guy who makes $20 million a year. That's how he approaches the media.
Play caller, Davis Webb. Although Sean Payton will still call some plays on game day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to know a ratio, Sean.
Yeah.
How many are some plays?
Oh, well, also I micromanage all the coaches.
I micromanage everything. We got that in there as well. It's my defense. It's my special teams. I micromanage everything.
Hey, by the way, Mike Kliss, up yours.
Yeah, he made that all about Mike misconstruing how many surgeries Bo Nix had. It doesn't change the part where you said the player is predisposed to ankle injuries. Correct. And Bo Nix immediately called a conference call to tell everybody that he is in fact not predisposed to ankle injuries. And yet when he was asked about it, he made it about, well, I'm not going to talk about injuries. I don't think it's an injury question. It's a communication question.
Yeah, good for whoever that journalist was to follow up and kind of press him on it a little bit.
It was because Thomason asked about it initially, and then Luca Evans.
Was it Luca that followed up on the predisposed?
Evan. He followed up on it.
Good for him.
He was right there. Did you notice, by the way, Thomason's next question, Sean just shut him down?
Yeah.
Went to the next guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna answer a question from this guy.
That was as much fire.
Yeah.
And then he goes, I'm sorry, Mike. And then he buries him again.
Right. I have a problem with someone misquoting me to him. It doesn't change what you said and what he said.
And especially one of our local guys.
Right.
Like you owe me more.
There's and the reason that Bo Nix said all of that had nothing to do with the number of surgeries that he had. It had everything to do about you revealing medical information about him that he either disagreed with you revealing it or he felt as though you were representing him inaccurately.
So Sean decided not to apologize for it, but to yell at the journalist.
Yell at Mike Kliss.
So he must have been seething
on
this one for a long time.
And now it's Mike Kliss's fault.
Yeah.
Which
talk about moving the goalposts a little bit. But
which again, it is not, Sean. It is not. You said something and your quarterback directly disagreed with you the next day.
But you know what? I make $20 million to do this. I won 14 games last year. Up yours.
Even though he's not a play caller anymore. Oh, man. Okay, the micromanaging of Sean Payton, CEO vibes guy. We're going to talk about that coming up here in just a moment. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're kicking it off on a Tuesday afternoon. Davis Webb, play caller. What is it going to look like? We'll kick that around next. Hey, dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Did you know if you sign up to bid at Roller Auction, that enters you to win tickets from us here at Altitude Sports Radio? You know what our next giveaway is? You want to go to an Avalanche Penguins game and sit in a catered suite at Ball Arena? Yes, catered suite. That means you're sitting in a suite and there's food and beverages provided you. That's right. You just got to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And when you do, you can check out all of the auctions that are available to be able to bid at Roller Auctions website, which is roller.bid. And all of the auctions are online. You don't have to go to Roller Auction. You don't got to yell over an auctioneer or anything else like that. If you want to get some great stuff from Roller Auction, I'm looking at the Planet Open Box auction right now. Home goods, electronics, and more. They got a Casio piano, $599 retail, like new. Current bid, $120. Be a hero to your child in music lessons. Go get a Casio piano from Roller Auction. You just sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude.
it was something that I kind of knew, during the year. He and I visited on a handful of occasions. We're talking about Davis Webb. He's extremely talented. With regards to play calling, it's something that, I think he'll be really good at it. And I know that's like, man, are you going to give up play calling? And I would only do that if I felt like it would help our team. I'll still be involved with what we do offensively, just like what we do defensively. But I do think he has a gift.
All right, I missed it the first time that I heard it. This is an Andy Lindahl tell.
The old Josh McDaniels cough.
Did you catch it? The throat clear. Okay. And it was strategically placed in there. Andy, really quickly, before we replay the audio, explain your hypothesis on this.
I feel like every time someone's telling a little bit of a fib, and this started with Josh McDaniels, every time he was not shooting us straight, we got a cough.
Okay.
And he was really bad. Really bad. But it is funny that in the middle of him talking about something I'm not sure he's psyched to be talking about, we get a little bit of a throat clear.
Okay, give it to me, Spring. Right. Notice where this throat clear / cough effect is dropped in by Sean.
With regards to play calling, it's something that, I think he'll be really good at it.
Do you? Are you sure?
I don't know. And maybe that cough was even just to buy himself time to figure out what he wanted to say.
Yeah, that one falls directly into your purview, Andy. This is a long-held suspicion of Andy Lindahl's that, boy, when you listen to it right there, that's not terribly reassuring for everybody.
No.
Davis Webb's the play caller, Andy. He's going to do a great job.
Yeah. All right, dude, I don't feel good. I gotta bounce. I'm sorry. I'm having a bad day. I told you. I warned you, so I'm just going to tell you. I'll be right back. Hold on, everybody. There's no way to hide it.
Hold on. Spring.
Okay, so he's really leaving.
He really is.
Okay.
Spring, you're going to have to isolate the last 20 seconds of our radio show that we will have to keep forever. First off, I got an in-depth explanation of his prognosis. So much more information than I wanted in the last commercial break.
Well, that's called, what is today? Tuesday? That's a Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday. That was a lot of information. Hey, while we buy time for my co-host to take care of whatever he needs to take care of, let me tell you, Spring, it's a Ticket Tuesday. And, and we are giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. Not the movie, the hockey team. This hour's keyword is lanyard. Text lanyard, LANYARD, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. It is a good timing for this live read. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's, Spring. Every large pizza is just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword is lanyard, LANYARD. We will announce our winner today at 5:55. Good luck to you.
As the kids say, the vibes are immaculate.
It's a Ticket Tuesday, Spring.
It's a throwback Tuesday, too.
It really is.
One of my favorite segments in this show's history. If you know, you know.
Yes.
Sean Payton giving up play calling, Nate. Holy cow.
He is.
Holy.
Davis Webb, offensive coordinator / play caller. Davis Webb, if Denver's offense is improved this upcoming season, if they are scoring consistently in the, hopefully it gets to the high 20s, then Davis Webb moves directly into, all right, I was guy that interviewed, to now I'm guy that becomes the head coach. And so that only moves him further up that ladder as he's climbing the football coaching pecking order. So that's one big thing there for Davis Webb. I got to tell you, and I since the idea of Davis Webb taking over play calling duties from Sean Payton has started. Number one, okay, I'm curious to see. I'm very curious to see Sean Payton last year. Again, still very enamored with three wide formations. Still not as enamored, I think, as he needed to be with going bigger as more of the league, as you saw the Rams and Seattle and more offenses go in that direction. And Sean Payton sort of eschewed that to stay with his, traditional lighter formations going three wide. And the offense certainly had its issues of consistency this past season. Okay. What now does Davis Webb do with all of that? What does a play caller that I believe has a better interpersonal relationship with the quarterback do? Because if there was ever any question about how Sean Payton and Bo Nix are feeling about each other these days, I think, again, we got some pretty good indications of it during that press conference right there when Sean was asked again about the predisposed, not predisposed ankle gate thing.
He did not want to talk about that at all.
I mean, Spring, we're gonna go back and we're gonna play the audio from it. He couldn't dodge, dip, and dive his way out of that fast enough.
Yeah.
And to the point where, again, and we were talking about this with DMac right before the break, the issue for Sean Payton was it's Mike Kliss's fault. It's Mike Kliss's fault. I've spoken to him about that.
That doesn't make any sense.
How
is that Mike Kliss's fault? We just took his own words that he used on a streamed press conference for everybody to hear.
Right.
That wasn't Kliss.
And his issue was that he felt as though Mike misquoted the amount of surgeries that Bo Nix had, which prompted Bo to say he doesn't even know how many surgeries I had and he shouldn't be talking about it. Which,
oh my gosh, no, that's not what happened.
Yeah, but
after the Buffalo game, Sean joked, well, if I knew how many, Bo told me, I've had a handful of surgeries.
Right.
And Sean was like, if I had known how many surgeries he had, I wouldn't have drafted him. Ha, 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 ha.
He made it a thing.
Yeah.
He made it a thing. So is a part of the theory here that Sean Payton will not trip over his own words? Hopefully, like he'll do a better job of not tripping over his own words if he doesn't also have play calling duties on his plate.
Okay.
Well, we got to take something off of Sean's.
There's a lot here.
There's a ton.
He mentioned over and over again that the reason he's giving up play calling is because of Davis Webb.
Because he believes in Davis Webb.
Is it that he believes in Davis Webb? Is it that the Penners believe in Davis Webb?
Sean Payton himself said late in the season.
I know Sean loves Davis. I know that.
As an aging play caller, it's you don't drive in the rain as much, so to speak. He has already made comments about his own mortality when it comes to aging and his sharpness as a football coach. And then you trip over your own words as badly as you did. You end up with the stupid ankle gate thing, which was 100% avoidable. But the organization did it anyway. And it was like, okay, we got to get Bo out here to let Bo clap back at his head coach and do it the very next day. Like I honestly, Spring, you have to think that, number one, Sean Payton probably had his own questions, as he had alluded to. And number two, it may have been suggested to him, hey, man, if you think as highly of this guy as you claim to, and Davis Webb, a guy who you interviewed shortly after he decided he didn't want to continue playing as a backup quarterback, who you didn't let – well, he left the facility, and then you called the driver and told him, turn around and bring the guy back. I think he's brilliant. I want him to be my quarterback's coach. And then Davis Webb goes through the process, and he's a sexy candidate, and he's getting head coaching interviews around the league despite never having been at the coordinator level. And again, the other owners who had spoken to him, the other organizations, spoke as highly as they possibly could. If you heard the quotes from Brandon Beane today and Joe Brady about the way that they talked about Davis Webb, like clearly, and the Penners they're reading the same stuff. They're talking to the same people. Oh, Davis Webb's hot right now. You okay?
We'll see. I'm back, though.
And it is a Ticket Tuesday. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword is lanyard. Text lanyard to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. One more time, your keyword is lanyard. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck.
To all of us.
So, again, like there's a lot of reasons why Sean Payton was most likely prompted by the organization to take some things off his plate.
Okay, but again, we had another coaching hire. You and I talked about it at the end of the show.
Johnny Moe.
That a lot of his guys still are in place. How do you think this is going to go? How do you think this is going to go? Now, he already said in the press conference, and if you covered it, I apologize, but he said in the presser, we're not going to sit here and grade his play calling all throughout the year, every week. But then he kind of laughed. He goes, at least I hope we don't have to.
Right. First off, Sean, yes, we will.
Well, yeah, but I mean, do you think
he has 17 quizzes this year? We'll see how he does.
You're absolutely right. But
yes.
Do you think Sean gets asked about it every week? Only if there's like a bad.
Yeah, if they lose.
Let me ask you this:
if the offense is struggling, then yes.
How many points did they average this year?
Just
for a number,
they were like right at 25.
Okay, so if they score, is it every week they're below 25? Has it become a topic of conversation? Like, how do you think that works?
No, Andy, I would say it's probably more of like a vibes thing. You know, oh, by the way, sorry, I gave him too much credit. 23.6.
Okay, let's just call it 20. This offense is back to 20 or below. It's a topic of conversation, right?
Oh, without a doubt.
I mean, look, a couple people on Twitch expressed yesterday, there's still people that say, and it's a fair point, we are not positive Davis Webb is going to be as good as everybody hopes.
That's just it. That's the thing about all this is like there's a grass is always greener proposition when it comes to things like this, and I would say, okay, careful what you wish for, all right? I think Davis Webb is impressive. I think there is a reason why he's garnering the attention in the interviews and the notoriety amongst the executive level in the NFL that he has. But also, I don't know, he's never done this before. I don't know if he's good at it. I have no idea. I'm curious to see. Again, if you're telling me that he is as sharp as he is, I'd like to see what this looks like in an NFL regular season. I would like to see what his script looks like. I would like to see what his halftime adjustments look like and what his play calling looks like once he is aware what a defense has done, when a defense has adjusted to him, and all of those things going up against more experienced defensive play callers. I have no idea. I'm very curious to see because I wasn't super enamored with Sean's play calling this year. I loved Sean's play design.
Play design was great.
Play design was very good.
A lot of great play designs were wasted by poor execution.
Yes, dudes.
Let's be honest.
Dudes were open.
Guys are open. You missed some deep balls.
You missed throws.
You didn't block it up sometimes. Whatever
it may have been.
But he schemed some guys open.
He
There's
did.
no doubt about it.
And it's still largely going to be his design.
Yeah, these are going to still be his plays.
Yeah.
That's what gets interesting about this. Like if I could get some truth serum into Davis Webb, I'd love to know, is there a player on this offense? Is there a position on this offense you ultimately would like the upgrade at that you don't think you have for some of the plays that you kind of are thinking of to work?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And what is your input at that level? And I'm assuming those conversations have already been taking place en masse.
I'm sure you're right. But again, will we ever get a clear answer to that while he's under this regime? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, I'd love to know the answer. Would you prefer someone else other than Adam Troutman as an option to put on the field as a tight end?
Andy, I think this is super interesting for two reasons. Number one, I want to see what Davis Webb's play calling looks like.
Yes,
I'm curious about that.
That's the top thing.
And then the next thing is on an interpersonal level, on an egomaniacs level, which is what all these guys are. how is this all going to go?
Okay.
When Sean says, I'm going to call some plays on game day.
Yeah, what are those some? Fourth down in the red zone?
Yeah. Which
Sorry.
Which ones?
I'm laughing.
Right.
I'm going to call the important ones.
Yeah.
You're allowed the ones at the 20. Hey, you know what you get? You get 3rd and 14 at our 20.
Yeah.
And there's not you get all the ones where the quarterback and analysts go, there's not a great play call for this.
And nothing in the play sheet for 3rd and 17.
You don't practice a lot of that one. No, listen, but could this help out? Now I'm giving you some Seanisms that I've now had ingrained in my head thanks to him. Will this help Bo Nix or whoever the Bronco quarterback is? Because does Sean's now it'll be interesting. Did he say, I didn't get to listen to the whole presser. Did he say whether Davis Webb will be up? Like, is Davis Webb going to the booth now? And how much will that help things? Or is he going to be sideline guy? Because, I mean, Sean doesn't need Sean will have the headset. He could talk to Davis Webb up in the booth.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Davis Webb does not need to be on the sideline. I kind of would like it. Frankly, I wouldn't mind it if Davis Webb went up there. But then that becomes the QB coach now talking with Bo.
But here's what I wonder about, though. Like, is the buffer between Sean Payton and Bo Nix the emollient that Davis Webb is and what he did in that role?
Is it more important he's on the field?
Is it? Yes.
But see, Matt, my question to you now becomes, does Sean's game day Sean that we've heard so much about, does that now go towards Davis Webb for play calling and not as much to Bo Nix? Because, again...
So does Davis in that situation look at Bo and go, you're on your own, guy. I'm out of here.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I think now, remember, when Bo would come off the field, Sean's question was, what'd you see there?
Yeah.
And he would admit that. Why... Like, again, the throw to Franklin in Bo's rookie year against the Chargers. Remember that?
Yes.
The famous one where they had their first tete-a-tete, and Sean was kind of on him about why did you throw that late or whatever he said to him. Bo went back and had a little something to say. Does Sean now use those comments at going, what the hell was that play? Why did we call that?
It's so good.
I mean, he's going to hear it through the headset,
Yeah.
so he can veto it and does he veto something late in the clock, which is also Bo's pet peeve?
There is a pro football Game of Thrones that is about to happen right here. I mean, Andy, just a late timeout. That play call sucks.
Nah, I don't like it. What are we in this for?
Exactly. Ticket Tuesday, your keyword lanyard, LANYARD. Text that along with your name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. That's $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza, just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword lanyard, text it to 303-504-0925. Yeah, it is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl.
For now.
For now.
Did you ever see the How I Met Your Mother where she's got it? Matter of fact, it was the country singer. Who sings Carrie Underwood? Carrie Underwood was a guest star, and they called it when you got someone on your hook.
Uh-huh.
And that was the term, I can't be with you now.
Waiting all day for
Suggesting that
Sunday
maybe
night?
there's a later.
Uh-huh.
That maybe if you hang around long enough, we'll get together later. You're friend zoned. And if I check out all the other options, maybe later, even though they know later's never going to come.
So we don't know which zone you're going to be in?
Me?
Yeah.
Look, you and I are, well, according to Sammy, we're in best friend zone. Whether I choose to do a whole segment with you or not.
There is a
but I told you, all our kids think that you and I,
when you're a talk radio partner with somebody, especially as long as you and I have been doing this,
you get too much information in the breaks. You can say it.
There's an intimacy level.
I feel I owe you proper explanations.
We know
things.
a lot of things about each other.
I don't tell people stuff I tell you. I will admit that. The explanation you got in the break, I don't think I'd have given my wife. And you don't really want that role.
No,
but you got it.
The breakdowns that you give of your medical conditions.
Well, I don't know that it's medical.
This one feels medical.
Let's hope not. I've got a weird body.
Let's just. That's okay. So spring, what that sentence?
Yeah.
Right there. Well, you know those
First drop of the year.
That's a spot buster right there.
That is right there. I got a weird body. I'll say it again.
He's got a weird body, and your willingness to provide.
Well, I want you to know because you and I can't throw on the long version of Inagata Davida while things get handled. What was the 20-minute one? Was it Inagata Davida that had the 20-minute version?
Yes.
What else is a super long one?
By Iron Butterfly.
Because he was high as he was trying to say in the Garden of Eden.
Right.
And he couldn't.
So
see, VH1 used to have some really interesting shows. And now it's just angry wives of whatever.
All I'm saying is
you're the man that knew too much.
It's okay to gloss over some of the things.
Well, look.
That if
I'm just suddenly dead,
there's
you'll
never
be able to provide info.
Andy, I will say this for you. We're doing, you know what, everybody? You're a little Kreckman and Lindahl show therapy.
You're in the tree trust.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I left on all of you. So you all deserve a little something.
We're gonna pull the curtain back here for everybody. Is having known you as long as I have known you, and having been radio partners as long as we have been. You need to know that I believe you. Okay? I trust you.
You don't think I'm fooling?
No.
Hey, you don't think I'm faking the sore knee because I want out of the matchup?
I've never known you. You're not a flopper.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I have never known you to at any point or another, whether it was you had to miss something, be it a segment, an entire
show. I'm lying to you.
No, I know for certain that you and I have a very transparent and honest relationship with one another.
At one point, though, I wonder if that's just it. If I just croak at some point, and people come around and they're like, were there any signs? You can be the one guy and, I knew things.
Andy, if you drop dead tomorrow,
you'll be like,
okay,
I ain't shocked.
Okay, there's going to be a lot of sadness. Okay,
there might be. There'll be some joy. The guy that's not happy with my Nathan McKinnon take yesterday, he'll be happy.
But if anybody were to say, "Oh man, I couldn't have seen it coming," I would have to go hard disagree.
You're going to go up to whatever service there is, and you're going to go, let me just tell you.
Every day that the first, whether it be a text message or a DM or a call or every day, whatever our first communication is on a given day, there's a slight little spark of thought in the back of my head that's just like, hey, made it another one. He's still here.
See, that's what's funny, because when you call in the morning, I'm like, there's an issue. If I get the actual phone call before noon,
something's wrong.
That might as well be the school calling. You know what I mean? Where you're like, well, there's a problem.
Something's wrong.
But the weird thing for me is it's not ever with you. Mm-hmm. It's your kids because they are in that age of life.
Yeah, they just get ill.
Where no matter what is brought to the school, that's coming home to the Kreckman household.
Yes.
And whether it really half the time, it doesn't even really get them. Mm-mm. Like they get the sniffles, but you're like, yeah, I'm getting that.
No, that last go around, the freaking flu that everybody had in January that hit me.
Yeah.
None of them got it because I got it from Sanford.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
I had, I had Captain Petri Dish sitting right next to me on a Monday afternoon, and by Thursday, I was like, well, I'm immobilized now.
See, the problem is I had started all that somewhere around Thanksgiving, and then we went a good long stretch where nobody got it.
But
details, I might have left it in here.
Yeah, the amount of knowledge that I have of your
lower GI,
both gastrointestinal issues and
my diet now,
that and your anything having to do with your phlegm. I know so much about
I
your
am a phlegmy guy.
Sinus cavities and again,
I got bad sinuses. Although I you know what, I was doing well for a while.
What I am humbly requesting
is less info.
Is just is what I'm telling you, Andy, is I believe you. Okay? So if you gotta call me, you just gotta be like, hey man, voice isn't great today. I got it. I'm good.
Yeah, it's
and I have to say,
but see, you're a details guy.
I very much am, but you killed that part of me today. Okay? You made me a person that wants to know less. And that's, as you know, Andy, that's extremely against my nature. I'm curious.
Yeah, you're in the media.
Yes. I'm a curious person by nature. If somebody tells me something, I want more information about it.
No longer. Not with me.
Today was the end. Okay? I want to live in blissful ignorance of
oh my God.
Of what was said to me.
Something was off color. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. And so that I think we covered it. I think we got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Ever since Thanksgiving, you know what? I don't have a lot to give. You know what? Next Thanksgiving, I'm going to give thanks. It's all over, I hope. all the weirdness from the last. It's been a rough 3 months. I don't know what to tell you.
Yes. Again, and I sympathize.
I know you do.
I empathize.
You're a great partner.
I support.
You're a great partner.
Yes.
But again, I told you, the guy that was the best man at my wedding, Jay Barry, my best friend in the world.
Mm-hmm.
We were bartending together, and I don't even know who it was. You can all have a laugh. I like people having a laugh at my expense if you haven't figured it out.
I have many.
I can't. There was some, I don't even remember who the girl was, but I did like her. But he was like, you show up at who you are. I've tried not to laugh, tell the story, because he was so dead serious. He goes, imagine Sean Payton today looking at Mike Kliss. That was kind of the look, although it wasn't angry. He goes, let them find out a little as we go. You don't have to flop open the whole suitcase right away. Let them learn some things as we go. He goes, you are just you, and it's just you. And you've learned that. You've dealt with it as much as he has.
Just a trail of breadcrumbs every now and then.
Here's probably what's going to happen to you one day. I am going to screw you over unintentionally, too. See, Jay one time as he was outside in old Chicago swearing up and down to his then girlfriend. Turns out I didn't break him up quick enough. But he was swearing he was off tobacco. And Andy, who'd been inside enjoying the beer tour, saw his buddy, was holding a cigarette for him and went outside. And I think he had just got done swearing to the Almighty. He was done with tobacco. And I go, Jay, man, are you going to come get your cigarette, man? I'm sick of holding this. And he just, the head dropped, the shoulders dropped. She turned red. Never mind. We'll talk later. I knew I said something I shouldn't have. And that's what happened to him. So that's going to be you at some point. It may get you fired later. I don't know. But just be ready. Your time is coming.
Yes.
But I didn't mean to. And I'll say that to you. If I get you fired, I don't mean to.
You mean as well as anyone I've ever known.
Sure.
You truly do.
Yeah.
You are loyal. You are generous.
I'm now thin.
You're hot and skinny now.
Could be the issue.
You have all of that going on for you. I adore you as a person.
That's very nice of you.
But also, I would like to adore a little bit less of the person.
There's an openness with Abby, and I might have violated into that lane today. We'll stay out of it.
Yes. I think this segment was mostly for Mark Springer's benefit.
It was cathartic.
But
do you feel better?
I do.
No, you won't feel better
do.
until you know the line
Well,
was drawn
we'll
and
see.
has not been violated.
Again, we'll see. That's all I can say is
Do you
to
want
quote
pictures.
To quote you to you is we'll see. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's.
Stick used to send pictures.
Any large pizza is just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. Andy, the Broncos have a new play caller.
They have a new play caller.
The Avalanche have a new defenseman.
And what did I say to you yesterday?
This is, I tell you, I got a problem with the Avalanche on this trade. And
You do?
I'll tell you what it is.
Well, you know what? All this niceness is about to go away after the break.
When we return, that's $1 on you. All right. It's hour number 2. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got our next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. That is also when we will check in with Jeff Legwold of ESPN from Indianapolis and the Combine, where today Sean Payton announced that Davis Webb will assume play calling duties for the Denver Broncos in 2026. More on that coming up in just a moment. But first, Andy, there was a trade today. The Avalanche made a move, sending Samuel Girard. Sam Girard traded today to Pittsburgh in exchange for defenseman Brett Kulak and they sent a second rounder so that the Pens would take Sammy G's
contract
salary. Yeah. So Kulak is on the final year of his deal at $2.75 million, I believe. So the Avalanche will pay the prorated portion of that, but he'll be off the books after this upcoming season. We'll get to that in just a moment, the salary implications of it all. But also, Brett Kulak joins this team, and we're assuming that he pairs with Sam Mayday-Malinsky on the third pairing. And Brett Kulak, who has massive playoff experience, having played 98 career playoff games, was a part of 2 Oilers teams that made Stanley Cup Finals runs, but did not win the Cup. But Brett Kulak is quite experienced and theoretically competent at this time of year, and he now becomes a quality veteran defenseman for the Avalanche to add to their third pairing. Today, Jared Bednar, Bedsy, when he spoke to the media, talked about moving Sam Girard and bringing in Kulak.
Well, I think hopefully it's a good trade for our team, and it's a good trade for G. G's been an unbelievable teammate, a great player for this organization. I think it's 8.5 years now, and obviously part of our Stanley Cup championship team in 2022, and it's sad to see guys like that go, but I think could be a good move for him, a little bit more opportunity, and I think for us you're getting a big, solid D that can skate and defend real well and move the puck, and he does a lot of good things, a guy that's been to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals and was an integral part of their blue line and what they were trying to do as a team, and we like the player a lot, and so we're excited.
Yeah, so they bring in Kulak. Andy, was this move about moving on from Girard, or do you think this move was more about salary cap and having to pay Cale Makar soon?
Yeah, I think some of it has to do with Cale Makar for sure, because you got the $5 million off the books next year, so you can give Makar the extension. That's another $5 million you can throw towards Makar. I think it also helps you this year. I think it sets up another move. If you want it, as you said, you're going to have a prorated portion of it already, 2.5. So already you get half the Sammy G money.
Got savings.
Prorated, and now you got money you can use to go get another. Again, I would not be surprised if you got a bigger forward. I would not be surprised if you tried to find somebody that can go and take the eyes of a goalie away in front of the net, because what did we just see in the World Cup? What did Canada not do a whole heck of a lot of in the gold medal game? It wasn't that style hockey game, but they were not getting in front of Connor Hellebuyck. When you go back to see how the Avs beat Winnipeg back in the playoffs a few years ago, what did they do?
Get in front
half
of them.
the time, what did Hellebuyck admit to after that series? I did not see half the shots that they shot, and that's how it got past me.
Yeah,
and that's how you win in the playoffs. So if they choose they want to get another big third-line body like we saw them get Charlie Coyle last year, something akin to that, I don't know. They're allowed to do that. But at the same time, look, Nate, something else I think they get to do, something else I think you have the option of, you're right, he probably pairs up right away with Sam Malinsky. But if you really wanted to now, you could go a Cale Makar with a Brett Burns. You could go Oh, you want to break up Makar and Taves? No, I just think in certain situations if you chose to. I don't think you break them up for long term. But you're trying to hold a lead at the end of the game, or you want a little more physicality. Maybe it goes a Makar and a Burns, a Manson and a Taves, a Malinsky and a Kulak or something like that. Then you have one offensive guy with one kind of stay-at-home guy, if you will. If you want to do that, I'm not saying that they're going to do that, because obviously having Taves and Makar is an amazing pairing together at times. But look, that's also the pairing that, at times that can cause a turnover, and you can give up some breakaway goals too. So
I'm a little disappointed in the Avalanche, Andy, for this reason, okay?
I think I may know where you're going, but I'm curious to hear.
I don't like the timing of this move.
Okay, I did see someone tweet about this, and I wondered if you'd think the same thing. Is this something you would have liked to have seen a couple? For lack of a better term, was this a little bit of a Rockies move where maybe you held on to a guy too long? Or are you talking about just as far as the timing? What do you mean?
I am selfishly talking about my radio show.
Oh, okay.
Because to make this move or this early on in the trade cycle and to thus deprive everybody, however many segments of you ranting about how the Avalanche have to get bigger on the blue line, that was where I was let down by Chris McFarland.
You wish you would have waited right up until the final date?
Just again, I feel like yesterday was the first time you mentioned the Avalanche having to get bigger and more physical at the trade deadline. Yesterday was only the first day, and the Avalanche, they heeded your demand within less than 24 hours.
Well, let's see what else is going to happen.
The sandpaper.
Yeah.
Well, the other issue, too, though, is that, Kulak's not really a big physical defenseman.
He's a two-way guy.
He's a puck mover. He's good skater. Good skater, good puck mover. But 6'1", 190, you didn't get another Josh Manson, Brent Burns type.
Who was the big guy we're talking? Brock Favors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't get that guy.
I wouldn't mind that guy.
No. They got a guy who's a little bit bigger than Sam Girard, who I think they're hoping at a lesser price point can essentially recreate the skill set.
Sure.
And also a guy that's played a ton of playoff hockey, which I do think is important.
Listen, that now he's not as big as Manson, but when they brought Manson in a couple years ago, remember that was something that they talked about. The other thing I do think is interesting, Spring, who was the guy they got from the Rangers last year? Ryan, was it?
Lindgren.
What Bedsy said a couple times today that we heard so much about Lindgren was he eats a lot of minutes. He plays a lot of minutes.
Yeah.
And he said that about Kulak today
can
as
do
well.
that. Yeah.
That he's a minutes eater. So
yes. An eater of minutes.
Now look, I mean, remember Devon Toews missed some time prior to the Olympic break, and then he came back and got a few games in, right? But you have had injuries. You need to have a deeper blue line stable. I don't mind the move. I know clearly, judging by what Gabe had to say, the tweet from Eric Johnson, Sam Girard was beloved by his teammates. I mean, they loved that guy.
Let's hear from the captain today talking about Samuel Girard getting traded off to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yeah, it's just a reminder of what the business looks like and what industry we're in. And it's, I think I'm going to miss G, no doubt. First and foremost, going to miss him and his personality and him as a player. And, he's been here for a long time. So still remember when he first got here, he's a young little pup, and now he's not. He's got a family of his own, and he's grown so much and been on a heck of a journey. So all the respect to G in the world, and, I'm sure he's going to do great.
He's an old little pup now. And he's a Pittsburgh Penguin. Andy
Girard.
Andy, what are you going to remember most about the tenure of Samuel Girard?
Man, it's
He was a polarizing player.
He was. I'll just say it. There were a lot of times where I wondered, why is this guy not just a forward?
Mm-hmm.
Because again, where my frustration would come in would be like times like last year where he's trying to play defense on a forward that's twice his size.
Sure.
And over a 7-game series, it just felt like, now look, he was scrappy, he was tough, he was
good with
fun
the
to
puck,
watch
man.
offensively.
Yeah.
The Tornado was awesome. He had some great moments. But after a while, you still got to be able to, if you're a defenseman by trade, I need you to get the guy out from in front of the net. And there were times where he struggled to do that in the playoffs.
Sure.
Where you're not moving the dude from out in front of the net like we need you to.
Yes.
And they would hunt that matchup, so to speak, sometimes.
To be fair, sometimes Cale Makar struggles with that too.
You're absolutely right about it because there are some very big forwards in this league right now.
Yeah.
But I do think that's what teams try to take advantage of when they play the Avalanche. They try to get physical. Dallas does it every year. Dallas, it's the constant problem. It's why we get frustrated. They take their big bodies and they slow the game down and they turn it as ugly as possible. And then the Avs sometimes have trouble, getting even when Ottinger's in net.
Coming up at 5:20 today, we will talk to a guy that made a living as a smallish defenseman. John Michael Lyles is going to join us on the show. We're going to talk to him about USA Hockey winning the gold medal. We're going to talk to him about the trade that went down today, looking forward down the stretch here for the Avalanche. John Michael Lyles at 5:20. Programming note, Jeff Legwell just moved to 5:45.
That means he's got some spicy meeting. He just got set up. He's got to go talk coffee with somebody in the hallway.
Jeff Legwell's got something cooking.
Hopefully there's not a brawl at Starbucks out there this year.
I hope there is.
Wasn't it the Combine where Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport and everybody got all feisty with each other over a latte?
They had beef.
And then Sean walked in with 2 lattes and was like, what are you guys fired up about?
He slammed a couple of them and then trashed the guy that had the job before him. Uh-huh. Man, Sean Payton. We're
not done with that by a long shot.
Coming up here in just a moment, we gotta revisit Sean Payton's reaction to the anklegate questions today. Because clearly, Andy, it is still a sore spot.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. He and the QB, I don't think his QB wasn't psyched with him, and I don't know how Sean felt about it.
Yes, and
clearly he's not happy. There's any tension there.
Exactly. So
that, someone else caused. How about that?
This is something that I think is going to continue. So we'll do that coming up here in just a moment. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Saturday's game against the Blackhawks. It is an afternoon game against an OG6 team, and you can be there. You can see Connor Bedard and the Chicago Blackhawks take on the Colorado Avalanche. So your keyword is coming up next. Ticket Tuesday is upon us all, and we are giving you the chance to win tickets to see Colorado and Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword is glacier. Glacier. Text glacier, 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 to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. And that enters you on a Ticket Tuesday. It's $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10. And you can order right now at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword glacier, Glacier, like a slow-moving river of ice. We will announce our winner at 5:55 today. And we say best of luck to all of you. Get your keywords in right now. All right. So spring, let's dive into a little bit of what Sean Payton was so perturbed about today as he announced that Davis Webb is assuming play calling duties for the Broncos this upcoming season. Although Sean was also careful to add in several addendums, including admitting that he micromanages everything, defense, special teams, etc., and also that he will still call some plays on game day. All right, so there's a lot in there. But we have to visit the other little bit of Bronco question / controversy that was coming out of today's media availability from Sean Payton. And that had to do with what became known as, for better or worse, ankle gate. We had another gate situation, and it had to do with whether or not Bo Nix was predisposed to ankle injury after he was tackled and suffered a broken ankle late in the divisional playoff game against the Buffalo Bills. So Sean announced the injury, 30 minutes, 40 minutes after the game initially, that Bo was going to have surgery and that he was done. But then when he had his next media availability and was able to offer more information, well, Sean Payton offered a lot of information about what was going on with Bo Nix's ankle. This was Sean Payton back in January.
Hold on, you want the one after the Buffalo game, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me wrangle this real quick.
Okay, you're wrangling.
Because Andy's, leaving us a little high and dry. I got to multitask here.
It's not terribly dry, I don't think. That's a part of the issue that's going on here today. This has been a radio show that is just we've been on a journey today, Spring. We have been all over the place. But as we know, Sean Payton said that Bo Nix was predisposed to an ankle injury. It was only a matter of time, I believe, was the way that he worded it.
All right, let's go straight to this, okay?
Okay.
From his end-of-season press conference.
Yes.
And he made the quirk after the Buffalo game. Bo told me I'd had several surgeries.
Oh, this was after the AFC Championship.
Okay, yes, after the AFC Championship now.
Yes.
No, end of season presser was when he did the predisposed thing.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I thought you meant like directly after the AFC Championship, like that night.
We're just producing everything.
We're producing on the
today.
air. That's what we're doing.
Yes.
Tuesdays.
There he is.
It's a Ticket Tuesday, Andy. Your keyword is glacier.
Okay, here we go. Arnie Stapleton asking Sean Payton this.
Go.
Hey, Sean, I know you made a crack about it after the Buffalo game, but is there any concern that Bo has had several ankle surgeries? And
no, and make understand that was in jest, and I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's my. I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's. I think what was found though, what was a condition that was like predisposed right at that they always find a little bit more when they go in, and it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So it wasn't because when you look at the play and you're trying to evaluate it, he said the doctor, operating surgeon said that though this was this was going to happen sooner than later. Now you go about the rehab, proper orthotics, all those things. But he's been one of those players that I would say has been available.
Condition was predisposed.
And all that was in his answer well after the question.
Only a matter of time.
So you weren't walked into that.
If not when. Yeah, it was Sean offered all of that.
That was all of that after he went on to further explain. I was joking when I said I wouldn't. For those that forget, right after the AFC Championship, right? Isn't that where he made the joke? Well, I told him I wouldn't have drafted if I knew you had this ankle problem.
Right.
No, that wasn't after. Was that after the AFC Championship or after because he got hurt in Buffalo? So was it after the Buffalo game? It doesn't matter. The bottom line is that's what Sean was saying. I should have been trying to be funny.
Right. But then he goes on to offer, no, this is a serious matter.
Yeah.
He was predisposed.
And that, what we just heard, was from the end of the year presser, right, on Monday.
Yes.
Which then led to the Tuesday Bo conference call.
The very next day, Bo
trying
Nix
to keep the timeline straight in my head.
Is having a conference call. and this was how Bo Nix responded to all of that.
Nothing predisposed, nothing that was there originally. I might have gotten confused, but it's just a simple step with my foot up in the air. My body weight came down on it, and sort of got twisted up and got out of there pretty quick. I think that's the good part of being athletic. Sometimes your body gets out of worse situations, so could have been a worse landing, but I think all that force went into the only place it could, and was just one of those missteps. And didn't have any predisposed issues. Man, my ankles were feeling really good. I don't think he really should share how many surgeries I've had in the past, to be honest with you, but because I don't, he doesn't really even know that. But I think it's going to be good, to get back, get to work, start from ground zero, work from the bottom up, get back to training, and nothing really that concerns me, nothing that scares me going forward, like I'm, injury prone or anything. This is one of those just inconvenient football plays, and I'm excited already to get back to work, and can't necessarily avoid anything in the future, but I feel really good that my body's going to be in good shape.
That's big right there. I mean, that's a quarterback saying, essentially, he should keep my ankle's name out of his mouth.
Yeah, and that's when we raised our eyes that day.
Yes. Whoa. Okay. Quarterback just called a Zoom press conference to tell everybody that the coach is full of bleep.
Yeah.
That I was not predisposed to injury and he shouldn't be talking about it. Okay. So now let's fast forward to today. All right, today's the 24th of February. And again, we just want to lay all of this out. Now, this is the first time since Bo Nix spoke that Sean Payton was in front of reporters.
His turn to talk again.
Yeah. So let's start off. There were two questions. There was a question that was asked about the ankle, about Bo Nix's ankle, and then there was a later follow-up. Let's start with the first question. I believe this was Chris Thomason of the Gazette.
Sean, maybe there was a communication situation, but Bo told us...
There was. Why don't you ask Mike? No, I'm not going to answer the question about an injury. Right here. Ask him. Ask Mike. Next question. Next question.
Okay. So ask Mike is what he's saying right there.
Mike Kliss is who he's pointing to.
So here's the full context of that is that Sean Payton is pointing the finger at Mike Kliss of 9 News, our buddy, and saying Mike Kliss misrepresented what I said about how many surgeries Bo has had on his ankle. All right? He then added in, I'm not going to talk about injuries, which that's a BS answer because that's not what he was being asked about. Chris said it. The first part of his question was maybe it was a communication issue. But either way, what Sean Payton is getting asked about is about something he said. But apparently the $90 million head coach of the Denver Broncos feels as though, well, I get to draw my own lines and my own stipulations, and I messed this up before, So now it falls under my own personal policy of I don't want to talk about injuries, even though if you go back and listen to the first cut that we played in this segment, he sure as hell wanted to talk about injuries. He wanted to reveal quite a bit about his quarterback.
He did. And again, you use the word predisposed, and I think all that Chris Thomason was looking for in his question today was, why did you call it predisposed?
Clarification.
Yep.
What is going on there? Okay. So Sean says it's Mike Kliss's fault.
Talk to Mike Kliss.
Talk to Mike Kliss. He says, I'm not talking about injuries. And next question. Okay. So that is somebody that is not interested in offering any clarification at all. All right. Now, let's go to the next question that was asked by Evan himself. Luca Evans of the Denver Post, a few questions later, wanted to revisit the topic.
Sean, just so we're clarifying, with Bo, when you said predisposed, is that was referring to?
I'm not going to get into the injury. What I meant predisposed is there was a slight that was, he's not, and there weren't multiple. So I have a problem, and Mike, I apologize. I have a problem when someone's quoting me to him on a conference call and they're inaccurate and they're one of our locals that shouldn't be. All right, next question.
Again, that's not what the question's about. Sean Payton wants to point the finger and pretend as though the disagreement between predisposed and not predisposed is Mike Kliss's fault. Okay. This is, and for anybody that's listening to this and wondering, like, why are they making such a big deal out of this? Well, I think this is important for two reasons, Andy. Number one, does Bo Nix have a chronic ankle injury?
Still don't know.
I don't know. Because I the coach say one thing and the player say another thing, and if Bo Nix is to be the future face of the franchise quarterback, and to be giving a 9-figure contract extension, we should know.
Yeah.
So that's important. Okay? Like, is he dealing with a chronic ankle injury that could impact his performance and his availability for the rest of his career? I think that's kind of important with a quarterback, don't you?
And especially when you brought up it was going to happen sooner rather than later.
Right.
Now, again, where maybe Sean could help himself, and he's doing it again today, please just finish some thoughts. Bro, you changed course of direction before the answer's even finished.
Did you notice that he started to answer the ankle question and then he
zagged,
and then he stopped himself, and then he just tried to use it as an opportunity to try and embarrass Mike Kliss again. But
he said you were wrong when you quoted me to Bo.
Right.
We just played the answer.
Quite frankly, that's the other issue here is the number of surgeries. All I know, Andy, is it's multiple, okay?
Yeah.
The specificity of the exact number of procedures on Bo Nix's ankle, to me, is less important than whether or not there is something going on with the structural integrity of Bo Nix's ankle that makes it more or less likely for him to be injured in the future.
Yeah, and it's a question I'm not sure we're going to get the answer to because Bo doesn't want to answer it. I think even if he gets his...
Bo Nix answered it. Bo Nix was, I tell you what, Bo Nix gave the most concrete answer in all of this. The problem that I have with all of that, Andy, is like, okay, but also everybody is answering this question with their own interest at heart. So what is where does the truth lie in all of it?
And this is why we applaud the media out there because I think there are plenty of people that want answers. Where did the word predisposed come from?
Right.
Why was that top of mind of both Sean Payton and then Bo felt the need to come back and dispel predisposed? Is it just about this ankle injury?
Right.
Is it about other parts of the body? Is there something about bones? I don't know.
Did Bo
maybe is none of it.
Did Bo Nix's did his surgeon talk to Broncos medical personnel, who then relayed the message to Sean Payton, and something got lost in translation?
Did he have a stress fracture? And that's simply all Sean was talking about. He was fighting through a stress fracture most of the year, and finally when the body weight of another tackling player fell on top of it.
And it needed to get cleaned up.
That's why it finally, and look, that would be we all get that too.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean just because you had a stress fracture that somehow you are going to be prone to this in the future.
But Sean Payton didn't offer any clarity to that today.
Right.
So again, we are merely left to speculate. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is,
But real quick, just let me pause right there before
Yeah.
we get away from the predisposed. If you did not report the stress fracture, if you did not report he's been having problems at the end of the year, then it becomes an NFL injury report problem.
That's a good point.
So that's another reason why we could be getting picky about not explaining the predisposed comment.
now you're violating the NFL
Right.
injury reporting guidelines, and could there potentially be ramifications for that?
Which, look, do I think that was going on? And Bo looked fine to me towards the end of the year. I would not have thought much. Now, I was maybe a little worried about some of the throws. I don't know. Who knows, man?
I don't know.
And guys are beat
That's
up at
just
the
it.
end
I
of the
don't
year.
know.
That doesn't-
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You don't know what to make because nobody feels great at the end of the NFL season.
The other part of it is the head coach and the quarterback. Are they on the same page? Okay, or is there friction in that relationship then that will make working together in the future more difficult? And then in and of all of that, is that a contributing factor to Davis Webb becoming the play caller of the Denver Broncos to then possibly reduce the amount of face time required between head coach and quarterback, which there's still quite a bit of face time always required between head coach and quarterback, but so again, we're left to ask all of these questions, but instead what the head coach offered up today is that it's Mike Kliss's fault.
Yes. And to your point, we all wonder, because, look, I got to go back and read it now. Let me grab it real quick. But Adam Schefter put out a tweet. He retweeted Sean's ultimate guy, Chase Daniel. And he put out there, and Chase Daniel, I'm trying to find the tweet real quickly. But basically, the sum of it is, here we go. Some of it is that Chase Daniel said, I never thought that I would see the day that Sean Payton would give up play calling.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't. Here we go. I can't fathom Sean Payton ever giving up play calling, knowing how he operates. And that should tell you everything you need to know about Davis Webb. So, fine. You're praising Davis Webb. And, and again, as people have said, we'll see if it works.
Yes.
I really hope he's worth all the praise. I think we're excited to see it. I think it was a much needed change.
He's an extremely well thought of individual at the executive level in the NFL. That's why he's getting head coaching interviews right now.
But to your point,
did this offseason.
To your point, did we arrive at the place today where Sean Payton, in front of the whole combine assembled media, said he's got the play calling because of whatever the relationship was
with Bo Nix
this whole year, coming to a head with that final presser?
Don't know. But
because we know it was intense at points. We know it was intense right before the Raider game.
And we do know
the first Raider game at home
that you guys went Real Housewives on the media with contradicting statements that you made at the end of the season about something that is no small thing.
No.
It is truly no small thing when you're talking about a player's physical health and whether or not he is, air quotes, injury prone, because there's not a football player in the world that wants to get that label. Ticket Tuesday, keyword Glacier. Glacier. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. The word is Glacier. Text it to 303-504-0925 right now. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got to talk a little bit about some free agency stuff, and we'll relate it back to now. New Broncos play caller Davis Webb and what Denver is going to do with their offense. That's coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk a little bit about how you've been feeling lately. Have you been feeling well? Have you wondered about your testosterone levels? Something we hear about all the time, especially as you get older, especially if you listen to sports radio. Low testosterone can be a real issue for men. And it can cause things like brain fog, reduced sex drive, poor sleep, low energy, and difficulty staying in shape. And maybe that also leads to not feeling so great about the body that you currently inhabit right now. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you not only with low testosterone, but lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more. With 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and PDA. The way that this works is you want to go on in there and get your testosterone levels checked. First visit is real easy. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results, and you can decide whether you want to start on any of these programs. First cost of that appointment is $99, but if you do start on testosterone the day of your appointment, the visit's free. So get back the gains in the gym, the better sleep, get rid of the brain fog, and the sex drive once more. So go ahead and call them, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Andy, news today out of Jets World. They're tagging Breece Hall. So the top-ranked running back on the market is
no longer
not going to be coming available, which the longer this process went on and the more I kind of looked closer at it, again, I'm counting on the New York Jets to operate like a competent, common sense using NFL franchise, which is not really typically what they do. But in this one, it was like, okay, you traded everybody else at the deadline last year. You didn't trade Breece Hall. You're not going to just let him walk for nothing, I wouldn't think. And apparently they're not. Darren Moser wants to keep him around.
Okay, there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of guys that are getting tagged. And when's the deadline? Like tomorrow? Maybe it's the end of the week. I don't know, but it's coming up soon. But look, we've already got Kyle Pitts tagged.
March 3rd.
Okay, so that's actually next week. Holy cow, we got a way to go. You got some guys getting tagged. We're all waiting for Alec Pierce, see what happens there. Breece Hall got tagged.
Yep.
Kyle Pitts got tagged. And then everybody comes out and has the presser saying, well, we want to, they did the same thing with Max Crosby. Oh, we want him here. He's going to be here. He's going to be a player.
Yeah.
We watched Josh McDaniels go through this exact same process the year that Jay Cutler got traded. His first year in 2009. All the way up through the owners' meetings where Josh was holding a Cutler jersey to show off the throwback, ugly brown jersey they were going to wear that year against the Patriots. Do you buy that they want to get a deal done with Breece Hall, or do you think they just want to make sure they at least get some compensation for what's considered the top back on the market?
No, and on this one, and again, just following the money and following common sense, I do believe they want to keep him.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be right now, given this news and what Moogie said today, that I think they want to keep him.
I would ask you this. Let's say it goes the route of what this happens sometimes where they don't like the money, Hall's not going to budge, and they decide they need to trade him.
Right.
He's been Jeff Legwold's top pick for fit for the Broncos. A number of hosts on this station, I think you love him too as the top running back. Is he worth it if you've got to trade for him? If you're going to pay him a good contract and you're going to have to do that, is it worth giving up the pick and the money? See, to me, it's one thing if all I'm doing is giving you a big contract, but now I got to give you what could be a pretty decent pick. I don't know if I'm doing both.
Well, the struggle here is,
what are your options?
There's
A may not be available at all.
There's that part of it too. Again, I think some of this is a moot conversation. I just think Breece Hall is going to be a Jet.
Okay,
but for the sake of the exercise, if you're Denver, let's talk about this from the Broncos' perspective, because Breece Hall he'd be great here. Sure, they'd love to have him. But are you going to move a second rounder to get him?
No. I'm going to draft one. If I'm moving a second, I might as well draft my own, wouldn't you say? Because Breece Hall's had a lot of NFL action over the last few years.
R.J. Harvey was a second-round pick. Going to have to do better.
God, was he?
Sure was. Yeah, you're going to have to do better than that.
God, that's right. They traded back a couple times, right, and then finally drafted him.
But Denver is also a team that is, they've paid a lot of dudes on their defense, and theoretically, as long as his ankle holds up, you're going to have to pay Bo Nix in a few years.
You are.
And so, given the amount of veterans that you have already invested in, and largely, I've been pretty impressed with what Denver has done in terms of locking up their own guys and getting guys while they're young, getting guys while they're very much in their prime, getting guys while they're excellent fits with this coaching staff, particularly on the defense with Vance Joseph. That's all great for Denver. So do you want to be coughing up cheap labor, essentially, a cheap starter, which is what you hope to get with a second-round pick? Do you want to give that up for spending big money on a running back where that guy could potentially get hurt, and then you're staring at a hole in your cap sheet?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to give up the pick and then pay the money. I can tell you that for sure, like you said.
It becomes a different bit of calculus now.
Let me ask you this, Nick. Does it up your interest in Travis Etienne? And I went to look at his height weight. He's 5'10", 215. At least that's what he's listed. The bigger back.
Yeah.
Because, again, I do think Sean Payton likes a slightly larger back as an option, right?
Yeah.
R.J. Harvey's a little bit of an outlier. Whoa, how big was Dobbins? Do you remember?
215, 220.
Yeah, I mean, he brings a little weight to the party, right?
Yeah.
Not that RJ Harvey.
RJ's not small.
He's just not very tall.
Yeah, he's more of a square-shaped back, which you can do quite well with that body shape as a running back in the NFL. No, what I would like to see Denver do now, because again, I think the Breece Hall thing is out the window. I think Gainwell would look great in a Broncos uniform. I would really like that move for Denver, and then probably draft somebody. What I wonder about is, we talked yesterday about, like, is there a world where you could chase like a Rico Dowdle or a Tyler Algier and a Kenneth Gainwell? Is there a world where you could do something like that? What I wonder about is, for a player like Gainwell, he's wanted to be a number one back, and I think that he believes he has earned that right. So would a player like that sign up for, such a committee type of situation like Denver would use?
Well, I mean, look, I would add to that, by the way, J.K. Dobbins is 5'10", 212.
212.
So Etienne and Dobbins are practically the same size, although there's a lot of speculation of the teams that may be going hard. You're going to have a market. You're going to have to win a bidding war possibly for Etienne, including with Jacksonville. I would say this to any back that's coming here over what you've seen the last few years. Do you believe, committee or not, are you going to get like a ton of carries? Are you going to be a bell cow back the way you may want to be?
If you're Gainwell, the one thing you got going for you as well, I will catch 75 passes.
Sure.
In Denver.
Same would be the thing with Etienne.
Yeah. You do know you would get the ball at least in that regard. Which honestly, maybe those guys would look at it and say, well, if I'm catching the football in space, it's a little bit easier on my body.
Yeah, I'm not running between tackles and getting hammered by a linebacker.
Slamming between an A gap, which that can be tough on the old body. Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm not trading a second rounder. I just, now that he's tagged, he's off my, I don't know. We'll ask Jeff Legwold about it, but I'd be a little surprised if he'd be willing to try to dance.
So we joked yesterday about Kenneth Gainwell being a good fit in offenses that like swing passes and screen game.
Literally, that was what was said by a breakdown, right?
Yeah, it was Bill Barnwell's breakdown on ESPN.
The Tears article.
There's an offense that looks like that. It's called Sean Payton's. Okay. Knowing that it is still Sean Payton, designer of the offense, architect of the offense, with Davis Webb now the carpenter, for lack of a better term. He has the hammer in his hand.
He's the foreman.
Sure. So is Davis Webb, is he going to call plays in the manner that Sean does, or is this going to look differently? Is this going to open things up in the middle of the field more? What is this going to look like? That's the part of it we do not know.
Here's what I think.
Okay.
I think the tendencies may change. I don't think you'll figure out the tendencies as much. But again, I guess it just hit me as you said it there. Is Sean Payton's offense really what we've seen here? Or is it Sean Payton's offense fitted to Bo Nix, which I think it's the latter?
To which was initially fitted to Russell Wilson.
Yes. Get the ball out quick.
Sure.
Get those screens going.
Yeah.
And let's not waste time taking sacks.
To which then you're talking about, well, did Sean Payton's offense lose all of its identity when he didn't have a Hall of Famer back there?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think he had to reimagine it, but I give him credit for what he's come up with.
Yeah, I think everyone's offense tends to scuffle a little bit.
Yeah, it looks a little different.
To me, Sean Payton's superpower has always been figure out how to win the game directly in front of you. And that oftentimes, unfortunately, leads to some pretty heinous offense.
Yeah, if he believes that his defense has got it.
Yeah.
By the way, what'd you make of Sean saying a number of times that it's not anyone's defense, it's the Broncos'
It's the Broncos' defense. Yes.
I found that to be a bit of an interesting
he admits that he micromanages everything.
Well, yeah. I
kidding.
I think there have been times, I go back to that Baltimore game 2 years ago, where this was mainly a man coverage team. And I know Sean had said something during the week about I don't love man coverage against Lamar Jackson because my DBs aren't looking at him.
Yeah.
They went zone and they got torched.
Yeah.
Because that is not really their strong point.
No. Although I think they got a little better at it.
Yeah, they
this
did.
year.
But, they didn't face Lamar Jackson.
No, they didn't. Thank goodness. Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. Yes, Davis Webb is the Broncos' offensive coordinator and play caller although Sean Payton offered plenty of asides and caveats in all of that explanation today when he spoke to the media at the Combine. We are going to do the high five coming up next. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, or today, 5 biggest quotes from Sean Payton's press conference. That's coming up next. Get all the latest on what is happening with the Broncos offense, with the play calling, with preparing for 2026 on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's go. Time for the 5 biggest Sean Payton quotes of the day. We call it the High Five. Mark Springer, tell us what's going on with Papa Murphy's on a Tuesday.
Yeah, wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make it, you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Sean Payton talking to the media today for the first time since his end-of-season press conference at the NFL Scouting Combine today, and we've all been wondering. They named Davis Webb the offensive coordinator between then and now, but will Davis Webb call plays? Here's Sean Payton in a roundabout way answering that question today.
Yeah. First off, I think it was something that I kind of knew, during the year. He and I visited on a handful of occasions. We're talking about Davis Webb. He's extremely talented. With regards to play calling, it's something that, I think he'll be really good at it. And I know that's like, man, are you going to give up play calling? And I would only do that if I felt like it would help our team. I'll still be involved with what we do offensively, just like what we do defensively. But I do think he has a gift. I think he's real sharp. I'm glad he's on our staff.
So Sean claims that the decision, or at least the tide towards making the decision, was happening in season.
Yeah.
You buy that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To, as you said earlier, cut down the time that Bo and Sean maybe had to spend together a little bit. Because we know things were a little interesting, around Halloween.
They were. Things were not going well. Sean Payton, especially after the Thursday night Raider game, perhaps was
frustrated. And a lot of his insiders, including the one we already quoted today, and Chase Daniel, had a lot to say about how Bo Nix needs to run this offense better.
Exactly. And whether that was Sean trying to motivate his quarterback through the media or Sean merely venting to reporters that he knew, clearly he was frustrated with the quarterback. Now, again, what I wonder is, does Sean Payton have the realization to
Control.
say, I could be the problem in this relationship? You think he's got that?
I want to say, yeah, everyone's got that somewhere. Everyone can be reflective, but has he hit that point? Not when you're blaming Mike Kliss for misquoting you when we played the quote.
Yeah, that seemed to be lacking in reflection. Let's hear from Sean Payton on if it was difficult for him to give up play calling duties.
No. Listen, I'm going to have opinions with plays. Mine will be the bad ones. His will be all the good ones. But I want to support him in that. I can recall being in that situation. Even in Dallas, 2 or 3 years there, I don't know that anyone knew who was calling plays. It was Bill and myself. But I think that stepping back and looking at it, I think he'll do a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think Davis Webb is a promising football coach by all indications. Again, the league would not have reacted to Davis Webb and his ascension as a football coach the way that it did if he wasn't impressive and didn't know his stuff and didn't have a great reputation. Okay. So here's the next question, Andy, is how good is Sean Payton going to be at being a head football coach that doesn't have offensive play calling responsibilities?
Can you imagine Mike Shanahan doing it?
No.
Then I'll give you the same answer.
Because I couldn't have imagined a world before today where Sean Payton didn't do this. I didn't actually believe, pretty much up until Sean said it, that he was about to cede play calling responsibilities. And then, when you hear him talking about, back in Dallas, it was I was doing it and Bill was doing it, and it's like, okay, what kind of amorphous play calling blob are you hoping to be able to achieve right here? Like, it almost kind of sounds like Sean wants to have his cake and eat it too of, I'm going to give up play calling duties, but I'm going to still do some play calling.
Well, and again, I said it yesterday, and I'll point it out again today. They went and they got Curry, to be the quarterback's coach.
Ronald
they
Curry.
hired Johnny Morton,
Johnny Mo,
to be pass game coordinator.
By the way, they got another offensive quality control guy, Andy. Former Iowa State quarterback Kyle Kempt. Kyle Kempt is joining this staff. He was the offensive coordinator at Drake this past season.
Okay. So, and you know what? Maybe that's a little bit of a Davis Webb move, but my point is...
And you got Kilgore in there, too. Logan Kilgore. He's the quarterback's coach.
Davis Webb is still in charge of Sean Payton's staff.
Right.
And that's where I think it's a little bit weird. That's where I think this is still a little bit to be... Listen, listening to Sean today, did you get the massive idea that he was in love with this, that he really was all about doing this? He said he did it. He wants to do what's best for the team, and but I don't think he's in love with it.
Right.
And I don't blame him. Look, it's what he loves to do. I'm not shocked by that.
Do you think VJ, on a day like this, and knowing that this was coming down the pipe, that VJ was like, "Oh, you're gonna be at more of my meetings now"? No, that's great. I can't wait. No, that's outstanding. I look forward to your contributions to our defense this upcoming season, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Sean Payton?
Yeah. Sean.
Sean is Sean. Let's get to Sean Payton on the factors that went into making this decision.
Look, you go through the minute the season ends, you have a number of coaches interviewing for other jobs. You have coaches that you definitely want to retain, and it's never going to be quite on your timeline. You know, if I love, and it's great to see Declan advancing, but it wasn't on my timeline. You know, in other words, it just happens faster. So I remember there was a point during the year where he and I visited. I'm talking about Davis, and it was relative to the position he has, but also more than just having the position, being someone that would have more input and be able to call plays. You know, it's still going to be our offense.
And it's our Bronco defense.
It is our Bronco defense.
That was thrown in as well.
Our offense.
Yeah, our defense.
Our special teams.
Our house.
Right, exactly.
In the middle of the street.
Right. Yeah, this is not going to be like, you know, Seattle with McDonald as the head coach and defensive play caller and Clint Kubiak over on the other side, and he has autonomy on what is going on. That is not about to be happening right here. I do think, Andy, like there will be a process to this. Now, look, Sean Payton's a really good football coach, and I do think ultimately Sean Payton wants to do whatever is going to get the Denver Broncos to win football games.
He wants another ring because it guarantees him into the Hall of Fame.
In the worst way humanly possible.
After what happened to Belichick, maybe I'm wrong.
Again. Maybe he doesn't want to be on the ballot.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe he doesn't want to deal with all of that. Yeah, but I do believe that. I don't know. I am very curious to see what this is all going to look like and how many weeks 1, 2, and 3 timeouts are going to get called while coaches squabble with each other about whatever play is being relayed into Bo Nix's ear.
And I would also say this. I think there's going to be some growing pains.
Yeah.
I don't know that we should expect Davis Webb to just come out like a house of fire. He needs to get his rhythm down. He needs to get a feel for how teams attack his plays. And look, again, are they his plays? They're still probably going to be Sean's plays, right?
Sure.
There's no way Sean's like, yeah, you can call him and I won't design. No, that's not what Sean Payton does. Why do you think he wanted to come back to the NFL in the first place? So, yeah, I wonder if we get to week 6 or 7, is there some kind of move to take the play calling back?
It happens in this league.
Does it even get that far? Is it after
happens.
week 4?
There's a reason Johnny Mo's working for you now because Dan Campbell was like, you suck at this. Give me that job.
I'm going to go ahead and do your job,
yes.
if you don't mind.
You're failing at your job.
Yes.
Give me your job.
And this is my team.
Yeah.
And therefore, there's going to be a lot of palace intrigue in the first, half of the season.
Here's a great question. Sean Payton was asked how much of this decision to give Davis Webb play calling duties for the Broncos offense was done to entice Davis Webb to not take another job outside of Denver.
Well, I think he was wanting to stay. Look, he interviewed at a few spots, and I think that opportunity is going to come for him, to be a head coach. I don't know that this was, well, I'm staying if I get to do this. I don't think that was the case. I think, I don't think he was going to, well, I don't want to speak for him, but I think he really likes what he's begun to do here with us and the start of working with a young quarterback. It's hard to leave that. So I don't think it was something I was already moving towards before anyone had even discussed it. It was mid-season.
So again, he wants to make that part of it clear. There's also the part of it, and Jeff Legwell talks about it all the time, and it's rather intuitive. This is a good place to coach football.
Yeah.
You're going to be one of the highest compensated at your position no matter what because of how wealthy the owners are.
Not only that, you will have literally every tool at your disposal that you want.
Right.
Now you're going to be expected to produce results, as Greg Penner laid out for everybody.
Yeah.
But if you need it, they'll get it for you.
Yeah. And
unlike some other places where they'll say, well, we paid you, we can't have everything.
Yes.
Here, you can't have everything, it appears.
And he's got a young quarterback that he's got a good relationship with in Bo Nix.
Yeah, and I think he knows, I think he knows maybe how he can speed some things up for Bo, and hopefully he can continue to be that perfect bridge between Sean and Bo to keep things running.
I mean, there's this is the other branch of this conversation, Andy, and we alluded to this back when Davis Webb was taking all the other interviews. Greg Penner's going to take notice of this stuff.
Oh, yeah. You want my guy?
Yeah. Oh, you like my guy,
well, I
huh?
got enough money that you can't have my guy.
Yeah.
How about that?
I like my guy, too. And, oh, by the way, Sean Payton's got 2 years left on his deal.
Yeah.
Davis Webb's very well aware of that. If it becomes a head coach in waiting situation for Davis Webb here in Denver, I'm pretty sure this is the place he'd like to work.
Well, and the other thing I would even say is Sean's older. Sean may have come into this job thinking maybe I'll get contract number 2. Maybe he's had a change of heart, and we don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm sure he wants to go get the Super Bowl, see it through, but at the same time, man, it's a grind of a life. Maybe there's days where he thinks about the old golf course.
Last thing that we want to hit here, Sean asked if there was a moment when he self-reflected about if he should give up play calling.
No, it wasn't that, because, look, we finished 10th this year, and we had a good team. There's certainly things that we want to be better at, but it's also being quicker. And look, it's only if there's someone that you feel like is good enough to do that, and he'll have that opportunity. And like I said, having done this before, I can recall how it was, and I'm sure there's going to be times where I said, this is what I want to run, but there's trust there. There's trust with his ability and trust in our relationship.
That's a really good answer from Sean. Honestly, it really is, because it hypes your guy without having to actually
hype your guy.
Reflect on yourself. Did you reflect on? Nah,
not really.
Nah, I'm pretty great, but
no.
Davis Webb, the new play caller of the Broncos. We'll talk to Jeff Legwell coming up at 5:45. But after a quick timeout, John Michael Lyles of Altitude Television is going to join us on the show. The Avalanche make a trade today. Team is getting back to work. Road game in Utah tomorrow night. The Wild coming up on Thursday. Team USA wins a gold medal. There's all kinds of puck to discuss, and we'll do so next.
No icing here as Dursey gets there first. Left side circle behind the zone net, chased by Olofsson. Dursey sends it ahead. That's cut off. Brought the other way. Sam Girard on a breakaway. Puck hopped on him. He scores! Play it again, Sam! Sam Girard's second goal of the season. And the seal is broken. 12:03 to go in the second period. Colorado breaks through. It's 1-0 Avalanche.
Believe that was the last Sam Girard goal in an Avalanche uniform. He was traded to Pittsburgh today. Brett Kulak now joins the blue line and will skate, we believe, with Sam Malinsky on the third pairing. We'll talk about all of this with John Michael Lyles coming up here in just a moment. But first, it is a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see Chicago on Saturday. This hour's keyword, cactus. Text CACTUS, C-A-C-T-U-S, to 303-504-0925 with your name, and you are entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Every large pizza is just $10, and you can order at papamurphys.com. One more time, your keyword CACTUS. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. Avs back at it tomorrow night against Utah. Minnesota coming up on Thursday. Watch those games on Altitude. And, of course, they will feature our next guest, legendary Avalanche defenseman John Michael Lyles of Altitude Television, who joins us right now on a Tuesday. JML, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks a lot for having me.
Hey, we're going to get to the trade and the team and everything here in just a moment. But first, gold medal game. And Hellebuck, unbelievable. And Jack Hughes wins it in overtime for Team USA. Phenomenal moment. Johnny, for you. I believe you represented Team USA 2 World Championships and an Olympics. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2 World Championships, an Olympics, and a World Cup.
And a World Cup. So you've spent some time in the sweater. And you were a part of that 06 team in Torino. But Johnny, for a guy that has worn the red, white, and blue, that is, you guys have always kind of had that little brother stigma that you've been trying to overcome when it comes to the North American rivalry. What did it mean for you, somebody who's worn the jersey, to see Team USA finally get over the hump?
Yeah, you know what? It meant a lot, and I've talked to a few people and a bunch of guys that I played with at the U.S. national program, and over the years playing on Olympic teams, things like that. I feel like USA Hockey needed this one. The only other one that they've won is 96 World Cup, and that doesn't count World Juniors and whatnot, and it just always seems like they couldn't get that that big one in the final, and I feel like this one was just it was so many years in the making, and arguably one of the reasons why the national team development program was brought into existence in Ann Arbor and now in Plymouth, Michigan, was to help produce players that would make Team USA competitive, at the World Junior level, more NHLers, more impactful NHLers, and ultimately, Olympic medals, Olympic golds. And so to get this win, Team USA, I think that, Billy Guerin and his staff, took some heat for some of the selections, but in the end, the penalty kill goes, they're perfect for the entire tournament. Connor Hellebuck stands tall, plays an unbelievable game. Because let's be honest, Canada, they took over large portions of that game. But in the end, Jack Hughes wins it in overtime. Listen, I getting to watch not only that on Sunday, but the women's gold on Thursday. And I've got a 10-year-old daughter that plays travel hockey, and we pulled her out of school so that she could watch that gold medal game. Like it was just so special seeing that. And funnily enough, the head coach for the U.S. women's national team I played with at the U.S. national program in Ann Arbor. And so just seeing him, John Robleski, standing on the bench and celebrating with those girls, and then to be able to see the men's team do it a few days later, like it just, I don't know, it meant so much to me having worn the sweater, a number of different times, and not having success in Italy in 06. I believe we finished 7th or 8th, lost in the quarterfinals to Finland. just seeing that and the success, and it didn't matter if it was Canada or whoever. Like, obviously, it's a little bit sweeter, I think, because it was Canada. And you lose to them in Four Nations, you lost to them in 2010. I think it just was a huge win for USA Hockey as a whole.
Johnny, you mentioned the development program, and besides just the obvious answer of having Connor Hellebuck, the best goalie in the world, what are the steps that American hockey has taken to bridge the gap and be able to produce a gold medal winning team?
Well, listen, I think, the biggest thing is the players that USA Hockey has been able to produce. And, I think a good portion of that is the national team development program, being able to get some of these top players in that, 15, 16, 17-year-old age range and have them play together. So there's some familiarity and the best push the best. And I think that has translated into World Junior success over the last 10 to 15 years. I mean, that program was enacted in 96. I was part of the inaugural class, and I don't think anybody realized just the impact that it might have, over we were essentially test subjects at the time, but now you look at the guys that are coming through that, and, it's Tkachuk, it's, there's so many names that have gone through that, Cole Caulfield, just the great U.S. players the last 10 to 15 years, I would say, 20 years, a lot of them have gone through that program, and I think that was the ultimate goal. Nobody knew how it would play out, but now you're seeing, the rewards. I think USA Hockey is elevated itself and made itself, yes. I mean, is it Team Canada? No. Is it Hockey Canada? No, but I think they've done everything possible to elevate USA Hockey to as close to Canada as they can, and winning gold is a nice little reward.
All right, before we switch gears to the trade, and obviously it was massive, and can't wait to get your thoughts on that. I am curious, as a guy that I think has lived the situation. If I were Nathan McKinnon's teammate, and I know you like to chirp each other in the locker room, I don't think I'd be doing a lot of chirping, at least this week. What in your mind, what is the protocol when everybody returns after some intense games like that?
Listen, there's maybe a dig or two at most, is what I would say. And that's probably over the course of the next month. But realistically, the margins are so thin in that game. Devontae's almost taps one in. That Hellebuck makes a ridiculous save. McKinnon has that open net. And, I think that everybody understands how thin those margins are between gold and silver. So I don't know that you're necessarily chirping those guys just because, one, it's such a close game. Two, you're all now back in the same room pulling the rope in the same direction for that ultimate goal of a Stanley Cup. And so, yeah, I don't think there's probably too much happening in the room in that regard. But, yeah, maybe one or two here and there. Maybe you're at dinner and have a glass or two of wine in you, and you can throw a dig, but that would probably be the extent of it.
John Michael Lyle's our guest. By the way, and Johnny, there were so many great stories that came out of that game and came out of this tournament from Team USA. But Brock Nelson, third generation gold medalist, 60, 80, and 26. We were joking about it before the tournament. The dude grew up in a hockey stick factory, movie stuff out of Brock Nelson. What were your emotions watching him get a gold medal?
Yeah, I just think it's so cool, and having a chance to, I played against Brock. I've known him for a long time. He's just such a good guy. It's funny, our daughters are in gymnastics together, so I actually, sat and talked with him and his wife, the week before they left, and the whole family was going over, right? His wife and his kids, and to be able to share that experience with your whole family and win a gold medal, not only with your wife and kids there, but I believe his uncle was there who won in 80. It's just so cool. 4 gold medals now in the family. And, the fact that he was able to have the success that his uncle had and that, his grandfather and his great uncle had in 1960, it's just, that's the stuff that you can't make that up, right? It's just such a cool story. And coming from, a relatively small town in War Road, Minnesota that produced TJ Oshie and now, Brock Nelson and his family has been there forever. And it's just such a cool thing to see. And the fact that, NBC touched on it and talked about it quite a bit. And, I saw some of the memes out there that I think, does Brock Nelson's son know that he has to win a gold in like 2036 or something? Like, it's pretty funny, or 2046 or whatever it is. I just think it's pretty awesome. And for him, like, it's just got to be the culmination of just such an amazing, just trip through life. And sometimes I would imagine, he's 34 years old. Like, you don't know if you're going to get that opportunity to play in the Olympics because the NHL players hadn't played in 12 years. And the fact that, the NHL players were back in it and they were able to, he was able to win a gold medal. It's such a cool story.
All right, we got to get down to business. Sammy Girard, not only, look, I guess polarizing would be one amongst the fans, but gosh, he's really not that amongst his teammates. Every teammate seems a little bummed about it. Gabe was open about it. We saw EJ's tweet, your partner there. Why did they have to make this move, and why was this the right time to make this move?
Well, I think that, the biggest thing, I think when you look at the Avs, they made some trades, on deadline day over the last few years, but they also haven't been afraid to make trades prior to deadline day and make sure that, some of these guys are coming in at the right time, allow them to get a little bit more acclimated with the team. And I think Sam Malinsky's play this year, and this is not a slight to Sam Girard in any way, shape, or form. I just think Sam Malinsky's play, the way that he's elevated this year, we saw him when Devon Toews was down, slide up to that first pairing, play the left side with Cale Makar, and have success. Like, I just think that, what he was able to offer, I don't want to say it made Sam Girard expendable, but I think it allowed the Avs to look for maybe another option on that third pair when everybody is healthy. And I think, in the end, what the Avs were looking to add was a little bit more size, somebody that had experience, not to say Sammy G didn't have playoff experience, but, somebody with playoff experience. And, I think that's what they were able to acquire in Kulak. And, at the same time, it freed up some cap space as well, which, who knows what's going to happen as we approach deadline day, but it does give them the ability to make another move, another two moves, whatever that may look like.
What is the importance of, he has 98 games of playoff experience, does Brett Kulak. What is the importance of that in his acquisition, jumping into a team where it really is Stanley Cup or bust?
Yeah, and listen, I think that, you're coming into a team that's Stanley Cup or bust. He's gone to 2 Stanley Cup finals with the Edmonton Oilers, so there's experience there, and I would say there's a hunger there in the sense of, he's been to 2 cup finals and hasn't won a cup. And he's walking into a team that has won a cup in the last few years. So to me, I think that there's a lot of positives about it. I think everybody's going to miss Sam Girard in the room, on the ice, in Ball Arena. But, hopefully Brett Kulak is a big part of, what the Avs can do here down the stretch and into the playoffs and adding another cup to the banners up in Ball Arena.
Yep, he's a guy that has been there in the postseason before. The Avalanche are in Utah tomorrow night, and then back.
John. He's doing color tomorrow.
Ooh, he's going on the road.
He's on the road.
I'm in Utah right now.
All right. Yeah.
I'm in Utah right now. Riker and Keeper slacking off in New York City.
All right, so you're the one who's actually working right now.
Exactly. Moser and I are working. Riker and Keeper are
slacking.
Well,
Moser's never really working.
We know
You're
Moser.
working.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Let's be honest there. And then back home against Minnesota and Chicago Thursday, Saturday. John Michael Lyles, everybody. Johnny, thank you so much. Have a great trip.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Brett Kulak, 6'1", 192 pounds, good skater, puck mover, Andy. Minutes eater of minutes. Expected
here he
to
comes.
Skate.
Watch out, boy, he'll chew you up.
You gonna do the whole thing?
Here he
there
comes.
it is. Okay, keep going.
He's a minutes eater.
By the way, I was earlier today. We're not even gonna get to it. There was too much news today. We have so much robot
oh my
stuff
God, it's awesome.
that we have
you
to
gotta
talk
come back
about
tomorrow.
We have so much. We have such massive issues to delve into with robot. I can't wait.
Multiple leagues, but the stuff that people are predicting for MLB.
Baseball is going to be wild.
Baseball
this year.
could go a little NASCAR this year.
Going to be awesome. I can't wait. But I was trying to determine as you were singing Minutes Eater right there. Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
Going Hall and Oates on us.
Yeah.
What
they don't want to be attached to that.
What is when you think of a song about robots, what is the first one you go to?
Mr. Roboto.
Domo Arigato?
Is there another one?
Mr.
Roboto? Is there another song about robots?
Let's see.
Like did who was that?
Oh, Flaming Lips did Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots.
Okay.
That was a weird song.
Did Godzilla ever fight? Because didn't someone sing the song Godzilla?
Godzilla. That was Blue Oyster Cult, wasn't it?
Sure.
Okay.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Godzilla battled a couple robots when Mothra wasn't around, right?
Mm-hmm. The Robots by Kraftwerk.
Yeah, is it German? Why'd you say it like that?
Kraftwerk.
Kraftwerk.
Yes.
You want to touch my monkey?
Must get to Stuttgart to see Kraftwerk.
Welcome to Sprockets. Was it Sprockets? What was that?
Dita
bit?
from Sprockets.
Dita. Yeah, there we go.
Touch My Monkey.
Yeah. There was a monkey.
Oh, Paranoid Android, Radiohead. Great song.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Flight of the Conchords had Robots.
Someone came in with Iron Man. Someone says Daft Punk.
Oh, yeah, Robot Rock, Daft Punk. There you go. You could go in that direction as well.
What's that keyword again, real quick?
Since
I got you off on robots.
Cactus.
Cactus, Glacier, and Lanyard?
It's not robot. It's cactus.
All you're texting in is cactus. The other two are shut down, but cactus.
Text cactus.
Sure.
To 303-504-0925. Lanyard, Glacier, cactus.
Cactus.
Don't know.
Don't know.
Don't know.
Jared, when do we need him?
Don't know.
Don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great Bednar.
Yep.
By the way, Jared Bednar was on their podcast, the Kiefer podcast, and Riker and all of them. And he said his favorite time was at the parade. He was proud at the parade to just see the fans enjoying it, which I thought was awesome because you and I have long theorized he was like a proud dad giving the tearful toast at a wedding.
I love you guys. We love you, Bedsy. Good to have the Avs back. They'll be in Utah tomorrow night to play the Mammoth. Jeff Legwold will be back to talk to us about the revelation of Davis Webb play caller and everything else going on at the Combine with the Broncos. Jeff Legwold from Indianapolis next. Jump out to the Ramos Law hotline right now. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwald is there from Indianapolis. And Jeff, hell is icy, pigs are flying. Sean Payton has relinquished play calling duties to Davis Webb. What's it all going to look like? How is it all going to go? What did you learn from Sean today?
Well, I have to tell you, in the last 2 weeks, I've spoken to many people who've either worked for Sean or played for Sean or have been around him. And I don't think I spoke to anyone who thought he would do what he's done, which is after over 2 decades as a play caller with, some success here and there,
I would say,
has decided it's better if he doesn't call plays. And I thought it was an awful lot of self-awareness. He talked about the speed of the offense, getting the plays in and doing all the things they want to do as a factor. I thought it was telling. He said at mid-season he had even given it some thought and then, thought about it more after the season. And, I know folks are probably going to question this part of it, but he said it didn't have anything to do with trying to retain Davis Webb, but that he probably wouldn't have done it at this point if it wasn't someone like Davis Webb involved, if that makes sense. But I thought it was when he said he was going to look at everything after the season, that wasn't just some empty thing he said, that coaches say after you lose a playoff game. He made probably one of the most surprising moves of his coaching career.
All right, how did we get here to this, Leg? Yeah, I know he gave some reasons, about slowing down and driving the car in the rain and all that towards the end of the year. But will any of this maybe dial down the temperature between Payton and Bo on game day?
Well, I think it depends on, how this all goes. We still don't know how Sean's going to do, on a headset when he's not calling plays. He said he's going to do everything he can to support Davis Webb, and that would include on, sort of getting out of the way on game day. But that, there's going to be plays he calls during the game in all of those things. So, it's not going to remove Sean Payton or his intensity from the process. But I think the play clock pre-snap things, I think was part of the decision. I mean, he said today the speed of the operation was one of the reasons he's done this, and that he thinks this could help him, have a little bigger picture view of things during the game, the end of game situations, all of those things. But, this certainly puts Davis Webb as the voice in Bo Nix's ear on game day. And, again, it's got to be obvious that Payton thinks this is best for Bo Nix, Davis Webb, and maybe even him at this point.
What do you expect Davis Webb? How is it going to be different with him calling plays than it was Sean, besides simply, how promptly the play calls are getting in?
I don't know. We know the answer to that yet. Now, Sean's very adamant even before he did this that, at no point is there just one voice on the headset, even with him calling plays, and that it's the Broncos offense. So, we don't know quite yet what that might mean with Davis Webb more involved on game day, but, the sequencing of plays, Davis Webb may want to group different plays differently than Sean would. Maybe they repeat more plays in games than they have with Sean. I mean, Sean doesn't have a very high number of times where even if plays work, that they repeat them a lot during games. I think that's something to watch. I think pre-snap motion is something to watch. I think the other thing that they've had to have looked at is they have become a little predictable in certain personnel groupings. And I think that's something that would be directly on Davis Webb's plate on game day now if he's calling plays. You know, there's some thought that when Evan Ingram's in the game, that teams knew what was up, and that the grouping that included Adam Troutman and Lil Jordan Humphrey, that defenses knew what was up when that group was in the game. And I think those are the kinds of things that Webb can address because, frankly, you know, what do opposing teams have to work off of right now? You know, they're gonna try and figure out what you're asking. How much of Sean Payton will there be in Davis Webb's play calling? And, you know, none of us know that yet. But I think those are some items to watch in all of this.
All right. Again, there's a lot to learn, and it's going to be kind of fascinating to see how this goes along. So the tag going to go to Breece Hall. That was your top guy. If the Broncos were to sign it back, who would be your top guy at that position with him likely off the table?
Well, honestly, Andy, I didn't think they could be in that mix with the amount of money that, you know, if you're going to pay it back that much, you better be ready to give them more than 12 carries a game, that type of thing. But I've asked, and I said with you guys, I've asked that, you know, some running back coaches I respect, and the names that keep coming up are Gainwell and Dowdell. So, but they think, you know, given this class, some of those guys are going to get a little bigger money than maybe the Broncos want to invest in the other guy, because I think they still see, I mean, George Payton said it today, they still see R.J. Harvey as, you know, a 3-down back with a bright future.
All right, hilarious. I got to jump in. I'm sorry, Nate. Any major headline we need to get out of I forgot George Payton talked because of all the Sean Payton stuff. Any major headline out of that?
No, just that, you know, he was asked about, you know, an impending his contract.
Yeah, is he going to be extended?
Situation. Yeah, and Sean Payton said he had already gone to bat for him with the Broncos. That I think he even said it needs to get done. You know, something on that line. But you know, and they reiterated again, they're going to be ready to spend in free agency, but they're not going to go bananas if they don't think it's the right guy for them. So I think they'll be a little more measured than people might expect, and they you know, they like the receiver room. I know that's been a popular thing for, you know, hey, they got to go get this and that, but they keep, you know, as is often the case with teams, sometimes they like something better than, you know, the rest of the world maybe, but they like that receiver room, and they both made it pretty clear today.
Jeff, draft question. Your friend Mel Kiper put out his latest mock draft today, and you've told us over and over again the strength of this board is on the defensive side of the ball, and indeed, Mel has got Denver at number 30, selecting Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety out of Toledo. What would you think of a pick in the secondary there a year after they picked somebody in the secondary, and then he had a limited snap count as a rookie?
Well, I'd say, you know, you don't draft a guy for his rookie year. You draft a guy for what you think he will be. Now, that's a really good player. He's a fun evaluation. You want to talk about a guy who forces turnovers all over the place. That guy forced 9 fumbles in his college career, and you're not going to find many non-pass rushers on a draft board who force that many fumbles. So he's a striker as a tackler in the run game and can play in deep coverage. He's tall and rangy type of player. You know, that's one of those at that point. That's a best player on the board type of player. Do they need a safety? You know, probably not. But again, and an awful lot of their picks in this draft, the best players on the board are going to be defensive guys. But if Mel and I were talking about a mock draft at that point, I would have looked at an edge rusher too to see what the grades were at that point, because George Payton even said today, you know, you can never have enough edge guys. So I think they're they're always on the hunt for that. But there would be some receivers down there, worthy of that pick as well. And, in the second and third round, there will be tight ends that are worthy of those picks as well.
And by the way, before anybody goes knocking the idea of a safety out of the MAC for Denver, Quinyon Mitchell was a cornerback out of the MAC in